Alright, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. It is 1:45 on Friday, the 4th of November, 2022. We're going to go ahead and go live now and begin our severe weather coverage, even though we don't have all that much severe weather ongoing yet. I suspect we're going to be here for many hours. In all likelihood, we're going to be here past 11 o'clock, so buckle in. We're going to be here for the long ride ahead. Let's go ahead and talk about what we have going on. We have a tornado watch in effect through 8 p.m. for North Texas, East Texas, Northeast Texas, more Northeast Texas than East. There'll be more severe weather watches. We have individual thunderstorms now beginning to blossom across North Texas and Texoma. We had one severe storm that passed near Denison. It's up in Oklahoma now. It is capable of producing tornadoes. We have a severe thunderstorm currently over Burleson to Dalworthington Gardens. That storm at this point is only severe in terms of hail, damaging winds. It's spinning aloft, but we're not getting anything in the low levels yet. We'll talk much more about that in a moment. We also have severe thunderstorms firing up on a cold front, frontal boundary across the big country. That'll be moving into western North Texas, into western Oklahoma. And this is a satellite view over the last 2 hours. So, again, we're going to be here for the remainder of the day. And so at times, you're going to see me not focusing on the camera or multitasking. And one such opportunity is happening now. I'm actually getting the live video set up in our weather blog, in our mobile app, so folks can view it easily. And again, for North Texas, what we're going to be dealing with is those showers we had earlier now starting to evolve into thunderstorms, which is what we expected as the cap weakened. Now, we need to wait and see how long it's going to take for these storms, especially and specifically this thunderstorm moving north into Tarrant County. How long is it going to take for them to begin to exhibit signs of spinning mischief? The answer to that is it's already starting to in the mid-levels. Let's make that perfectly clear. We're not talking about anything imminent in the next few minutes. We're not talking about anything in the low levels yet. But this thunderstorm is rotating aloft, and that rotation's increasing. The real question here is how long is it going to take for that to translate down to the low levels, given the very favorable environment in place? That's a good question. And that's just something we're going to have to wait and see on. It could be the next 30 to 60 minutes. We might have to wait longer. But we're going to be here, and we're going to be chatting about it. So what I'm doing right now is I'm actually doing some housekeeping. And then this camera you're looking at, I'm going to actually move that right now. Let's see how many times I can twist this off a tripod without it stroking. So what we're doing is we're taking a journey. The camera's going to refocus on me because I'm the most important person in this room. Okay. So, that is my head. I'm just putting the camera back out of the way. There we go. That's a better view. Baldy-in-Chief. Now you know how I got the nickname. Alright. So, live coverage is going. I'm just setting it up on our weather blog and website. And I'm going to push it over to the mobile app. And then I'll be able to focus my entirety to you. But let me go ahead, we'll do a few things. Let me go ahead, we'll turn this radar on. And you can see, here's a higher resolution look at this storm. Now, I will tell you this. Having access to some internal chats, school districts are taking all this very seriously. We don't have any tornadic mischief right now. But the schools are ready if we do. And that's good. We want folks to be prepared. And again, my apologies, I'm just finalizing some housekeeping. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Tarrant County. This storm's moving north at about 55 miles an hour, north-northeast. Hail, quarter-size, winds of 60 miles an hour. It's producing quite a bit of lightning right now. But no signs of low-level rotation or tornado genesis at this point. And trust me, we're watching. We are watching with great interest. So again, this storm's moving northeast about... Oh, here, let me see if I can get a storm track on it for you. I'm going to close that. Moving northeast at about, well, 35 to 55 miles an hour. Essentially, it's beelining towards Euless, west or Arlington up to Euless towards DFW Airport. After that, it'll be moving towards Louisville. At this point, this is only, and I say that with respect, only a severe thunderstorm. We're not talking about a tornado issue. We're not talking about anything like that right now. Maybe some quarter-size hail, a lot of heavy rain that's going to cause some street flooding, and maybe some gusty winds up to 40 to 50 miles per hour. We have the benefit of this being right next to a weather radar, so we're getting a very good look at the low levels of this storm. It is not producing tornadic mischief right now. Let's go ahead, we'll go out to the big country. Now this is right behind the cool front. These are not going to be tornadic. These are, however, going to be hailers. Could have some damaging winds. These storms will increase in coverage with the cool front as it moves east this evening. This is the cool front and dry line. Normally this is what we'd be watching to initiate thunderstorms, but today's situation allows us to have storms further east, way east of the dry line in the open warm sector. I've been saying now for the last day that we could see these storms literally just start popping up anywhere. We've had that occur. We had one near Sherman earlier. That's up in Oklahoma and is now a tornado warning east of Durant. We have one over southern Tarrant County. This is looking from the Granger radar in central Texas. A miracle the radar is even online with a thunderstorm 100 miles away from it. We have, it looks like, additional activities trying to develop now. These so far are just weak thunderstorms near Gatesville and northwest of Temple. We're going to likely see a rapid uptick in this activity over the next hour. Now, for those of... So, while we have some time, let's take a look at the latest high-res rapid refresh model. We'll see what it's doing for the remainder of the day. Now, this is only going to... This is just a model. Let's make that abundantly clear. But we can also compare it to what's going on right now, and we can see what it might be handling well and what it might not be handling well. Okay, so this is what the model shows at 3 p.m. How about, let's go back to 2. There we go. So this is what the model thinks is happening at 2. Now here's something to note. It's overdoing precipitation a lot. And I mentioned this earlier as a fail mode. If we had a bunch of storms in a single area, we might have interference. And that wouldn't allow all these storms to organize. But... And here, I'll turn the radar back on real quick. This is radar now. You can see that's not the case. And that's not necessarily a good thing. That might allow these things to breathe and organize. We don't want that. Nevertheless, we'll go back to the model now and see exactly what it has. Nickel-sized hail just reported in Everman, southern Tarrant County. Okay, so let's go to 4 o'clock. I'm going to get rid of the satellite view. You can see this model has supercells. Brazos Valley, eastern North Texas, northeast Texas. May not have as many as this model shows, but you know what? It's decent timing. Line of storms approaching I-35. 7 o'clock. We have supercells, some of which will be producing tornadoes unless something very good happens. Across the eastern Brazos Valley, moving into the piney woods of East Texas and Northeast Texas. A line of strong to severe storms, maybe 30 to 60 minutes behind those storms to the west, along I-35 and then east of I-35 in North Texas. Individual discrete storms this afternoon and this evening in Northeast Texas especially. All modes of severe weather are expected. That includes the possibility of tornadoes. Any discrete supercells that are able to get organized enough and essentially dominate their environment will be capable of producing longer-lived tornadoes that could be, for the lack of a more scientific term, pissed off. So, we're going to keep a very close eye on this. And look, if you're watching me already, I know there's a lot of storm anxiety out there. Look, you're already in better shape than most people because you know this could happen. You're paying attention. You're in a position to where you can act. Now, let's fast forward to 9 p.m. Still, we're going to have to watch for supercells in piney woods of East Texas and East Texas. Line of storms extends from near Texarkana, Longview, Bryan, College Station, near Gonzales. By the way, that cow sound, if the microphone picked it up and the sound didn't cancel it, that cow sound, that is a internal chat with the National Weather Service and other folks. Just got a question. Did it freeze for everyone or just you? Okay, well, that's a good question, isn't it? Let's make sure it didn't freeze for everyone. And again, while we can be, we're going to be relatively informal. I know, I'm just a bald guy talking to a computer screen. But we'll be serious when we need to be serious. We'll have some fun when we can have some fun. Be serious, we'll have some fun. Okay, I'm live. So yeah, that you can hear the cow sound. That's an internal chat with the Weather Service, and essentially anytime the word tornado is mentioned, it does a moo sound. So, let's go back. This is 11 o'clock from the high-res rapid refresh. Line of storms, piney woods of East Texas, down to the coastal plains. By this point, I think our discrete cells will mostly be in Louisiana and Arkansas. Can't rule out brief tornadoes damaging wind gusts with the squall line. Alright, we're going to go back to real time now. This is the radar currently. Let's get back to Fort Worth. Time is 1:59. So here's some trends we're going to need to watch. Note to self, and everyone else watching. Cell northeast of Gatesville, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour, has the potential to become a supercell over the next hour. This storm has the potential to become a supercell over the next hour as it moves north-northeast. Could pass near Whitney, Western Hill County, up towards Itasca in Grandview by about 3 p.m. If the storm turns right a little, which organized supercells can do, this may be more of a threat to Hillsborough, and then it might pass towards Western Alice, Eastern Johnson. This storm in Tarrant County is starting to get its act together in terms of the reflectivity structure. And again, we're literally looking a couple hundred feet above the radar. Look how we're starting to get this little notch. Probably starting to organize a mid-level, low-level meso. Now, let me be abundantly clear. There are a lot of people watching this. And when I say a lot, there are probably hundreds of storm chasers. There are meteorologists galore. So, There are a lot of folks looking out for y'all today, us included. So, this storm, Tarrant County, moving northeast about 55 miles an hour, essentially towards DFW Airport. Arlington, near Jerry World, DFW, up towards Louisville, and then eventually Frisco. Alright? No tornado warnings yet. I can't say that's going to be true at 3 o'clock, probably. So we're going to keep a very close eye on it. What I'm doing now is I'm looking at this storm from the Granger radar down near Waco, and that's because the Fort Worth radar is so close to it, we can't get a decent look up at it. We got a very good look at the low levels, but not in the mid-levels. Now, here's something interesting I'm looking to see. We've got radar estimating winds of, I don't think 80s, right? But we could have a microburst occurring on the west side of this storm. We could have 70-mile-an-hour winds in Forest Hill moving towards Pantego. Here's the latest radar again. Radar is estimating we have winds up to near 70 miles an hour in Pantego, west sides of Arlington. Specifically, that's Green Oaks Boulevard at Spur 303, and then Highway 80. So this is near 303, Green Oaks, Highway 80. Potential for a microburst now. We could have winds over 70 miles an hour. Probably some hail, too. Excuse me. We're going to go ahead and, let's just say the caffeine's probably going to be needed. So we'll just go ahead and start with that, and maybe I'll start a caffeine fund. And spill it all over myself, but, well, what's new with that? See, like I said, we're going to have fun when it's appropriate to have fun, but we're going to be serious when we need to be serious. And apparently I'm just going to spill beverages all over myself. So, if you're just joining us, good afternoon. I'm David-Reimer at the Texas Storm Chasers. We're still in the incipient phases of what is likely to become a severe weather outbreak this afternoon and this evening across eastern North Texas, northeast Texas, maybe as far south as the Brazos Valley in East Texas. What we're looking for right now are these little individual thunderstorms that are starting to pop. In fact, I'll go ahead and... This is real-time satellite imagery. Notice all these breaks in the clouds. In fact, here, I'll turn the radar off. I'll loop just half an hour of data. Literally, this is satellite imagery that updates every 1 minute. It's downloading. But anyway, as it loops, this is 30 minutes. Look at all these breaks in the clouds across the Brazos Valley, East Texas, Northeast Texas. Folks, this is not good news. This is adding instability to an already volatile setup. So, this only increases the chance we have to deal with more severe weather this afternoon and this evening. I'm just looking at the Fort Worth weather balloon sounding that was launched at 1 o'clock, and it pretty much confirms what models have been saying. The atmosphere is primed. And I don't say that to freak anyone out, but, I mean, we're going to have problems. But, you know, that's why we're here. We're going to keep y'all updated the best we can. And just because we're going to have probably several severe storms today, several tornadoes, does not mean you're guaranteed to get hit by one. Even large tornadoes are small in comparison to a county. Alright, what I'm doing now is I'm switching over to a different product, a terminal Doppler weather radar. These were installed after the Delta 191 crash back in, I believe it was 86, to detect wind shear. They're also very good at detecting low-level rotation and wind. So we've got winds right now probably over 65 miles per hour in Arlington. This is going to be very near, essentially, interstate. You know what? Here, hold on. I'm looking at another map for road data, but I can just put the roads on here too. So again, I-30. That's Green Oaks. You've got Highway 180. This is north of 303. You know, we got Ballpark Way over here. Davis Street. These are winds now showing up of about 65 miles an hour. These are moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour towards, essentially, DFW Airport. Winds up towards 70 miles an hour being detected. So, due to that, these are not tornadic winds, these are straight line winds, but they are still capable of doing damage. So we could have 70 mile an hour winds moving up from near Interstate 30, Davis Drive, Interstate 30, Green Oaks, moving northeast towards Trinity Boulevard, Highway 360, and then eventually DFW International Airport. Now, I'll say this. In terms of the reflectivity look, keeping in mind we're in close proximity of the radar, this has the look of a storm that could be a problem in an hour. But at this point, it's not. And again, once we end up... Well, here's a new warning. It's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning until 3 p.m. This is going to be for portions of Collin, southeast Denton, most of Dallas County above I-20, and eastern Tarrant. This will be until 3 o'clock. Severe storms essentially near DFW Airport down to Arlington, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. And we note this new warning is more to the east than this old warning, which may indicate the storm has turned right a bit, which means it might be organizing a bit. And again, we're going to be keeping a very close eye on things here. Like that. That might be a little appendage right there. And again, no tornado warnings right now, but we're being nitpicky here. And this will be with a thunderstorm moving northeast at about 55 miles an hour. We'll switch to the which way the wind's blowing. Not really seeing anything with that right now. We're going to switch to the terminal Doppler weather radars, get a different look. And also, for what it's worth, this first storm that developed near Sherman, went tornado warned as soon as it moved into Oklahoma, has now done damage. So the first storm of the day will often tell a story. And apparently this first storm of the day up now in Oklahoma has already done damage. So if that's the story of the day, well, we're going to be keeping a close eye on things. But again, you let the storms tell you a story. They'll tell you what they're going to be doing. Again, yeah, we're going to need to keep a close eye. Sorry for moving the radar around so much. Close eye on this little appendage in Irving. That'll be moving towards West Dallas over the next 5 minutes. Also, these storms near Waco to Clifton and Hico are moving northeast at about 55 miles an hour. They're not severe right now. But in terms of an analog, not necessarily intensity-wise, but December 26, 2015, You might remember we had these initial little showery storms pop up in southern North Texas, and they increased in intensity and eventually became tornadic the day after Christmas as they moved in the Metroplex. I'm not saying we're going to be dealing with a repeat of that, but that is, in terms of the intensification trend, certainly a possibility, and we need to closely watch each one of these little storms. One, they're moving towards the Metroplex. Two, they're moving to an environment supportive of severe weather. And so, that is exactly what we're going to be doing. And again, this is a severe thunderstorm near Irving. Also a second severe storm over Arlington, both moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour. We're keeping an eye on developing thunderstorms, one near Hico, one just southeast of Clifton, one over the city of Waco, also moving north-northeast at about 55 miles an hour. They're not severe, but they are likely to intensify over the next half hour to 1 hour as they move north very quickly. And again, at this point, we're just waiting to see if and when we're going to start transitioning to more of a tornado threat with these. So far, they have not. And that's good news, but I do expect at some point we're going to flip a switch. Whether that's in 30 minutes, 2 hours, that's up to the storms. But it's 2 o'clock, and we anticipated a increase in both coverage and intensity by 3 earlier. So far these are performing as expected in terms of the forecast data. Okay, so severe thunderstorm, Arlington up to DFW International Airport, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour, maybe more east-northeast. I don't want to do that. I'm going to press some buttons here and try to get us some storm tracks. And again, the radar estimates these are still moving more north-northeast, which they might be, but again, moving quickly. At about 55 miles an hour, could have winds over 60 miles. Over 60 miles an hour in spots. Maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. We had nickel size hail in Evermond earlier from this thunderstorm. And so far, so good. All right, let's go take a look at these. These thunderstorms in northwest Texas are behind the cold front, so they're not going to be tornadic, but they might still produce hail. And this one, just northeast of I'm going to mess this up, Megargol, moving towards Archer City, pretty quickly, moving at about 55 to 60 miles an hour. Could be near Henrietta at 257, Wichita Falls around the same time, and about 40 minutes crossing 287. That could have quarter to golf ball size hail. All right, let's go back to this storm. We're going to switch back over to the how hard the wind's blowing mode. Sorry, I know every time I hit a different radar it messes up, but getting a pretty good indication of winds, maybe 65 miles an hour here in Euless, north side of Arlington, and Bedford. Moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So again, damaging straight line winds, enough to cause power outages, knock your fences down, maybe rip some shingles off in Euless right now, moving towards DFW International Airport. If there's any good thing about that, it's that the airport has a plethora of weather instruments, so we'll get a guesstimate, and more than a guesstimate, a actual realization on how strong the winds are, aka ground truth. Alright, I'm gonna... Button, I'm going to sing... Okay, there we go. Alright. That's not what I wanted. Okay, we'll switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. And I just turned all the cities on, so the screen's going to be cluttered at times, but, well, I'd rather folks see their city and know where they are. At this point, A new thunderstorm going up over southeastern Dallas County, moving north-northeast at 62 miles an hour. It's not technically severe, but again, we're going to be watching all these storms as they go up for signs of rotation. So far, we have been A-OK. We've got one over Sherman. That one's rotating aloft, just north of Lula. That'll be moving quickly up towards the Red River, probably passing east of Denison, and then up back towards areas in southern Oklahoma that already got hit by damaging winds or a possible tornado earlier. For example, near Calera. So, a couple housekeeping notes. We're going to be focusing on the most intense storms today. Right now, we're able to pander and ponder because there's no tornado warnings. Once that changes, we're going to be focusing on the most intense storms. And if you want to keep an eye on the sky, you can do so with the Texas Storm Chasers Interactive Weather Radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and in our free mobile app. Since we don't have tornado warnings yet, stream's not going anywhere. I'm just going to mute myself for about 3 minutes and go take an allergy pill before this congestion actually gets in my throat and kills my voice, like it's trying to do right now. So, we'll be right back. In terms of me talking, we won't be going anywhere for the rest of the day. This stream's going to probably be going until midnight at least, so we will be right back. Alrighty, tighty. Let's get back to it. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer. 2:20 p.m. in the incipient phase of our severe weather event this afternoon. And in fact, we have chasers out and about. You can see that there. That is a live stream from Ben McCone, Stephen Jones, and meteorologist Trey Greenwood, I believe. They are located just northeast of the Metroplex, but I can actually tell you exactly where they are once my super duper fancy Awesome Blossom app loads. Yeah, they're currently heading east on Highway 380. I believe they are going to be sitting around Greenville, waiting for these thunderstorms to make their way out of the Metroplex and towards their location, because chasing the Metroplex is not a pleasurable experience. I can attest. So let's switch back over to the radar. We're still watching these little cells developing in southern North Texas. So far, they are behaving themselves, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. These things are booking, and they don't have to stop at stop signs, traffic lights, the latest Interstate 35 nightmare. And we're going to have to keep an eye on them. This storm might be moving a little more northeast, east-northeast than this has outputted, but still moving northeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour, capable of producing some nickel to quarter size hail. Pretty good amount of wind approaching the airport, it looks like. Radar detecting winds of about 50 to 60 miles an hour over DFW International Airport, which means we'll probably get some ground truth from the weather instruments there at the airport sooner rather than later. We have a severe storm near Archer City. This is a hail threat, not a tornado threat, a hail threat. That's going to be moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. Hail cores increase, could have hail up to the size of golf balls. And this is generally going to be moving towards Jolly and Henrietta. Could be on 287 within 30 minutes. And we'll also have to keep an eye on the storm west of Graham, west of Newcastle for indications of hail. And while we're looking from the Dias radar, I just want to count real quick. These aren't severe storms right now, but they are updrafts. And of course, this is a severe storm. We're going to have to watch all these as they try to go up. Not all of them are going to be problematic. Some of them could become supercellular. And then down the road could try to become mischievous in the spinny department. But for now, we have no tornado warnings in the state of Texas. We do have tornado warnings in southeastern Oklahoma. A dangerous storm capable of producing a tornado southeast of Tushka. I've seen a tornado there before. Atoka. And that storm is moving to the northeast at about 45 miles an hour. Our storms so far are behaving. Are they going to do so for the rest of the day? I doubt it. But the longer they behave, the better off we are. I'm just looking at some data real quick. Alright. And for fun and situational awareness, let's go over the latest severe weather outlook. This is the severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. Here, I'll go ahead and just, zoom out to the state. You can see we've got a level 4 out of 5 risk. That's a significant severe weather risk. Eastern North Texas, Northeast Texas, parts of East Texas. Level 3 risk runs from Sherman to Valley View down to Fort Worth, Waco, Temple. East through Bryan College Station to Huntsville, just north of Jasper, Lufkin, Nacogdoches, Carthage. And again, the higher your risk level, the higher the chance of severe storms in your neck of the woods tonight. In terms of tornado risk, this is the latest tornado risk map. You can see these storms around DFW are just starting to get into that. And then the storms further south that are developing are starting to get into it. And we are expecting the threat for tornadoes to increase over the next 2 hours, especially after 4 o'clock. Though we might have issues ongoing by 4, we'll just have to wait and see. Quarter-sized hail reported by a train spotter in Archer City. That's what that severe storm we were just talking about. Penny-sized hail reported in Little Elm. Okay. So we'll go back to the Texas view. Loop the last 2 hours. Would help if I turn the radar on. And again, we're going to have to watch these little cells developing in southern North Texas. From Waco to Clifton, southeast to Stephenville. We've got this storm that is over northern Dallas, southeastern Denton counties. And a new cell that's developed just to the east of that. A 61-mile-per-hour wind gust from a train spotter in Addison at 2:24. So this thunderstorm here is producing damaging straight-line winds. Switch back over to terminal Doppler weather radar. That's just messy. And messy. I'm going to see if I can press the button that stops moving these. There we go. I'll stop moving us so easily around. But again, no tornado warnings right now, and we're just in a wait-and-see mode. We do have damaging winds from near DFW Airport to Addison. Could have winds over 60 miles an hour at times, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. We're going to have to watch these storms over the next 20 minutes. This storm over Garland, how it interacts with the storm that is over Frisco down to Plano, and see essentially which storm wins out. And that whichever one wins out, that's when we may end up having more intensification occur. Across northwest Texas, we have a severe thunderstorm now exiting Archer City to the north. We had quarter-size hail reported in Archer City. This storm is going to be moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. It is not a tornado threat, but it could bring quarter to golf ball size hail to 287 and 281. 281 around Scotland, just north of Scotland, and then 287 around Jolly, between the southeast sides of Wichita Falls and Henrietta, as the storm moves northeast at 60 miles an hour. And again, these storms here are behind the cold front. I'll turn the temperatures on, and you can see the latest temperature reading. That's the latest temperature reading there off the south side of Wichita Falls, 54 degrees. It's not 77 at the Air Force Base, I guarantee you that. So, another way we can look at this is I'm going to turn off the radar data. We're going to switch to satellite data. And we're going to switch to a multispectral analysis. Now, again, we're not looking at radar. These are cloud tops. You could see the severe storm, northern Dallas County, southern Collin. Very cold cloud tops there. Colder they are, the taller the storm clouds. We're watching these tops south of the Metroplex. If they cool, that means the system or storms are intensifying. And they are to an extent. And notice, if I switch back over to the true color, there are breaks in the clouds behind this storm that moved through Johnson, Tarrant County. The severe threat does not end. The atmosphere is still quite unstable. So we could have multiple rounds of storms, as you could see across northeast Texas, the Brazos Valley, East Texas, even parts of central Texas. We have breaks in the clouds. That's allowing the atmosphere to become more unstable and supportive of severe weather. And so far, this has behaved like we thought it would, in that we transitioned from what are called streamer showers earlier to those evolving into thunderstorms. Now we have thunderstorms. A few of them are severe. We're still waiting on some of these storms to become organized supercells. That being said, we're going to switch back to the Fort Worth radar. This one, northeast of Clifton, approaching Whitney, is starting to show impressive signs of rotation aloft. Probably the best we've seen so far today. Now, the caveat is we're looking several thousand feet above the ground here. Ben, Steven, and Trey are in Greenville. We'll be watching their stream as they head, or as the storms head their way. But what I'm trying to do, and failing miserably, I might add, there we go, is to put radial data. No, that's not it. There we go. We're looking at about 4,000 feet above the ground right now. So with this thunderstorm, we're not looking at the surface. We're not looking in the lowest 1,000 feet. We're looking at about 4,000 feet above the ground. And again, this is what we call a mini supercell. It's a small storm, but it's spinning. It's rotating. And we're going to have to watch it for signs of spinning mischief. Same thing goes for all these storms. But in terms of rotation aloft, this one's the strongest we've seen so far today. And we'll be keeping a close eye on it as we revert back to the 1970s. Here's the latest scan. And again, this is aloft, but you can see this has about aloft probably about 80 mile an hour worth of rotation. So this storm is moving, all these storms are moving northeast at 45 to 60 miles an hour and will be a direct threat to the DFW Metroplex within the next hour. Some of these are going to possibly become severe, and we need to keep watching them as the atmosphere becomes more conducive for rotation. Very near Laguna Park. And all these little individual storms. Hello, Trash Man. Very loud, thank you. And so my apologies for cluttering up your screen, but alas, we're just in a wait-and-see mode right now. So we'll keep a close eye on it. Up here, we have no indications of low-level rotation right now with these storms in Collin, Denton counties. I know there's a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rain, probably some nickel-size hail, gusty winds, but at this point, nothing that screams, I'm going to drop a tornado on your head. And trust me, we're watching. Oh, for fun, mouse, come back. How about this? You want to switch in the weather? Your eyes aren't deceiving you. It's snowing in Amarillo right now. Snowing in the western Texas panhandle. Not enough to really stick to anything, maybe except elevated surfaces. Not going to cause travel problems, but yes, it's snowing in the Texas panhandle right now. Back to the warm side of the system. Severe storm capable of producing quarter to half-dollar size hail. This storm is just north of Scotland, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. likely to impact Jolly and Henrietta over the next 20 minutes. And that'll cross 287 near Jolly and Henrietta. And again, at this point, we're just watching and waiting. If I had to list a concern, it's this cell near, what was that? Laguna Park moving towards Whitney. It's a very small cell. It's what we call a mini supercell, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. But it's spinning like a top. So we're going to have to watch it carefully. And that goes for all these little storms. Any one of these could start spinning pretty quickly. And we note it is starting to intensify. Based on the data I'm looking at. So it's not out of the realm of possibility if it keeps trying to intensify and may attempt to become tornadic over the next 30 minutes. And we'll just have to wait and see. But I suppose this would be a good time to take a break and go over the timing aspect. So let's do that. First, we'll switch back to the Texas view. Load a 1-hour radar loop. You can see, southern half of Texas is quiet as could be. You'll have storms later, mind you, but for now it's quiet. Southwest Texas, the borderland, it's clear. It's quiet. Same thing goes for the Concho Valley. In the Panhandle, it's snowing. Severe storms starting to fire up in North Texas. Same thing goes for parts of Central Texas. Looks like our new severe weather outlook just got released a bit early. I doubt there's changes. And there's really not. But again, that's what it looks like right now. I'll turn everything off real quick. I'm going to load weather watches. This yellow box, this is a tornado watch through 8 p.m. this evening. Includes North Texas, all of DFW down to Waco, Temple, Belton, to Palestine, Tyler, Gilmer, Paris. We'll see more tornado watches issued for the Arklatex and East Texas a bit later, mind you. And we note that these storms, round 1 in the Metroplex, moving northeast. That'll be near Bonham to Greenville over the next hour. Round 2, south of the Metroplex, has just as high a chance of being severe, moving north at about 45 to 60 miles an hour and showing signs of rotation aloft. So, the threat's not done. Multiple rounds of storms are coming. Now, let's actually show you what's going to happen this evening. Which requires me to press some buttons here to change the upper third. We'll get all the data off the screen. We're going to switch to a statewide view. Let me get rid of that. Let me get rid of that. And we're going to load up model data. And we're going to load this up to show what's going on now at about 3 o'clock. And I'm doing this to show you what might be good with the model data, what might not be good. Notice this model has storms just west of Austin at 3 o'clock. There are not storms down there right now, so it's being a little over-ambitious right now with the southern extent of storms. And it's doing okay. It's not great. Obviously, this model is not going to be completely perfect with the positioning, but we're trying to use this for timing. Fast forward to 5 o'clock, you can see this model has storms eastern North Texas, maybe the Brazos Valley. Not as many storms as this thing is showing, and you can see a little line of storms starting to form now By 5 o'clock from near Whitesboro down to Fort Worth and Arlington down to Cleburne. 7 o'clock, line of storms near New Boston, Tyler, Mahia, all the way down to Austin. Isolated storms east of that, all capable of being severe. Same thing goes with this. 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock. And again, discrete storms out ahead of the squall line. We're going to have to watch for signs of tornadic mischief, hail, damaging winds. The squall line itself could produce some localized damaging wind gusts, in addition to the potential of brief tornadoes. So, no tornado warnings right now. That may not be the case here in 30 to 60 minutes. Storms near north of Waco to Hillsboro to Whitney are still showing signs of rotation aloft. And we're probably going to see more storms and more severe weather. But I'm going to take a quick break. Stream's going to stay on. We'll just pop the chat on. I'm just going to mute it for the moment. And probably put some music on and be back in 5 to 10 minutes sooner if necessary. Alright, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer. It is 2:43 p.m. We now have our first tornado warning of the event in Texas, so let's get down to it. It's going to be a tornado warning for Hill County, Western Hill County, until 3:15 p.m. for that little mini supercell I was talking about. This is going to be a tornado warning very near Lake Whitney and Whitney, moving north-northeast at 50 miles an hour. This tornado warning does include Covington, Itasca, Carl's Corner, the city of Hillsboro, and Whitney. This tornado warning does not include Abbott, Bynum, Malone, Hubbard, Aquila. Those of you in eastern Johnson, western Ellis counties, Maypearl, Grandview, Venus, Midlothian, Waxahachie, you're not in this tornado warning yet, but you might be as it moves to the north. So again, if I turn the radar off here, you'll see who's in the warning and who is not. Warnings are issued by polygons. They're not county-based and haven't been for nearly 15 years. So again, this warning includes Lake Whitney, the state park near Whitney, Hillsborough, Carl's Corner, Itasca, Covington. Does not include Abbott, Bynum, Malone, or Aquila. We don't want anyone traveling on Interstate 35W between Grandview and Abbott. We don't want anybody traveling on Interstate 35E between Milford and Abbott. We don't want anyone on 35, frankly, around Hillsborough either. However, we note there are also additional thunderstorms developing that are exhibiting rotation. This one approaching west on Interstate 35. And again, the first storms of the day are going to tell a story here. The atmosphere is becoming more favorable for this mischief as they progress on towards 4 o'clock and move a little more to the north and east. So this does increase the potential for tornadic mischief in the southern DFW Metroplex over the next hour. And I do not believe this will be the only tornado warning we're dealing with by that time. So here we go. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for these storms in eastern Collin County that frankly look like they've congealed into a small cluster. Nothing that screams tornadic mischief at the moment, but we'll be keeping an eye on them. But for now, it's going through a reorganization phase. So we're watching a couple different storms with rotation. Tornado warning storm near Whitney. Second storm approaching west that's ramping up and might need its own tornado warning sooner rather than later. Both these storms are moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. Could be a threat to portions of Ellis County and Eastern Hill County in the next 30 to 45 minutes or less. These storms are booking. We need to watch all these storms a bit further west too. One just southwest of Fort Worth in southeastern Parker County, for example. So again, the time is 2:47 p.m., a tornado warning until 3:15 p.m. for Western Hill County in southern North Texas. A possible tornado developing just north of Whitney and Lake Whitney and the state park, moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. This tornado will be approaching Woodbury in the next couple of minutes as it continues to move northeast towards Itasca. Those of you in Carl's Corner and Hillsborough, you're also in this tornado warning. We note a second cell exhibiting some rotation that may need its own warning shortly near west. Could be moving towards Abbott, Bynum, and eventually Mertens and Milford. So here we go. All right. Storm Prediction Center has just issued a short-term discussion, and I'm reading it directly. Radar loop. Expect supercell coverage to increase over the next 60 to 120 minutes as cells in an area from roughly Dallas to Stephenville to Waco in particular appear likely to ramp up in the short term. So again, we're about to get busy. And that is the general expectation. So, switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Make sure we've got the latest radar data. This is a circulation just northeast of Whitney, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. It's cooking and booking. Got winds moving towards the radar about 30, winds moving away about 30, so about 60 mile an hour worth of rotation. We note this storm just east of west has a similar signature to it and might need its own warning soon. Given the atmospheric ingredients, I suspect we're witnessing the ramp-up phase of these what are called mini supercells. So those of you in Woodbury, we want you to be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor. Center room, away from window, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want you to be in a vehicle, mobile home, manufactured housing. As these storms move northeast quickly at 50 miles per hour. And that is the general expectation. Okay, let's make sure we're not missing anything. Let's go check on this severe storm on 287. Hail falling over Jolly and 287 right now. Could be quarter to golf ball size. This storm's moving northeast at 50 miles an hour, so it's going to be out of the state sooner rather than later. It does not pose a tornado threat because it is elevated behind a cold front. So those are hailers. Not the same case with these storms near the Metroplex. And we're watching, trust me. This storm near Glenrose in particular just blew its top on satellite data and on radar. I know the hail algorithm hasn't updated yet, but, well, it's... Here, I'll just show you tilts up. See, as we tilt up, we're looking probably about 24,000. That's a hail core building aloft. So this storm just northeast of Glenrose, moving into western Johnson County, appears to be in a rather quick intensification phase. So it may need a severe weather warning in the next several minutes. But for now, we're watching these storms. A tornado warning for a storm near Woodbury, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour, quickly towards Itasca. Should pass a bit east of Covington. These are mini supercells. They're not particularly large in terms of their width or size, but they're still spinning like a top and could produce a tornado at any time. Same thing honestly goes for a lot of these cells, so we're going to be watching carefully. We don't have a tornado warning with this storm near west as it moves into eastern Hill County. Weather Service is keeping a close eye on it and will put one out if necessary. We'll go up here into eastern Collin County. This storm's a wind maker, but we're going to need to keep an eye on it in case the trend is towards organized rotation. And that might happen, but for now it looks like a wind maker. And I am going to set up additional radar displays to maintain situational awareness. Which means I'm going to look like an inattentive host to most of y'all for just a minute, but I apologize. People ask why I have 10 computer monitors around me. It's for days like this where I need to maintain situational awareness and keep an eye on things, like I'm doing right now. Let's pop over, see what our storm chasers are doing with their live stream. Looks like they are heading southwest of Gainesville, I would assume. And I can check real quick, and I am. Yeah, they're actually very near Lavon right now, so they are in the storm. Ironically, right in proximity to where some of the strongest wind is. I believe they're heading southwest for these cells, and let me tell you, that's a problem. Just looking at the how hard it's raining mode, you can see the circulation here. Switch to, yeah, this is gonna need a warning. That's a classic mini soup indication right there. The nice little hook echo. rotation. So if you're in Bynum, Malone, 171 up to Mertens to Milford, don't be shocked if you get your own tornado warning here shortly. And it might happen. Pretty good reflectivity structure there. And we note this thunderstorm northeast of Glen Rose, moving into far southeast Hood County, is showing signs of intensifying in the hail department. And this is moving towards northwest Johnson County. It'll be near Godley in about 3:13 p.m. And then southern Tarrant County, Crowley around 3:32, Benbrook 3:35, Everman 3:39, Forest Hill 3:42, and downtown Fort Worth about 3:45. Thank you for all your reports, by the way, folks. Please only do those when it's safe. We don't want you going outside playing in hail. Bye-bye! So, what we have right now, one possible tornadic supercell approaching Itasca. Looks a little less organized in the last few minutes. In its place, we have a more organized storm east of Abbott, just northwest of, I'm going to mistake this. I know how to say it, but Penelope. And that's probably going to get its own tornado warning here any second. And it just did, by the way. And you'll see that pop up. So those of you in Bynum, Malone, Mertens, you need to take shelter. This will include portions of Ellis and Navarro counties. So it's safe to say those of you in Blooming Grove, Mertens, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. This tornado warning is going to go all the way up towards Italy, or Italia, and Forreston. And it should pop up on this map any second now. Any day now, software. But it will include Forreston, Italia, Milford, Mertens, Blooming Grove, Irene, Bynum, Malone, Abbott. This does not include Bardwell, Ennis, Alma, Waxahachie, Maypearl, Midlothian. Remember, even though this is part of Ellis County, this is a storm-based warning, not a county. And this thing is easily the most organized storm we've seen this afternoon so far. Reds are going to be winds moving away from the radar. Greens, winds moving towards. Area of circulation. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see that pretty well with that hook echo on radar data. So those of you in Bynum, Malone, 171, you need to move to a safe place immediately. I just had a report of golf ball size hail in Farmersville. That's with the Collin County storm. Excuse me. Okay, the time is... I already retweeted that, okay. There we go. Coming up on 3 o'clock now, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer. We have 2 tornado warnings for 2 different supercells south of the DFW Metroplex. We have 1 supercell coming up towards Malone and Bynum on 171. That'll be moving towards Irene, which is south of Mertens, and then moving towards Mertens. Frost, Blooming Grove, Milford, Italia. I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong, but you know what? I got too much to do. And this storm's moving northeast at about 60 miles an hour. This thing's booking. If this storm maintains itself, and it may, this could be near Ennis at 330, Palmer 337, Rosser at 346, Ferris 343, Combine and southwestern Kaufman County in about 50 minutes. That's that storm. Other storm, not as organized now, but still spinning. Currently about, let's say, for smiles and giggles and all that's joyful, about 5 to 6 west, northwest of Hillsborough, moving northeast towards Itasca and 35W. If this storm near Itasca doesn't organize more, we might be able to get rid of that warning, but we need to watch it. But I say that, and it's a little bit displaced from precipitation, but we need to watch it. But for now, this storm that's northeast of Abbott moving towards Bynum, Malone, Irene, Mertens in Hill County, Blooming Grove, Italia, Foreston, in portions of Navarro. Definitely concerning. And again, I'd say the tornado potential is increasing. Alright, let's go back up here into Hunt County. This storm's a big old windbag. We've got winds 60 to 70 miles an hour with this thunderstorm as it moves to the east-northeast at 50 miles an hour. Hailing in Farmersville, could be having some hail and strong winds all the way from Bells, Whitewright, Trenton to Leonard. And this storm is starting to show a wee bit of rotation east of Farmersville. Not enough to be classified for a tornado warning, but again, in the environment, it's capable of it. This storm did produce golf ball-sized hail in Farmersville at 250, which is 12 minutes ago. So it's got a strong updraft and definitely needs to be monitored for tornadic mischief in the next 30 to 60 minutes. Alright, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning for this supercell southwest of Godley. This is moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This is a warning until 3:45. Going to be moving towards Godley, 308, Burleson, 35W, about 323. Forest Hill, 332, Pantego, about 340, and Arlington, 340 to 345. Currently capable of producing quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. No signs of tornadic mischief right now, but we're going to keep an eye on it just in case it tries to become a problem. And it may. So, a couple notes. We're going to be focusing on the most intense storms. That generally means they're going to be tornado warned and capable of producing tornadoes. I don't really care if it's in the middle of nowhere or the middle of a metropolitan area. We're going to focus on the storms that pose the greatest threat to life and property. So, we've got a tornado-warned storm now crossing 171 between Bynum and Malone. This would probably be about halfway between both towns. This storm is going to be moving northeast. At about 55 to 60 miles an hour. Mertens, Frost, Blooming Grove, Milford, Italia. You're in the tornado warning. That means lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes. And a helmet are recommended. As this dangerous thunderstorm continues to move northeast at 60 miles per hour. We'll zoom back out. Again, those are the 2 tornado warnings. Not really as worried about this one near Itasca right now. It has diminished in intensity. Looks like we may have some winds over 55 miles an hour near Maypearl. Radars detecting a little pocket of 60-mile-an-hour winds near Maypearl, so I may need a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll zoom into this severe storm near Godley, and we're going to have to watch it, folks. I'll tell you this. It's not being tornadic right now, but it ramped up in a hurry, and it's out by its little lonesome. Same thing, honestly, goes for most of these storms, and we're going to be watching them closely. A storm northeast of Farmersville now, moving towards Celeste, Wolf City, Leonard, Bailey, Ladonia. Moving northeast at 50 to 60 miles an hour. This storm is showing signs of rotation aloft, and given the environment it is in, poses a threat of becoming tornadic over the next hour as it moves towards the city of Paris. But for now, the main concern is with a tornado warning in Eastern Hill County approaching the town of Mertens in the next 5 to 10 minutes. It's 3:06 p.m. It'll probably be there by 3:15. So I had a report of a wall cloud with this thunderstorm. Not a surprise. This thing's a bona fide happy supercell. So those of you in Mertens and Frost and Blooming Grove, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be your lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want you in mobile homes, vehicles, travel trailers. Schools in that area, I'm sure, are holding buses and keeping the students in safe buildings. This storm is now northeast of 171, Bynum and Malone. If you're southwest of 171, you're clear. If you're in Itasca, I'm going to go ahead and say you're clear. I don't think they're going to issue a new tornado warning on that storm right now. Radar's trying to go back to the 70s. And we note other isolated storms are trying to pop up, but so far they're behaving. So far being the key word. I'm going to do is I'm just going to check some wind data. That section of storm over Waxahachie is definitely showing some wind. Between Maypearl and Midlothian. So this possible tornado is about to be very near Irene and Mertens and far northeastern Hill County, moving towards western Navarro County, where a tornado warning continues until 3:30 p.m. and assuming the storm continues looking like it does now, the warning's going to be expanded past that. I'm just checking some data, making sure we're behaving ourselves in the other storm department. Again, we're going to be focusing on the most threatening storms here, which means this tornado warning near Mertens. I know there's a lot of other storms going on out there. Some of them are producing hail and high wind. One such storm northwest of Greenville, about to cross over Highway 69 between Leonard and Greenville. And trust me, we're watching these for rotation. If they start spinning up, we're going to talk about them too. But if you're wanting to know about storms in your neck of the woods, we recommend the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. It has free interactive weather radar right in it, and you can watch us live in the app. TexasStormChasers.com/radar. Please respect the fact we're dealing with life-threatening storms here, and we need to focus our attention on the most dangerous ones. Trust me, we're not going to leave folks out. If we start having other tornado warnings, we're going to cover these equally. This first tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire near Itasca. That storm moving towards Maypearl has weakened. This storm near Mertens is really trying to drop a tornado right now. That's an impressive hook echo on the how hard it's a-raining mode. We'll go ahead and get the magical telestrator out, and I won't remember how to turn it off, so enjoy the fact I will be drawing ridiculous shapes. You can see nice rear flank downdraft coming on the back side of this storm. I drew a dyslexic arrow. That's unfortunate. You have inflow here. Switch over to the which way the wind's blow mode. Yeah, you can see that. Green's moving towards the radar there in South Fort Worth. Red moving away. Starting to set off alarm bells and my other weather programs indicating a high potential that this tries to drop a tornado over the next several minutes. And again, this is moving very near Mertens right now on Highway 22. We advise no travel on Highway 22 between Corsicana and Hillsborough for the next 15 minutes at least for this dangerous thunderstorm moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Storm near Mertens now could be coming up on Highway 34 between Italia and Bardwell in about 12 minutes. This storm may pass near or west of the city of Ennis around 3:35 p.m. Palmer 3:42, Ferris 3:50, Combine 3:58, and eventually maybe near or just southwest of the city of Terrell by 4:10 p.m. This thunderstorm has the potential to be one of these longer-lived supercells, so this may be around for quite a while. In fact, some model data have suggested a storm in this similar position and time frame continues all the way until it gets into northeast Texas. So that doesn't mean it's going to be producing a tornado that entire time, but this could be one of these storms that becomes a cyclic supercell and drops multiple tornadoes over the its life cycle. So, we'll pop on over to our chaser stream. Again, these are, bottom right is going to be a live feed from our storm chasers Ben McCone, Stephen Jones, and meteorologist Trey Greenwood. They're heading south, and I'll let you know exactly where in a second. They're actually still in Rockwall. They're trying to get their behind south towards Kaufman in Friday afternoon traffic. Oh, rip. Anyway, we'll see if they manage to do that, but most of our chasers are heading down that way to intercept this thunderstorm. Moving northeast at 55 miles an hour, very near Mertens, where we have police reporting rotation. Not a surprise, this is probably a very well-structured supercell with a good wall cloud visually. The radar is being very not nice to me. There we go. Alright, let's check on these storms in the Metroplex. Looks like we are starting to get some indications of gusty winds, maybe some nickel-size hail. Winds maybe 60 miles an hour, northwestern Johnson County, north of Godley, northwest of Joshua, moving towards Crowley in southern Tarrant County. Please don't knock the radar over. We really need that radar. And then we're going to switch to the Granger radar. It's a miracle this radar is online. You know, you get a thunderstorm within 100 miles, this thing usually drops off the face of the earth. I don't like this radar, can you tell? It's probably the most unreliable weather radar we have. Looking from Granger north, you can see a very strong mid-level mesocyclone with this storm near Mertens, so tornado threat quite high with this thunderstorm. And we'll get back to it in just a second. I'm just checking on some of these other storms, and we're going to be watching them carefully. But again, clear call to action with a dangerous thunderstorm approaching southern Ellis County. We want folks in Mertens to be in shelter. If you are on Highway 22, Frost, Blooming Grove, you need to be in shelter. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. This thunderstorm is moving towards Bardwell, Ennis, Garrett, and Palmer. Maybe Alma. While a tornado warning is not in effect for those communities right now, we do recommend you get ready. And that would be getting ready to move to your safe place. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get some hard-soled shoes and helmet. Everybody. Helmets for if you end up in a tornado and have flying debris, you have a better chance of surviving a head injury. The hard-soled shoes are for if you do have to deal with the tornado damage, you're able to walk without being, well, feet debris, not great. Strongest rotation right now on Highway 22 between Mertens and Frost, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. You can see a very well-defined supercell. We've clearly gone from mini supercell to happy, doodah, full structured, I'm an angry supercell, I'm going to drop a tornado, rah, situation. And yes, that was a Baldy-in-Chief impersonation of something. I don't know. But this thunderstorm has a significant tornado potential with it. Let's make that abundantly clear. So we're going to go ahead and start giving some earlier warnings. Ennis, Bardwell, Alma, southeastern Ellis County. If you know folks there, shoot them a text, give them a call, let them know they've got a tornadic supercell heading their way, and it's probably 20 to 30 minutes away. Tornado warning doesn't go out that far yet, but it's probably going to get extended that way in the next 10 to 15 minutes. And again, assuming this storm continues, it could be a threat to eastern Ellis County in the next 20 to 30 minutes, and eventually could be a threat to Kaufman County, Kaufman to Terrell, in about 45 minutes, as it moves northeast at a rapid 55 miles an hour. Just keeping an eye on things. Near-term frost and Rankin may stay just north of Blooming Grove. But Blooming Grove is still in the tornado warning, and you need to be in a safe place. Which again is lowest floor, center room, away from windows. We have severe storm moving into southern Tarrant County. Crowley could have winds near Godley right now up to 60 miles an hour in northwestern Johnson County. And this is moving east-northeast quickly at about 50 miles an hour. So it'll be in Crowley here in the next 3 minutes. Arlington, Pantego, 20. Again, we're not going to be going to talk too much about this unless it becomes more problematic, but we'll be watching just in case. Again, we're going to be focusing on the most life-threatening storms. Storms with quarter-size hail and some 60-mile-an-hour winds, while threatening, do not compare to storm trying to put down tornadoes. So we're going to focus our efforts on the most threatening, life-threatening storms. Again, I don't care if it's in the middle of nowhere or in the middle of the metro, everyone matters. So again, a possible tornado approaching the community of Frost, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Bardwell, it'll be in town by 3:30, but give it 10 minutes. Ennis, this is now about 15 minutes away, 3:36. And while you're not under a tornado warning yet, Garrett, Ennis, Alma, Bardwell, you're probably going to be soon. Because this thing's not weakening, and it's got attitude. Apparently, we have a weather warning about to be issued for severe winds. Yeah, we got some winds here off in Saginaw, off the Northwest Loop 820, coming up to 35W. Winds could be over 60 miles an hour. We'll switch radars again, take a look at southern Denton County. Yeah, so strong winds with this line of storms. Coming in from near Justin to Keller to Saginaw to Haltom City, Lake Worth, west sides of downtown Fort Worth, Benbrook, Crowley, Joshua, Godley could have winds of 60 miles an hour in spots. So again, TexasStormChasers.com/radar. Better yet, just download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. It'll have the interactive weather radar right there on the homepage, and you can watch our live coverage. We're going to be focusing on the most life-threatening storms, which for now is this thunderstorm near Frost, just northwest of Blooming Grove. That's moving northeast towards Bardwell, Ennis, Alma, at 55 miles an hour. See if I can't clean up this. Oh, that didn't work. There we go. Back to reflectivity, a well-defined supercell thunderstorm. That could have a tornado threat for quite a while with it as it moves northeast at 55 miles an hour. That hook's trying to wrap up a bit, which again is that rear flank downdraft coming down on the backside of the thunderstorm, and that might help to enhance the possibility of a tornado. And again, this storm moving towards areas just north of Blooming Grove, Bardwell, M House. Eventually could impact Interstate 45 from near Ennis to Rice. If the storm turns a little more right, it's going to be more of an issue for Rice. If it continues on its present track, it's going to be an Ennis-Alma issue. I would surely expect a tornado warning for those folks soon. Back in the Metroplex, we have severe storm warnings all the way from the city of Den to Keller to Fort Worth, west of Burleson. That's for storms capable of producing winds of 60 miles an hour, maybe some nickel-sized hail, not tornadic. Further northeast, severe storms from near Bonham to Bailey, Wolf City, Celeste, down to 380 east of Farmersville, west of Greenville. No tornadic mischief with this storm right now. It looks more like some line segments. We'll keep watching it, of course. Storm near Waxahachie, that was previously tornado warned, trying to ramp back up a little in the hail department. No indication of tornadic mischief. This storm, on the other hand, has a high potential of producing a tornado over the next 30 minutes. Now passing just northeast of Frost. It's going to pass near or just northwest of Blooming Grove. Again, this storm's about to cross over Highway 55. Hail core possibly on 34, but the rotation will be south of 34 for now, north of 22. Moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. All right, we have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Ellis, Navarro counties. This will be a downstream warning. So, new tornado warning. Let's pop the radar off, talk about who's in and who's out. This is going to be a tornado warning until 4 p.m. This tornado warning includes Palmer, Garrett, Ennis, Bardwell, Alma, Rice, does not include Waxahachie, Ferris, Midlothian. This is for a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado just north of Blooming Grove on crossing over Highway 55 right now. Moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. It slowed down a little bit. This could pose a direct threat. This will pose a direct threat to Interstate 45. We want no travel between, let's just go ahead and say, Rice on the south side, Corsicana if you want to be safe, and Ferris on the north. So we want no travel on Interstate 45 between Ferris and Palmer on the north side and Rice on the south side for a thunderstorm that is doing its darndest to produce a tornado. We have ground reports of rotation. We do not have any reports of a tornado down at this second, but the rotation aloft increased this last scan. We'll switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Wind now blowing towards the radar in Fort Worth, 40 to 45 miles an hour. Wind moving away at about 35. So 75 to 80 mile an hour wind shear. With that thunderstorm, I'm going to make sure we're not missing anything here in the Metroplex. Winds of 60 miles an hour out of some of these storms. No indications of spinning mischief right now, but we're going to keep an eye on it just in case. Damaging winds in spots. With that, maybe some small hail. Storm over Waxahachie could have winds 60 miles an hour, maybe some quarter-size hail. This was previously tornado warned. It is no longer tornado warned. It does not appear to be capable of producing a tornado at this time. Storm currently crossing over or just northeast of Highway 55 in the Ellis County border is capable of producing a tornado and is generally progressing towards Bardwell, Ennis, Alma. All of whom need to be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want folks trying to drive out and look at this thing. We don't want folks being in travel trailers, manufactured housing, or mobile homes. If you're in a travel trailer, manufactured housing, or mobile home, we advise those of you in Northeast Texas over the next couple hours, as these storms start encroaching from the west, to head to a safer place, a well-built, site-built structure, whether it be a friend's house, a restaurant, a gas station, a hotel, the local police or fire department, that have a well-built structure, site-built. That's better than being in a travel trailer or mobile home. All right, new severe storm warning for the storm just northwest of Waxahachie over Midway Regional Airport. Moving towards Red Oak, Ovilla, Glen Heights, Pecan Hill, Lancaster, Wilmer, Hutchins, Balk Springs, Mesquite, Seagoville, eventually Sunnyvale. That could produce 60 mile an hour winds and quarter-size hail. Not tornadic at this time. I'm going to drink some water. You talk that fast for that long, your voice starts to go out. My apologies. So again, let's zoom back out. Let's take a look at the current severe weather outlook for today and tonight. Now let me clear off some of these cities. Again, severe weather risk will increase significantly in northeast Texas over the next several hours, both from discrete supercells in progress now and from additional supercells that develop and move into northeast Texas. Severe risk could extend farther south over the next few hours into parts of central Texas. the Brazos Valley, and East Texas. Comparatively lower risks, but still could see some scattered storms down into the coastal plains, the Victoria Crossroads, southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, and the far eastern hill country tonight with a squall line. Now let's look at the tornado risk. This is the latest tornado risk. Medium threat continues this evening across all of East Texas, all of Northeast Texas, eastern North Texas, and portions of the Brazos Valley, with comparatively lower risks surrounding that. And switching back to the Texas view, we'll get that going real quick. We'll load some satellite data. It's snowing in Amarillo. Maybe about an inch of snow possible in spots. Not expected to see travel impacts there. We have tornadic supercell moving towards Ennis, just southeast of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Later on, we're going to have a line of strong to severe storms fire up. That'll move through the Metroplex down towards Austin. Potential for some damaging straight line winds with that. And we're going to be watching these discrete storms for the possibility of spinny mischief through the evening. We encourage you, download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, Texas Storm Chasers Apple app, Google Play stores. You can watch us live right there and use our free interactive weather radar to keep track of storms in your vicinity or wherever you want to keep track of them. Again, we're going to focus on the most life-threatening storms, wherever that may be. If that's in the middle of nowhere, where it's just farms and rural areas, we're going to do that because folks in the middle of nowhere deserve the same coverage as those who might be in the middle of a major city. That being said, let's get back into it. First, severe storms moving through portions of Tarrant, Denton counties could have winds up to 60 miles an hour, maybe some pocket change size hail. These are not tornadic right now. Severe storm near Midway Regional in northwest Waxahachie, moving towards Red Oak, Pecan Hill, Glen Heights, Lancaster. Could have quarter-size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour. That is not tornadic at this time. This storm approaching Bardwell is tornadic and capable of producing a tornado. Moving towards the city of Ennis and Alma, Interstate 45. It'll be there by 3:45 to 3:50 p.m. Bet on 3:45. This storm continues to look very organized and appears to be throwing a temper tantrum, which is why we have a tornado warning through 4 p.m. for southeastern Ellis County and far northwestern Navarro County. Tornado warning, if you're in Blooming Grove and Italia, you're clear. Blooming Grove, Frost, Italia, you're clear. More storms could occur later, but you're clear from this storm. Those of you in Ennis, you need to be in a safe place. You've got about 10 minutes before a possible tornado will impact your area. Same thing goes for Alma, and we want absolutely zero travel on Interstate 45 between Palmer on the north and Rice on the south. Rice, the town that was hit by a tornado October 24, 2010, is probably going to stay just to your north this time. This will be probably 4 to 6 miles north of where that October 24, 2010 tornado occurred. Those of you in Ennis and Alma, you need to be in a safe place. No travel on Highway 34. This is very near Bardwell at this time. I'm just checking some sources, make sure we're not missing anything. And so far we're not, which is always good. You don't want to miss anything. Bad things happen if you miss something. So what I'm doing right now is just making sure not missing anything. Well, that just completely force shut the program. That's interesting. Okay, we're never going to press that button again. So, I'm going to have to reset the radar real quick. I just pressed the magical close the radar forever and cry like a baby button. I just did it again. Interesting. Isn't that a psalm? Alright. Let's press this button. So again, possible tornado very near Bardwell right now, moving northeast towards Alma and Ennis. Folks in Ennis and Alma need to be in shelter now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We want folks to put on a helmet, hard sole shoes. Haven't heard any ground reports, but this thing could put a tornado down at any time. Real quick, I apparently need to reprogram a button. So I'm going to do that real quick. What you're looking at is the debris tracker. What I'm doing real quick is setting up to make sure it's good to go. So again, Ennis, Alma, you need to be in shelter. Storm's moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Alright, if I have programmed this correctly, the debris tracker will come back up when I press this. Yay, it's always nice when the buttons work. So in terms of reflectivity structure, this looks better than it did a few minutes ago. It's got a well-defined hook again. Velocity structure, definitely indicative of strong rotation. Make sure we're not missing anything back further west. We have a severe storm moving through Fort Worth. Maybe winds of 60 miles an hour. Could have some penny to dime, maybe nickel-size hail. Looking further northeast, a severe storm approaching Wolf City. Could have winds of 60 miles an hour. Maybe some small hail. Not really showing any organized rotation, which again is a good thing. We'll just have to wait and see. So we have one tornado warning right now, and it's for this storm approaching the city of Ennis and Alma. This may stay closer to Ennis than Alma. And Ennis, it's pretty much rolling into town now, so if we have a tornado down or dropping, it's going to be very near Ennis over the next 3 to 5 minutes. What's interesting is there's tech stock cameras. And so I'm actually able to get a view of this as this approaches Ennis. So I'm going to actually set it up so y'all can see the same thing I'm looking at. Just a second. Refresh. Again, possible tornado approaching Interstate 35 in Ennis. Probably between 287 and Business 287, so pretty much right in town. And I'll go ahead and show you the picture I've just saw. This is pretty much a minute ago. This is a tech stock camera. I don't know if it's actually showing the camera. Nope, I accidentally deleted the source. Okay, well, let's go back to the radar. I'll try to make that work again. My apologies. Technology doesn't get along with me, apparently. I'm special like that. Refresh the image. Alright, let's try this again. It's very interesting how it won't save, but I'm just going to do it the old-fashioned way. There you go. It's a view 2 minutes ago from Business 287 on the south side of Ennis. That's going to be your wall cloud and area of circulation to the left. The latest radar scan just came in, and concern increasing quickly. Could very well have a tornado down. Switch back to the reflectivity. That's a very bad look. Switch to velocity. Strong circulation now over Interstate 45. No signs of debris, which is good. Here's an even better view. Go back. This was 3 minutes ago now, looking north on Interstate 45 from Alma right up into the circulation of this. It didn't look like we had a tornado down then. We don't have any reports now, but again, this could produce a tornado at any time as it moves northeast from Ennis up, essentially, Highway 34 towards Rosser, Oak Grove, and Kaufman. So this could be a direct threat all the way up 34 to Rosser, Oak Grove, and Kaufman over the next 45 minutes. We'll head back to the radar. And again, this thing looks mean. Every time we cycle, we go through these cycles. We've gone through about 3 now. It comes back looking more and more mean. And we know we just lost all the traffic cameras on Interstate 45 around Ennis. That doesn't mean we had a tornado. It could just mean the power grid got knocked out by lightning or something. But this thing has a mean look to it as it heads northeast up Highway 34. Ennis, Give it another 5 minutes, and this should be out of the city of Ennis, moving away quickly to the northeast. Rosser, Kaufman, Grays Prairie, Oak Grove. Y'all need to start getting ready for this. It keeps up. It's heading your way. You're going to have your own tornado warning. As this thunderstorm moves northeast. Alright, we have a new severe storm warning. This is going to be for the storm over East Fort Worth, moving into Arlington. Going to be for the possibility of quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, moving northeast at 45. It's near Pantego now. This warning includes pretty much, Grapevine down to Arlington, Irving, Carrollton, Highland Park, downtown Dallas, all the way up North Dallas towards Farmers Branch and Richardson. And here's something we're going to need to watch with this cell. You see that little cell just west of Rice? If this cell near Ennis ingests that, that could be the catalyst it needs to complete the tornado genesis cycle and put a tornado down. Just a little mesoscale magic for you. See, I'm a Baldy in Chief. I can be a nerd. Our chasers will pop their stream up. Should be approaching Kaufman right now. They're setting up ahead of this storm, and will be in position to document it as it approaches Kaufman and 175. We have multiple chasers. We've got Chelsea Burnett, Adam Lucio, Jenny Brown, Stephen Jones, Ben McCone, Trey Greenwood. So we'll see what happens, but we're going to have a view of it. Which is good, because research shows if you can see the thing, it gives the general public, aka y'all, a better idea of what's going on, and it'll cause you to move to a safe place versus just looking at the radar in a bucket of spilled paint. I know it's a bucket of spilled paint. Come on now. Most of y'all are like, "Go! What's that? It's nothing. Who cares? Let's see a picture of it." Well, you know what? You're about to get your pictures. And you know what? I'm about to get caffeine. Hey, look, caffeine. So again, these storms moving northeast at 45 to 55 miles an hour. Aubrey down to Louisville, down to North Richland Hills, Pantego, moving into Arlington. And then little baby storms extending from Joshua down to east of Walnut Springs. One storm over southeast Dallas, Seagoville, moving northeast towards Mesquite. Could have some gusty winds and hail. Storm now exiting Ennis to the northeast, rounding up Highway 34 towards Rosser, Grays Prairie, Oak Grove, and Kaufman. Potential for golf ball size hail, maybe larger. Damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, and the possibility of a tornado. Further east this storm moves, the better the environment becomes for tornado genesis. We note also the hail, hail indications have come up, indicating the updraft has intensified, which also means this thing's going to try again. You know, every time we go through one of these cycles where it tries to wrap up, we seem to be getting more and more organized, closer and closer to tornado genesis. So I think at some point this is going to put a tornado down. Rotation aloft remains quite strong. Now, northeast of Ennis. If you're in Ennis, you're clear. If you're on I-45 between Palmer and Rice, you are now clear to resume your travels. Additional thunderstorms are possible. We've got this storm over the Metroplex. Pantego. Could have some strong winds with that. I'm going to actually check some other data. Make sure we're not missing anything, given the radar's proximity. Need to check a different radar to get a better mid-level look, just to see the overall updraft structure. Pretty good hail core loft with this storm. We'll have to keep an eye on it. No signs of spinning mischief at the moment, but nevertheless, we will watch it with keen interest. That's what we do. Time now is 3:50 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer monitoring a severe weather event in progress. One tornado warning right now, and that is for a storm now about 3 to 4 miles northeast of Ennis, moving away quickly at about 50 miles an hour, moving up Highway 34 towards Grays Prairie, Kaufman, Oak Grove. Unless something drastically changes, I do expect tornado warnings will be issued for Kaufman County shortly. Oh, looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Collin County for this line of storms, capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some nickel to quarter-size hail. We are not seeing indications of tornadic mischief at this time, but we'll keep an eye out just in case. But these are strong storms, strong winds, small hail, heavy rain. I am going to keep an eye on this storm over Bedford to Arlington. I will admit I'm a little curious if it's trying to become more supercellular. And that's just something we'll have to watch for as it moves northeast. Either way, the potential for quarter-size hail with that thunderstorm, damaging winds as well. Go ahead and go back to the view with our chaser stream. All of our chasers are pretty much about to get a good look at this. Hence the stream you're looking at there. And we'll be watching eagerly with you. By the way, you can watch that live stream with its audio on our YouTube channel, Texas Storm Chasers. We have multiple live streams, actually, on our YouTube channel at Texas Storm Chasers. Circulation with this thunderstorm is now 4 miles southwest of Rosser, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. It might have taken a little jog to the left. Either way, those of you in western Kaufman County, I'd start moving to a safe place. You're going to be under a tornado warning soon, I'm pretty sure. Rosser, Kaufman, Grays Prairie, maybe even Combine, Oak Ridge. You're probably going to be under a tornado warning soon. I'd go ahead and just act like it and start moving to a safe place. This thing is about to ingest a shower. The reason that's important, mesoscale-wise, is that this mature supercells in the past in environments like this, if they ingest a shower, that can act as a kickstart to help enhance the rotation. And sometimes it's enough to cause tornadogenesis or spin up a tornado, help the mesocyclone aloft get even more organized. So if this thing ingests that shower, we're going to have to watch it closely because that could increase the tornado threat. And this thing remains very organized aloft with very strong rotation aloft. And we're going to be watching as the circulation approaches all of our chasers. I assume, based on the fact they're sitting over a highway there in Kaufman off 175. So they're going to be getting a good view of this storm as it comes to them. Because these storms are moving so quickly today, you have to plan ahead. You can't, just drive up to the thing and be like, oh, hi, and try and keep up with it. That's more difficult. You have to pre-plan and essentially let it come to you. Alrighty, tidy. That's concerning. Okay. We're going to pop north. Starting to get a little concerned we have increasing rotation aloft with this circulation near Honeygrove. But we're at a disadvantage here because the radar beam is looking so high up. I know it looks like a bucket of spilled paint, I'm sorry, but we're looking at 10,000 feet. That's not the low levels, but the we might have problems with that, but alas, we have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for northeastern Ellis and a good chunk of Kaufman County. This is until 4:30 p.m., so let's kill the radar. Let's talk about who's in, who's out. 3:55 p.m. Tornado warning until 4:30. This includes the cities of Kaufman. This includes technically the Buc-ee's on Interstate 20 at the 80 split. So the Buc-ee's needs to enact its tornado safety plan. Oak Ridge, Kaufman, Oak Grove, Grays Prairie, Rosser, Post Oak, Bend City, Talty, Crandall, Combine. You're all in the tornado warning. That means you need to do something about it. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We want folks to get as low as you can. Do not stay in mobile homes and trailers. It ain't gonna work. Here's your home safety tips. And again, we continue to encourage folks, eastern North Texas, northeast Texas, east Texas, even the Brazos Valley, have multiple ways to receive weather warnings tonight. This is just beginning. Now, back to me, back to our live streaming video out of Kaufman, back to the radar. Tornado warning until 4:30 p.m. We don't want travel on Highway 175 between Seagoville and Kemp. We don't want anyone going west on 243 out of Canton. We don't want folks on Interstate 20. Let's go ahead and make this clear. No travel on Interstate 20 at this point between Canton and Buc-ee's on the west side. All right, we've got a new tornado warning. This is going to be for the storm we were just talking about near Honeygrove. The warning is going to show up in a second. This is going to be a tornado warning that does include the city of Paris. So this is a tornado warning now until 4:45 p.m. A possible tornado just south of Honeygrove moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. This tornado warning does include the city of Paris. It includes Toco. Includes Honeygrove, Sumner, Powderly, and Arthur City. Until 4:45, so that is a new tornado warning. That's going to be for portions of Lamar and Fannin counties. We'll switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and we do have a strong couplet now between Ladonia and Honeygrove, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Unfortunately, our radar beam is at about 11,000 feet, so I can't really tell you what's going on in the low levels of this storm, other than it is spinning quite a bit aloft. Definitely some supercellular structure to it. But, to be honest, there's only two ways we're going to know if there's a tornado. One, someone tells us because they see it, or two, said tornado lofts debris 11,000 feet and the radar detects it. We don't want the debris lofted to 11,000 feet because a tornado lofting debris 11,000 feet is a strong tornado. The kind of tornado that can do bad things. We don't want that. So, again, those of you in Paris, all the way up to the Red River south of Hugo, Powderly, Arthur City, Sumner, Toco, Brookston, Roxton, Petty, Honeygrove, Ladonia, tornado warning until 4:45 p.m. for a storm moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This storm will be near Honeygrove in the next 5 minutes, passing over Highway 82 near Toco in about 18 minutes. City of Paris, this is going to be near or just northwest of you in about 25 minutes. Now, let's get back down into Kaufman County. That little shower that I was talking about appears to be spinning up into its own little supercell. So we might actually see a little attempt at a tornado just northeast of Alma out of this little baby supercell that is trying to join up with the big supercell moving towards the city of Kaufman. I'll admit, for the moment, this is more of a wind signature versus tornadic signature, but that could change quickly as the radar takes a trip back to the 1970s. And here in Fort Worth, severe storms capable of producing some high winds, maybe some quarter-size hail. No indications of tornadic mischief at this time, which we're thankful for. Yeah, we got a better view out of Shreveport. Let's do this. We're going to take a look at this Honey Grove storm. There's your couplet. That's a much better look. We're still looking at a good old... All right, we're looking at about 14,000 feet, but that's a very strong signature. Just southeast of Honey Grove, moving northeast at 40 to 50 miles an hour. No, we want no travel on Highway 82 between Honey Grove and Paris, as this potential tornado moves over Highway 82 between Honey Grove to Petty to Toco to just west of Paris. This will hopefully stay just northwest of the city of Paris, and then we'll be crossing over Highway 271 to the north near Powderly and Arthur City, and then could pose a threat to areas just south of Hugo, Oklahoma on the Red River. Okay, so that's one possible tornado. Here's another possible problem. This little cell just west of Rio Vista, we have a circulation about 3 miles west of Rio Vista. No debris signature, but that is definitely enough to draw my attention. So, little circulation trying to spin up. That is going to be in southwestern Johnson County, about 2 miles south of Rio Vista. Excuse me, 2 miles northwest of Rio Vista. That could be some damaging winds. We'll keep an eye on it in case it tries to become more mischievous in the spinning department. Here's the tornado warning for Kaufman County. A possible tornado now just northwest of... just north of Rosser, moving towards Scurry and the city of Kaufman. That's where the live video is on the bottom right. In terms of rotation, this thing doesn't look as organized as it did 10 minutes ago. It's definitely in the reorganization phase, dealing with interference from the second storm now that it was trying to ingest near Rosser. Okay, so one storm passes just north of Rio Vista, might have some gusty winds with it. Storm in Arlington near Pantego, showing indications of winds near 60 miles an hour, again near Green Oaks. Moving towards the ballpark, West Arlington, eventually crossing over 30 and 360. Another severe storm over the airport. Could have winds near 60, 70 miles an hour near Coppell. Here's a different view. This radar right next door is showing winds of... Get off the bloody screen. There we go. Winds of over 50 miles an hour on northeast side of DFW International Airport. And more wind across portions of Collin, Grayson, far eastern Denton counties. We're going to switch back to the how hard it's raining mode. We're starting to get some individual cells popping up further south now. Excuse me. It's going to be from southwest of Corsicana, near Coolidge, Prairie Hill, Ben Hur, just east of Marlin, and then a pretty good looking cell northwest of Cameron. These are all what we consider mini supercells. They are rotating, and they're going to have to be watched. Oh, excuse me. These storms out here are playing interference with each other. Storm near Kaufman and the one just south of Roser. They're trying to essentially fight each other to become dominant. The result is neither is particularly intense in the rotation department right now. We're going to have to wait and see what happens with that over the next 10 minutes and see which storm takes hold and if that may result in intensification after the fight to become dominant has concluded. Just had a wind gust of about 63 miles an hour at DFW International Airport in association with this thunderstorm. Not a surprise, that just crossed over 114, about halfway between the George Bush Turnpike and the 121. My voice is starting to go. That's not good. We got much more than this. The voice is going to have to deal. Voice is about to meet a carbonated beverage that is going to allow it to survive. Actually, I have throat lozenges that'll just melt my throat, which is about to be what happens. Nothing like a little menthol and beznocaine to numb the throat. It's actually just allergy drainage, but I don't have time for that right now. Okay. 2 tornado warnings right now in the state of Texas. Let's go over them both. First tornado warning for a circulation probably coming up on 82 and Honeygrove. Radar beam, we're looking at 14,000 feet. There's no good radars around here. Supposed to be a new one around Durant soon, but I don't know if the public and us will have access to that data, but oh, would that have been so useful today. It was supposed to be done like 6 months ago, but, well, you know, everything takes forever these days. This storm moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. It's booking and cooking. It doesn't have to stop at any stop signs or traffic signals on 82. This tornado warning technically does include the city of Paris, Toco. It includes Petty, Sumner, Powderly, and Arthur City north on 271. And we'll see if the Weather Service decides to put a tornado warning for areas south of Hugo in Oklahoma. Now, looking from Shreveport, I'll tell you this. That cell over Arlington's got a pretty cute little hail core loft. Let's look from Dias. Reason we're doing that is the main radar for Fort Worth is, well, South Fort Worth, close enough to where we may not be getting the most excellent view of the Thunder Boomy. Yeah, I called it Thunder Boomy. Blame the menthol. So this storm's flying northeast at about 60 miles an hour. It's going to be moving over some of the same areas that just had a storm. Arlington up to West Irving, eventually Carrollton, Plano, Frisco. Going to have quarter-size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour. And again, we're going to watch these to make sure we don't start with any spinning mischief. Now, the good news is this is the cool front. Any storms back here are not going to be tornadic. Yes, we might have some storms that produce some hail, but the severe threat will diminish. Storms ahead of that, we need to watch for spinny mischief. Speaking of which, it looks like our Kaufman County storm is trying to organize a bit again. Wee bit of a circulation coming up on 175 now. Probably 3 miles west of Kaufman. And our little stormy that looked like it was going to be eaten, but appears to be coming more organized near Highway 34, near Rosser. So this might be becoming the dominant storm, in which case, Rosser to Gray's Prairie, we're going to have problems. And then this is going to move over 175, likely a bit south of Kaufman. Probably. Hopefully. Pretty pleasing, thank you. Storms in DFW could have damaging winds over 60 miles an hour in spots, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, a lot of small hail, and gusty winds. We're going to do more menthol. I'm going to loop the radar, give you all a good time estimate. I'm going to turn that crazy thing off. You can see storms starting to fire on the actual cool front now. And these storms as a whole moving northeast about 45 miles an hour. The squall line storms are going to be moving pretty east. Let's try to sound somewhat educated, are going to be moving more to the east than northeast. And by the way, DFW is in a ground stop. Lovefield's probably in a ground stop too, so if you're traveling, I apologize, but that's not going to be a pretty day. Pretty for the rest of the day. Alright, here's what we are looking south. Tornado warrant storm, Kaufman County, starting to organize again. These storms, Navarro County down to Marlin to Cameron, we need to watch carefully for signs of becoming more organized. Especially, excuse me, especially this one. Sorry about this one. This one southwest of Corsicana has actually got a pretty good little circulation on it now. And that might be our next candidate for a tornado warning. It's moving northeast at about 45 to 55 miles per hour. Yes, I went deep in monotone. Why? Because I'm insane. So again, we're focusing on the most intense storms, and that doesn't mean I am attempting to shun you, but again, one Baldy in chief, lots of storms, triage situation, we focus on the most intense. I don't care if it's in the middle of a metro, the middle of a rural community, we're going to focus on the most dangerous storms. Everybody is important, not just those in the major metropolitan area. So, let's see. Ooh, you little jerk. I'm trying to set this up. Here we go. Alright, this storm that is southwest of Angus, near Purdon. Moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This could be a threat to Oak Valley, maybe even Corsicana over the next several minutes. Latest scan, couplet's still there. Moving northeast. This might be our next candidate for a tornado warning, and if so, that would be for Navarro County. Southwest of Corsicana by about 11 miles. Should that continue after Corsicana, that'd be a threat to perhaps Gun Barrel City, Toole, Maybank, Kemp. We'll see. We're watching. We're always watching. Alright, let's pop into Central Texas, / the Western Brazos Valley. Oh, look at the little baby mini supercell. Now, that's a pretty good example of a mini supercell. It's small, it's tiny, but it's spinning like a top. This is going to be just south of Rosebud, north of Cameron. That's contaminated data. And yeah, it's rotating, but nothing that screams, I'm going to drop a tornado in your face right now. But we're going to be watching it. We're always watching. Alright, let's go over the tornado warnings again, then we'll go look at the severe storms of the Metroplex. A severe storm capable of producing a very yellow, happy, orange sundae? Why? Oh, come on. Rude. Rude. Okay, fine. Coming up on Highway 82. That's going to be very near Petty. Moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. And again, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. This is probably going to stay west of Paris. But Paris is officially in the tornado warning. And you need to respect that. Otherwise, this is going to be more of a problem for Powderly, Sumner, and Arthur City. Unfortunately, we're looking at about 14,000 feet above the ground. Radar coverage is, well, you know, let's describe it this way. What a dog produces a lot of the time. So, 15,000 feet. Just got a unconfirmed report of a tornado with this storm. So again, the only way we're going to know if something's going on is spotter reports or debris signature. If we see a debris signature at 15,000 feet, we've got a big tornado down. But we also just got a report, a unconfirmed report, that we might have a tornado down with this. So again, level of urgency here. Those of you in Petty, Honey Grove East, Toco, Sumner, Powderly, Arthur City, west and north sides of Paris, possibly a tornado down. Moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Okay, we've got a new tornado warning back with the cell going towards Corsicana. There's going to be a tornado warning for the city of Corsicana, Oak Valley, Richland, Angus, Powell, Kearns, Rice, Mildred, Corbett, Roanne. We want no travel on I-45 between where 45 does that creepy little split off to the northeast near Richland all the way up to Rice. And we don't want anyone on 31 between Kearns and Blooming Grove, and no one on 287 between Eureka and Rice. And how about we just not drive into the tornado? Let's just stick with that. So, possible tornado. This is going to be about 2 miles southeast of Corbett, about 4 miles southwest of Oak Valley, or about 5 miles southwest of Retreat, or about 5 miles southwest of Angus, or about 7 miles southwest of Corsicana, moving northeast at, they think 40 miles an hour, so it might be a wee bit slower. In which case, it'll be in Corsicana at about 4:30 p.m. Roanne, about 4:40 p.m. Gun Barrel City, about 5:02 p.m. Alright, National Weather Service has indicated a confirmed tornado east of Honey Grove. So they're going confirmed with this. So a confirmed tornado is now located near Roxton, or about 14 miles west of Paris, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So again, we have a tornado that is down, unfortunately, in a very sparsely radar data area. moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So folks in Toco, Sumner, Powderly, Arthur City, west and north sides of Paris, this is a confirmed tornado moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Again, this is a tornado that is confirmed by spotters. Time now is 4:20. And we really need folks to be in shelter. This is a very strong indication of a tornado, especially for 15,000 feet. Truthfully, this could be a large tornado moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Our second tornado warning is going to be for a storm, honestly, near the city of Kaufman right now. Let's see if our folks have anything. Doesn't look like it. Not really doing too much right now. It's in the organization phase, but we're going to keep an eye on it. Third tornado warning. Looking very organized now, getting closer to Oak Valley. That could put a tornado down at any time. And again, this is pretty strong gate-to-gate shear. Just southeast of Corbett, just southwest of Retreat, just southeast of Oak Valley. Winds moving towards the radar in Fort Worth about 50. Winds moving away about 30. So we've got 70 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. Definitely the possibility of a tornado with this thunderstorm. We don't see any debris signature right now. That is good. All right, let's check on some of these other storms. Not seeing any other indications of tornadoes right now. Let's check on these Central Texas storms. Yeah, we're going to need to watch this storm southeast of Rosebud. I know it looks like a baby. It's called a mini supercell. It's small, tiny, but they can produce tornadoes, and they're in an environment supportive of that. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. We've got other storms trying to develop, but so far are behaving. Let's check on the storms in the Metroplex. Again, winds 60 plus miles an hour possible with these storms from essentially at this point Gunter, Salina, Prosper, Frisco, down Plano, down Dallas North Tollway, just northeast of the DFW Airport coming into Irving. And all the way down towards Mansfield. Again, some damaging winds possible. Maybe some small hail. Not tornadic at this time. Alright, couple notes. Those of you near Oak Valley, we really need you to be in shelter. This is moving northeast towards the city of Corsicana. Tornado threat is increasing, and we could have a tornado drop at any time with this. Storm near Kaufman is still trying to organize. Pop up back towards this storm. And this storm has what could be a large tornado in progress now. We're looking at about 15,000 feet, but spotters have reported a tornado. This tornado is probably just west of Toco, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is going to be passing probably west and north of the city of Paris, but a direct threat to Sumner, Powderly, Arthur City. We don't have great radar coverage here, so I can't get too specific. But again, Powderly and Arthur City, both on 271. Arthur City right here. Powderly about here. And then Sumner is over here, I assume unincorporated, whatever. Again, unconfirmed reports a bit earlier of a tornado down. Velocity signature, the best we can get at 15,000 feet. indicates that there could very well be a tornado. Storm near Oak Valley, moving northeast. Will be crossing over Interstate 45 shortly between Angus and Corsicana. Moving northeast quickly at about, they've got it 40 miles an hour. Could be closer to 50. Potential for a rain-wrapped tornado there. We're going to have to watch the little storm just southwest of it, too. Not what I wanted. I've upset the radar. Looking at radar, we've got that little mini supercell just southeast of Rosebud. That's pretty impressive reflectivity structure. Okay, just got a unconfirmed report of a tornado now near Highway 82 and Farm to Market 38 near Brookston. That's going to be with this cell up near Paris, so something's going on. Given the environment, given the overall velocity signature, given the fact we don't have great radar data, but still have an impressive velocity signature, I'm going to say there's probably a decent chance we do have a tornado. So again, let me find FM 38 on here. I know Brookston's right around here. Anyway, continue to get unconfirmed reports of a tornado. Weather Service believes they're valid reports. So again, a confirmed tornado now near Brookston, crossing Highway 82. This is moving northeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. Those of you in Sumner, Powderly, Archer City, down reports now of a tornado that is down. Has crossed 82. So you need to take this seriously. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want folks trying to go look at this thing. Again, unfortunately, our radar beam, the closest radar beam out here, is going to be, well, here I'll show you. We're looking 14,500 feet. Closest radar is 120 nautical miles away. We really need a radar up there. But alas, what we want and what we need are... meh. Alright, this cell near Kaufman really isn't doing much right now. That storm merger was destructive for that mesocyclone organization. So for now, it looks like they're going to replace that with a severe thunderstorm warning, which they just issued. So that'll leave us with 2 tornado warnings. The one approaching the city of Corsicana, which remains quite strong. And the one with a confirmed tornado that just crossed 82 near Brookston. In fact, we have a gate-to-gate couplet now crossing Interstate 45. Which means it's time to try our super-duper fancy use a traffic camera and see if we can see the thing. And if we can, we'll turn the traffic camera on the live stream. If we can't see anything, all the traffic cameras down there are down. That's just sad. Alright, well, we tried. So, if we have a tornado, it is probably right on Interstate 45 on the south side of Corsicana. We don't have a tornado debris signature. We don't have any visual reports of a tornado right now. But, impressive couplet. We have any live stream? Or driving somewhere. It's raining. Storm southwest of Oak Valley, we note, is trying to spin up a bit too, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. So one potential tornado crossing Interstate 45 just south of 565, south side of Corsicana. That'll be moving towards Powell. 2, confirmed tornado now north of 82, north of Toco, moving very near Sumner, moving towards Powderly and Arthur City. And 3, apparently, we've got more problems down here. Yeah, we got a couplet right here, northwest of Groesbeck. So, I'll probably put a warning on that towards Mahia. And again, this is going to be supercell north and west of Mahia. Excuse me. Northwest of Groesbeck, moving northeast towards Mahia at about 40 miles an hour. We have a report of a tornado down at Farm to Market 2820 near Lake Gibbons in Lamar County. So again, we do have a tornado down north of Toco, northwest of Paris near Sumner, moving towards Powderly and Archer City. We have we don't have good radar data up there. So that's purely a spotter report. Alright, we're going to have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for the storm north and west of Groesbeck. There's going to be a tornado warning until 5 o'clock. This does include Mahia. First, let's go with the counties. Western Freestone, Northern Limestone, Southern Navarro. 4:31 p.m., possible tornado located over Fort Parker State Park, northwest of Groesbeck, moving northeast at 50. Okay, so this is, excuse me, going to be a tornado warning for those areas. Mahia, Coolidge, Tanaka, I'm not even going to try and say it. Wortham, Curvin. Eventually, this could impact Richland over to Streetman on Interstate 45. So we have a potential tornado now just northwest of Groesbeck, moving towards Mahia. Second possible tornado, very strong indications of such now on the southeast sides of Corsicana, coming up on Highway 31 and Interstate 45. Moving northeast towards Powell. Eventually, this could be a threat to areas west of Gun Barrel City. We notice third circulation south of Oak Valley. That doesn't look too impressive right now. Alright, back to Kaufman County. Severe storm, no longer tornadic, at least for now. East of Terrell, this will be moving up towards West Tawakoni. East Tawakoni, the lake up there, Point. We'll keep an eye on that. We have a tornado that has been confirmed now by multiple spotters. This is going to be north of Toco, very near the community of Sumner. Moving northeast towards Powderly and Archer City. Archer City. And Powderly. I know, my drawing skills are that, well, let's just say they're not very good. We have a confirmed tornado down over here. Moving up there. We've got, spotters are reporting problems. Let's say it this way. This could be a large tornado. Unfortunately, it's in the middle of a radar hole. I think you can tell by my frustration, I'm not happy about that. But again, I can only tell you what spotters are reporting, and at this point, we're hearing reports this could be a rather sizable tornado. So again, that only increases the urgent call to message here for Sumner, Powderly, Archer City. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You cannot be in a mobile home or a travel trailer. If you are in Archer City or Powderly and in a mobile home, travel trailer, or vehicle, abandon it and get to a site-built structure now. This is going to be there within the next 5 to 10 minutes. This thing's moving at 50 miles an hour, and it does not have to stop at stop signs. It does not have to stop at traffic signals, all right? You're better off being in a ditch. Again, in terms of any tornado debris signature, nah, I can't tell you. Alright, let's get back south. So again, Arthur City, Powderly, north of Paris, Sumner. Urgent call to action. You need to be in a safe place now. Alright, let's go back to our... Well, first off, let's go back to this. This is starting to intensify again. East of Terrell now. Hail indications are coming back up. We're going to have to see if the circulation starts to come back. But again, this storm is definitely looking more supercellular and problematic as it heads towards Tawakoni, Point, Lone Oak, probably passing east of Quinlan. All right, let's go take a look at this, make sure we have no mischief. Damaging winds possible in Irving, up to Farmers Branch, Allen, McKinney. These storms could be throwing out winds over 60 miles per hour. Same thing goes down to Joe Pool Lake, moving into Cedar Hill. All right. Tornado warning. Circulation now on Highway 31, about 3 miles, if that, east of Corsicana. Moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. This is going to be moving over relatively rural areas, but moving towards Roan, Toole, and then eventually perhaps Gun Barrel City, Maybank, and Kemp over the next 30 minutes. So this thing's booking it. Okay. Second circulation. Probably not tornadic, but just southeast of Oak Valley. We'll keep an eye on it. All right. Another circulation. Possible tornado halfway between Mahia and Groesbeck, about 2 miles west of Highway 14, moving towards Mahia. At about 40 to 50 miles an hour, this is going to be a threat to Mahia. And then Wortham, Curvin, eventually maybe Streetman on Interstate 45. All right. Now let's keep on going down the train. Switch to the reflectivity mode. This is a storm that is not tornado warned. So far it's behaving. That's good. Let's go back up. Again, this is going to be a thunderstorm with a history of producing tornadoes and the possibility of a tornado down now. Approaching Powderly and Arthur City in the next 5 minutes. Those of you in Arthur City, right here. Yeah, I know my drawing's great. Powderly, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We have multiple reports from spotters of a tornado down. I don't know if that's a tornado debris signature or not. If it's a tornado debris signature, we got problems because it's at 15,000 feet. You know what kind of a tornado lofts debris to 15,000 feet? Not the weak kind. So again, we're just going to have to wait and see. But again, a confirmed tornado near Pat Mays Lake, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. We've had multiple reports of a tornado down now, all the way from Highway 82 to Pat Mays Lake, moving towards Powderly and Arthur City. This is a life-threatening situation. If you are in Powderly and Arthur City, you need to seek your immediate tornado precautions. We'll check back, see if our chasers have anything on their live stream. Well, they have clouds, they have power lines, they have a road shoulder, and they have trees. Well, at least they're not lofted. Okay, that's that. This storm near Terrell's cranking back up again. Yeah, this thing's cranking back up. Problem. So again, this storm, not really strong rotation right now in the low levels, but definitely cranking in the updraft section. Very impressive structure again. We're going to have to keep a close eye on this as it moves towards the Tawakonis, the Point, Lone Oak, Emory, and eventually perhaps Sulphur Springs to Mount Vernon. And again, that's a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but we're going to watch it. All right, let's keep going southwest. We have a tornado warning in effect until 5 o'clock for portions of central Navarro County. This is going to be a possible tornado now located about 3 miles northwest of Powell, probably looking at 5 to 6 miles northeast of Corsicana, just southeast of Roan, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. It's going to be just west of Gun Barrel City, crossing 274 in about 20 minutes. That's at 5 p.m. Crossing 175 between Kemp and Maybank at 5:09 p.m. And again, pretty good indications that there is rotation with that. So we could have a tornado drop at any time. Farther south, some rotation, not as strong. Southwest of Mejia, about to pass into Mejia. That could tighten up at any point and produce a tornado. Happy birthday. Go ahead. No, I don't care. You're fine. She is. Going out to your parents?
Yeah.
Have fun. Tell them I'll be at bingo tomorrow night.
You will be?
Yeah. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's I, the Baldy-in-Chief, who needs more caffeine. Let's take a look at this real quick. That's an interesting little signature, but I lost. Heavy rain, gusty winds moving through western Dallas County. The storm's moving east at 50 miles an hour. Nothing in the spinny department, thankfully, and we're thankful for that. This storm now coming up on Powderly, Arthur City in the next 2 minutes. Multiple reports of a tornado. You need to be in a safe place. We've been telling you for 10 minutes now. If we got you at the last second, you get your butts into shelter. And again, if that's a tornado debris signature, and I'm not saying it is because I'm not confident enough, that is big problems in terms of tornado intensity. And, I mean, look, the velocity at 15,000 feet is quite strong. So, I mean, it's entirely possible we do have a large tornado down approaching Powderly and Arthur City. I hope not. But again, there's nothing else we can do at this point. It's pretty much there. It'll be moving northeast into Oklahoma in the next 10 minutes. Alright, let's keep on going southwest. Line of storms, now east of McKinney, Melissa, Anna up 75 to Sherman. Damaging winds up to 60 miles an hour possible. We've got this storm. This thing's wrapping up. I'll tell you this now. Concern level for this is increasing again. Southwest to west Tawakoni now. This supercell is clearly gone through its angry storm merger phase and has re-entered the, hi, I'm an angry supercell phase. And it clearly looks like an angry supercell now. Low-level rotation is still modest, but that hook echo indicates we're going to watch it. Wouldn't be shocked if this goes tornado warned again over the next 30 minutes. It'll be crossing over 69 around Lone Oak to Point and around 5 o'clock. Sulphur Springs, this is going to be up near you. East of Cumbie, west of Mount Vernon near Sulphur Springs around 5:25 p.m. So again, that could be a problem. That, nothing good looks about that. So we'll see what that does. That's a full-blown supercell. These are mini supercells down here. Strong rotation continues now about 3.5 miles northwest of Powell, moving northeast towards Toole and Gun Barrel City, Maybank, over the next 20 to 30 minutes. We'll see if they extend the tornado warning. And they just did issue a tornado warning for that. Alright, this is going to be a new tornado warning. This is going to be for portions of Hunt, Kaufman, Van Zant, Hopkins, Rains counties. Possible tornado located near Lake Tawakoni State Park, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. This thing's booking it. So this is going to be a tornado warning. Let's talk about who's in and who is out. We're going to turn off the radar data. Let me turn off that severe warning. This is going to be a tornado warning again. Runs to Cumbie, does not include Sulphur Springs. Lone Oak is included. Point's included. Emory's included. West Tawakoni's included. Technically, Quinlan's included. McCoy is included. And Cache is... I don't think Cache is... Cache is technically just northwest of this. So, again, that's going to be a tornado warning. We'll turn the radar back on. Storm moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. Alright, we're going to go back to this storm. It's almost out of Texas. But I'll tell you this. That might be a tornado debris signature near Powderly and Arthur City. If it lines up with the velocity, but we're looking at 15,000 feet. If that is a tornado debris signature at 15,000 feet, that is likely a strong to violent tornado moving into southern Oklahoma. Very near Powderly and Arthur City right now. Unfortunately, again, we're looking at 15,000 feet, so I can't tell you what's going on in the low levels. Besides the fact there's very strong rotation, we've had multiple reports of a tornado. If that's a tornado debris signature at 15,000 feet, that is not good. But again, that's going to be Oklahoma's problem here shortly. And now we're going to have to deal with this. So again, this is going to be a possible tornado very near West Tawakoni, moving towards East Tawakoni, and Lake Tawakoni State Park. That was an accent. Moving northeast at 60, the potential for hail increasing. The threat for this moving over Highway 69 between Lone Oak and Point, both in a tornado warning at about 5 p.m. See if we've got any sort of visual on this. Okay. And this is, again, going to be moving northeast. This could be a threat to Sulphur Springs by 5:30. Back further southwest, multiple circulations in Navarro County now. We have one 4 to 5 miles north of Powell, moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. A second circulation has intensified now, probably 2 to 3 miles southeast of Corsicana. Same speed. This is going to be essentially following the track of the first circulation, like a train on the train tracks. Both moving northeast at 40. Both could produce brief tornadoes. We have another tornadic thunderstorm near Mahia, capable of producing a tornado. Right over town right now, actually. No debris signature, that's good. But, again, if something's there, we're going to know about it because, well, it's right over in Mahia. And then a severe thunderstorm just north of Bremen, moving towards Koss, Thornton. That could spin up into a tornado warning at any point. All right, really quick, I'm going to take an opportunity and take a little visit to the little men's room. So, give me 3 minutes. We'll be back with continuing severe weather coverage. All right, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer, 4:51 p.m., continuing coverage of our severe weather outbreak this afternoon. If we had a tornado down over portions of Powderly or Arthur City, that is moving into Oklahoma over the next 5 minutes. Additional storms possible this evening there, but we're going to have a break for now. I don't trust that. Okay. Oh, good. The radar's having just a happy day here. Okie dokie. We have a tornado warning again. This is going to be near Tawakoni State Park, moving northeast at 60. This will be crossing over 276 in the next 5 minutes. Potential for hail. And then a possible tornado on the southwestern flank here. Moving to the northeast at 60. This will be crossing Highway 69 over the next 10 minutes by 5:05. Sulphur Springs, this could be an issue for you by 5:30. And again, don't take these times to the bank, you know. Storms change speed. Alright, couple circulations. Honestly, these don't look as impressive as they did a few minutes ago. I mean, they're circulations, but they're on the weak side. One, probably about 7 miles southwest of Toole, moving to the northeast at 40-ish miles an hour. A second weaker circulation just northwest of Powell. Circulation now northeast of Mahia by several miles. I know we had a public report of some rotation, but not a tornado, so that is good. Just had a report of quarter-size hail between Quinlan and West Tawakoni. That is what we expected in terms of that. And we've got a line of strong to severe storms from near Sherman to Westminster, Princeton, southwest of Plano. Stronger segment in Dallas County from near Richardson and Farmers Branch down to just west of downtown Dallas to Duncanville, DeSoto. Could have some pockets of stronger winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour. Maybe some pocket change size hail. I'll be honest, most of these don't look all that intense. And with the cool front coming on in right on their heels, the threat for severe weather is about to end for the DFW Metroplex. Not so for our friends in Northeast Texas and East Texas, where the risk is only now beginning to increase. Oh, and for funs and giggles, let's pop up here. Here, let me press a button. You know why I'm pressing a button? It's the super button. It's snowing in the Texas Panhandle. What is this? It's snowing, man. Come on now. I'd rather be in the snow than this, but, yeah, you know, I don't get a choice in life sometimes. So, okay, back to the not snow fun, but, yeah, a little bit of snow in the Panhandle shouldn't really be all that much to write home about, but, hey, you know what? Snow is snow, and I like snow. Unless it's February, and then it's too traumatic, and we don't want snow. Let's see. Alright. I'm just looking at a few things. Well, at least the traffic cams on I-45 are back. Okay, so the Weather Service in Shreveport just confirmed that was likely a debris signature up to 15,000 feet around Sumner to Powderly to Arthur City. But again, the radar data is not great out there, so I can't tell you exactly where it went or what it hit. We're going to have to wait for damage reports, but in all likelihood, a very significant tornado passed from near just east of Honey Grove to near Toco, and then moved north-northeast, very near Powderly and Arthur City. But that is now in Oklahoma. So let's go over what we're dealing with in the tornado department. This is going to be a possible tornado. Hold on, let me see if I can't clean that up. There we go. A possible tornado near West Tawakoni. Moving northeast. Radar thinks it's moving at 41 miles an hour. The Weather Service thinks it's moving at 45, so close enough. Okay. Alright, this is unconfirmed reports of structure damage near Sumner, up northwest of Paris. So, I mean, I hope folks got the warning and took it seriously. I know we didn't have any visual evidence we could show you. That was great, but... Alright, this might be wrapping up here. There's the latest scan. You can kind of see that hook echo trying to wrap up. Near East Tawakoni. Stand by. Let me get the telestrator going. Rear flank downdraft coming on around. This is your inflow. Very strong rotation. So we might have a tornado now developing. My confidence in such is increasing. About 7 miles west of the city of Emory. On the east side of the lake there at Tawakoni. Might be a water spout right now, honestly. About 4.5 miles southwest of Point. This is generally moving towards Point. So if you're in Point, you need to be in a safe place. If you're at Lake Tawakoni State Park, or the state park around there, you need to be in a safe place. As this thing appears to be trying to do Ramsey is trying to ramp up. Alright. Reported some hail at Dallas Love Field. Like I said, not a great night to be flying in the Dallas Tracon. Let's see if our guys are just east of Flats. In that vicinity of here, so we might have a view. Let's see. Okay, their stream is lagging a bit, but you know what? Let's go ahead and just switch on full screen. Looking live from Stephen Jones, Ben McCone, Trey Greenwood of laggy data, but they are just east of Lake Tawakoni, just east of Flats, and if there's something down, they're probably about to have a very good look at it. And we're going to keep their cam up in a 2-box setup. We're going to wait and see, but this thing definitely has spun itself up into something as we switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. Alright, we've got storms in Dallas County, by the way. Heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds. Small hail, not tornadic. And the severe weather threat in the Metroplex is going to be ending here shortly. We've got... I don't think they're going to extend the tornado warning for this right now. So this we're going to let go for now. We're going to watch this circulation. This is east of Wortham by about 3 miles, moving northeast towards Streetman on Interstate 45. We'd advise no travel between Richmond and Fairfield. This is moving northeast at probably 35 miles an hour. And this storm near Koss. I know I'm saying it wrong. I'm sorry. You can yell at me later. I actually do have a pronunciation guide available, but I'm not going to pull it up right now. This storm near Koss is definitely increasing in rotation and organization. Don't be surprised if there's a tornado warning for portions of Falls and Limestone counties with this thunderstorm as it moves to the northeast. But again, that's a severe thunderstorm warning. Water time. But so far, it sounds like we've had a damaging tornado in portions of Lamar County, essentially east of Honey Grove to near Sumner to near Powderly and Arthur City, now extending into southeast Oklahoma. We've got multiple reports now of a funnel cloud halfway to the ground. We have a report now of a tornado on the ground, so we have tornado down. With this thunderstorm, we're going to get a view, hopefully any second, but we've got a report of a tornado down now with this thunderstorm near East Tawakoni. Let's switch back to their full screen live. They're there. Let's see if they've got it. Oh, they might be just a little too far away, but we've got reports just now of a tornado down. So again, this is a call to action for those of you in Point, those of you in East Tawakoni, those of you northwest of Emory, and those of you southeast of Lone Oak. We have a couple reports of a tornado that is down now. And they're coming up to Point right now on Highway 69, so y'all need to be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. I'm leaving this on full screen right now, in case we get a view. They are on, it looks like, they're pulling into Emory right now. So they're coming up 19, pulling into Emory, and then they're going to have to keep going north. So they're a bit far away. We'll switch back to our 2-box and keep an eye out. But again, now have reports that we have a tornado in progress near Point and Highway 69. And that makes sense. The velocity signature is impressive. The reflectivity signature is impressive. And the storm itself has a pretty good look to it. Moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. This could be a threat to the city of Sulphur Springs by 5:30 p.m. as the storm moves northeast at 40 to 45 miles an hour. I have reports of a tornado about 3 to 4 minutes ago, and reports and radar data seems to confirm that. So we'll see if our chasers end up getting a view with their camera, and if they do, we'll go full screen of that faster than a IRS auditor trying to come visit a rich guy. Alright. Also note, let's pop back southwest. This circulation seems to be ticking up very near Interstate 45, coming up towards Streetman. Pretty good gate-to-gate velocity signature. We've got winds moving towards the radar in Fort Worth at 50. Winds moving away about 40, so that is a 90-mile-per-hour couplet in Streetman. So, our folks, bottom right screen, they are in Emory. We have reports of a tornado near Point, which is about 6 miles to their northwest. I'm going to go back to their screen real quick just to make sure. I don't see anything. They're stuck at a traffic light. Thanks, Emory. We'll be watching that. They're on the storm near Point, northwest of Emory. We're looking radar right now at a storm that is in Streetman, southeast of Richland, northwest of Fairfield. Very strong circulation. No debris signature, but impressive circulation. I'm going to actually look and see if I can't pull up some traffic cams. We'll see. So again, possible tornado near Point, northwest of Emory, moving northeast towards Sulphur Springs after it passes northeast of Highway 69. Sulphur Springs, you could be under the gun by 5:30, 25 minutes from now. So start getting ready. Don't be shocked if... well, you're going to be under a tornado warning in a few minutes, let me tell you that. We still have a strong indication of a circulation over Streetman, Interstate 45. That is southeast of Richland, north of Fairfield. That storm's moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. And I'm just checking on reports. I don't know, I'm going to assume that tornado near Point was probably brief, but based on some photos I've seen, it was a tornado, so... Another one down on the ledger. That storm's moving towards Sulphur Springs. We only have 2 tornado warnings right now, or 2 tornadic storms. First off, we do have a tornado warning now. This is going to be for Sulphur Springs. This is for a storm that has produced a tornado in the last 10 minutes. This is going to be a tornado warning for Cumbie, Brashear, Ridgeway, Sulphur Springs. This will include Interstate 30. We want no travel on Interstate 30 between Cumbie and, let's just say Mount Vernon for simplicity's sake. Ooh, good view. Let's go. Ooh, that's a very low wall cloud. If you saw it there just a second ago, that was a wall cloud. Very low to the ground. That is the storm northwest of Emory moving towards Sulphur Springs. This storm is going to be impacting Sulphur Springs in the next 20 minutes. If you want to watch this, their Chaser stream full-time with their audio, they're streaming live. Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. And again, we're streaming live coverage on the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, the Texas Storm Chasers website, the Texas Storm Chasers Facebook, the Texas Storm Chasers Facebook group, the Texas Storm Chasers Twitch, the Texas Storm Chasers Twitter. We go where you go. So, you know what? We're just trying to reach most folks possible. And again, they are located on Highway 19, now north of Emory, moving towards Sulphur Springs. And we'll see how their data goes, but they're going to have a very good look at this as it continues to move northeast. We know velocity remains impressive and strong. The threat for significant tornadic activity continues and is increasing. Those of you in Sulphur Springs, urgent call to action. Y'all need to get ready. Going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you know anyone who lives in Sulphur Springs, give them a call, shoot them a text, make sure they're watching the weather because we got problems and they're coming, and that problem's coming towards Sulphur Springs. All right, let me make sure we're not missing anything else. We kind of are, so let's go back to the Streetman circulation. This thing's ramping up northeast of Interstate 45 now, northeast of Streetman. This could be a problem down the road for the city of Athens. And I'm watching their camera. Trust me, I'm watching. Benefit of having 10 monitors around, you could maintain situational awareness usually. Let's just, let's go back. Full screen. Oh, come on, data. We were just about to have a view. Obviously, there's trees out there, and we're about, an hour 30 from sunset. So again, these are Ben McCone, Stephen Jones, Trey Greenwood. They are north of Emory on Highway 19, moving towards Sulphur Springs. They're looking west. And we're about to get a view. There's the storm. That's your inflow tail, beaver tail. Very left of the screen, that would be your wall cloud, very low to the ground. But since it's so low, we can't see under it right now. That'll change as they get closer to the storm, or the storm gets closer to them. Take your pick. But again, possible tornado now about 2 to 3 miles northeast of Streetman. This is going to be moving towards Highway 287. It's going to pass between Cayuga, and Eureka. Eventually, this could be an issue for Crossroads. This could be an issue for Athens. Live stream looking northwest of Emory at a tornadic supercell approaching Sulphur Springs in the next 15 minutes. Data's sparse out there, obviously. Trying to push data's like trying to push a golf ball through a garden hose at times. Hey, also of note, real quick, let's go back to this. Starting to see a circulation pickup near Gun Barrel City. If that continues, they're going to have to issue a new tornado warning.
We are going to probably have a tornado on stream here shortly. We're probably a mile away, if not closer, to the east of a rapidly rotating wall cloud. Coming up on it now.
All right, this is live video a couple miles north of Emory on Highway, let me make sure I get this right, Highway 19. This is the storm moving towards Sulphur Springs. This put a tornado down 10 minutes ago, and this thing is trying its darndest to put another one down. This is an urgent call for those of you in Sulphur Springs. You need to take it seriously. All right, this thing is trying its darndest to put a tornado down. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, we don't want folks going outside looking for this. That's what we're for. We've been doing this longer than some of y'all have been alive, trust me. Let us handle it. Watch it on our stream while you're in safety, all right? We don't need folks getting hurt or getting killed trying to look for this. So those of you in Sulphur Springs, you have less than 15 minutes. This tornado is now 10 miles southwest of Sulphur Springs, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This thing's flying. All right? Back to radar. Here's stream. It's a big old blob. It's probably going to be rain wrapped soon. And I'll tell you what, earlier that Lamar County, I'm seeing video now, that was a violent tornado. And folks, this storm is in the exact same environment. That couplet, that rotation's getting stronger. This thing could put a significant tornado down before it gets to Sulphur Springs. So folks in Sulphur Springs, urgent call to action, get your behind in the shelter. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right? Put on hard sole shoes. Put on a helmet. Protect yourselves. No trailers. No mobile homes. No. Nothing like that. All right? Get to a gas station, hotel, restaurant. Take shelter there in a site-built structure. We'll go back to the two-box layout. And yeah, they're having data issues. That's why the screen went black. But we're getting multiple reports. Something's going on. So again, Sulphur Springs, get in shelter. All right, let's go back southwest. This storm near Gun Barrel City is trying to spin up. Y'all in Gun Barrel City, keep an eye out. Maybank, same thing. This could eventually move near Canton. There's a tornado warning just issued. Gun Barrel City, Toole, Maybank, Eustis, all the way up to Canton. It's going to be a new tornado warning until 6 p.m. Possible tornado located over Gun Barrel City, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is going to be riding up Highway 198 towards Canton. Y'all have dealt with that sort of mischievous behavior before, so you know what? We've been there. We've done that over the years. Y'all in Canton should know exactly what to do. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right? That's a bounded weak echo region where the winds of the mesocyclone are rotating around strong enough to create a donut hole look in reflectivity. Switch over to velocity. It's kind of meh on here. I'm looking at it on a different source. Strong rotation continues. So this could put a tornado down at any point. No travel on Highway 287 between Eureka on the east, or excuse me, on the west, and Cuyahoga, or Kaigi, whatever, on the east. Those of you in Crossroads to Athens, this storm is going to be your problem in the next 30 to 45 minutes. We've got a tornado down at Highway 19 and FM 1567. I believe that's going to be with the Hopkins County storm. So again, Sulphur Springs, you have a tornado down, heading your way. Gate-to-gate velocity. Urgent call to action, get your behind in the shelter. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is going to be a confirmed tornado now. Moving towards Sulphur Springs, now 8 miles southwest of town. Moving northeast. Those of you in Sulphur Springs, you need to be in shelter. Those of you, we want absolutely no one on Interstate 30 between Cumbie and Mount Pleasant. If you know anyone traveling, call them, tell them to get the heck off the interstate if they're anywhere between Cumbie, Sulphur Springs, and Mount Pleasant. It's going to be a tornado down right now, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour towards Sulphur Springs. So again, this is a tornado moving like that. This is an urgent call to action for Sulphur Springs. If you know anyone there, give them a call. Tell them we got a tornado down 8 miles southwest of town, moving towards town. Same thing goes for Brashear. All right, we got to keep going. We got to look at all these. Give equal time. We've got a circulation over Gun Barrel City, nowhere near as impressive. Moving towards Maybank, moving northeast quickly towards Canton. Okay? We've got a circulation now northeast of Streetman, pretty impressive looking. About 7 miles northeast of Streetman, that's going to be crossing Highway 287 between Eureka and Cuyahoga. Moving northeast, this could be a direct threat to the city of Athens, Malakoff, Crossroads in the next 30 minutes. All right. And that rotation approaching Highway 287 east of Eureka is intensifying. All right. We have a potentially large, extremely dangerous tornado now. Less than 10 minutes out from the city of Sulphur Springs. Potential debris ball. Very strong rotation. This is going to be an extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation. Again, a potentially large and extremely dangerous tornado now, less than 10 minutes away from the city of Sulphur Springs. This is a particularly dangerous, life-threatening situation. At 5:19 p.m., a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located south of Cumbie, approximately 2 miles south-southeast of Brashear, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Let's go to the full screen from our chasers on Highway 19. They're about to have a view of the tornado. This is a particularly dangerous situation. The potential for a large, destructive tornado. Less than 9 minutes away from the city of Sulphur Springs. They've got it. There it is. Left side of the road, you can see the violent motion. We're about to get a view of it. Again, we've got to deal with trees. We've got to deal with data nonsense. Again, here, we're going to get a view here in a second. Again, this is Stephen Jones, Trey Greenwood, Ben McCone, going up Highway 19, approaching what is likely a large tornado. We've got reports of damage now from this tornado. Yeah, we've got a tornado. All right, folks. So again, those of you near Sulphur Springs, this is going to be a urgent call to action. You need to be in shelter now. You're watching it. Tornado video right now from our chasers with a tornado approaching the city of Sulphur Springs. There it is, right there. So again, the tornado is going to morph through shapes. We've got a tornado. You just saw it. So again, we've got a tornado down, doing damage. Might have just moved over Interstate 30. It might have occluded. If it occluded, it... Okay, there we go. I'm going to shut up. So again, that's going to be view. Tornado near Cumbie, near Brashear, near Sulphur Springs. You're looking at live video right now. I'm going to go back real quick to the two-box layout. We'll keep it on. Tornado, bottom right, west of Sulphur Springs. Very near Interstate 30, perhaps. This may have occluded and turned a bit left. Again, this is going to be very near Brashear. We'll switch back to the how hard at draining mode. Those of you in Sulphur Springs need to be in immediate shelter now. Here's video. Tornado right now. This is live. Just west of Sulphur Springs. It doesn't take a large tornado in terms of width to do damage. So again, you're watching a tornado near Brashear. This is going to be just southwest of Sulphur Springs. And again, the tornado may be undergoing an occlusion, but it's still down. You can see the motion. I'm going to adjust the contrast a little. This is on my end personally. You'd see pretty impressive motion. This is a tornado about to cross Interstate 30 near Sulphur Springs. Okay. We're going to go back to the two box. We're going to keep watching that. We need to also cover these other tornado warnings. Bottom right box, Sulphur Springs. This is going to be a possible tornado about 2 miles northeast of Maybank on Highway 198. This is going to be moving north-northeast towards the city of Canton. May pass just west of Canton near Myrtle Springs. Strong indications of a probable tornado now over Highway 287. This one has the potential to be problematic as it moves northeast towards Malakoff, Crossroads, and eventually the city of Athens. Okay? Farther southwest, we have a tornado warning that now includes Groesbeck, Teague, Mahia, and Fairfield Curven. This is with a thunderstorm moving northeast at 40 miles an hour and a expiration time of 6 p.m. You can see we're starting to see storms fire back further west on the cool front. Those are going to be severe, much lower tornado risk. Check this storm out in Rockwall County. A little bit of rotation north of Forney, nothing we're going to worry about right now. Looks like they just came up on damage. It's going to be damage from a tornado just southwest of Sulphur Springs. You can see we've got large trees uprooted and snapped. What they're likely going to do now You can see the sheriff is already on location. That's good. They're doing now likely is they're going to make sure everyone's okay. And there's already plenty of people there to ensure that. Ben McCone's a first responder. He actually worked for a fire department and medical company for many years. So he has the training if need be. But they're going to likely continue their chase. This storm, by the way, that tornado may have occluded. Don't bet on it being done. This storm may be a cyclic supercell, in which case we're going to have a new tornado develop soon. Speaking of which, here's the latest velocity. New circulation now just northwest of Sulphur Springs. Going to be close. What we might have happening here is, even though we're a little far from the radar, I think this is the occluding tornado. This might have been the first tornado. This might be the second new circulation developing, which would make sense based on the radar reflectivity. So this is going to pass near or just northwest of the city of Sulphur Springs, where our folks are, and then continue moving north and northeast. So after this, those of you in Sulphur Bluff, Tira, Charleston, Cunningham, Bogota, DePort, Pattonville, southeast of Paris, this is going to be your problem. And we've already seen this storm produce tornadoes. Tornado is still down at Highway 154 and FM 1567. So again, we just tweeted out a photo on our Twitter feed of said tornado. You watched it live here on the Texas Storm Chasers, and, well, I said that's what we were going to be doing. We're here to provide life-saving information. What are they looking at? Let's go back full screen to their view. Okay, gentlemen, I know camera work is hard, but let's try not to swing the camera around like a beer bottle at a rodeo. So I believe, in fact, I'll tell you where they are right now. The benefit of having all their locations on a fancy GPS app. It's only partly stalkerish. Okay, they're on Highway 19. They are still southwest of Sulphur Springs, moving northeast towards Interstate 30. So they've got to catch up to the storm a bit. But, alright, let's go back to the 2-box. So again, this is going to be a storm that has a tornado down. You just watched it 10 minutes ago, less than that. This is going to be moving up towards Tira, Sulphur Bluff, Charleston, Cunningham. Eventually could be impacting Highway 271 from DePort to Bogota to Johntown to Talco. And eventually from there, it could impact Clarksville on Highway 82. This thing is moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour, which would place it in Clarksville in 1 hour. Alright. We need to keep looking at this. We've got a report okay, Eureka. Now, let me tell you something. Okay, what is this? Okay, that's nothing. We're going to keep an eye on that. Sorry, I'm stimulated. Okay, the circulation now about halfway between Canton and Maybank on 198. We've tracked multiple tornadoes in the past along this highway, so y'all in that area should be quite familiar with what to do. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Don't go outside and look for the bloody thing. Alright, this is going to be a possible tornado. Now, northeast of Highway 287, this is going to be moving towards Trinidad, Malakoff, Star Harbor, Log Cabin, Athens, Eustis, Murchison, Brownsboro. This is going to be a tornado warning until 6:15. Possible tornado located near Trinidad Lake, 17 miles southwest of Athens, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. We have reports of structures destroyed and residents trapped. I'm going to assume near just southwest of Sulphur Springs. So again, this storm looks dangerous. This storm looks like the storm that just produced the tornadoes up near Sulphur Springs. This one needs to be taken seriously. So if you're in Trinidad, Malakoff, Star Harbor, Log Cabin, Athens, Eustis, Murchison, safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. We're clearly ramping up now. You know, we've had tornado warnings most of the afternoon. We may not have had tornadoes for a while. We had a bad tornado in Lamar County, west and north of Paris. I'll tell you that now. We've had bad reports from that. Obviously, we have now reached the tipping point where these things are starting to drop tornadoes like flies. So, we're going to take them seriously. Alright? We're going to track the most dangerous storms. I know we have more storms back west. These are mostly not severe. Strongest are going to produce damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, maybe some pocket change size hail. Can't rule out a brief tornado. And if we have a tornado warning, we will jump to them. But we're going to focus on the most life-threatening storms. So again, storm north of Sulphur Springs, tornado likely approaching Highway 154, probably 4 to 5 miles north of Sulphur Springs, moving northeast quickly towards Bogota, DePort, Clarksville. We have a second circulation approaching the city of Canton to Myrtle Springs. This is moving northeast at, I'm going to say 50 miles an hour. Am I right? Close enough. This is going to be in the city of Canton in the next 5 minutes. Alright, some of our folks did stop north of Emory and help folks get out of a shelter. We have more chasers out besides these live stream. We got Chelsea Burnett, Adam Lucio, Brett Wright, Trey Greenwood, Jenny Brown, Stephen Jones. We got pretty much the whole team out, let's be honest. Some folks couldn't make it today, but we got a good number out. This circulation approaching Trinidad, Malakoff over the next 5 minutes. Could have a tornado. Further southwest, we have a circulation, not as impressive looking, crossing Highway 164 near Groesbeck, moving northeast at 50. That'll be in Teague, probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Farther southwest, are we missing anything? No. Let's load up radar. Starting to see some storms pop along the cool front. Okay, we do have a tornado warning back up here now, so this was something. We have a tornado warning for portions of Rockwall, Hunt counties. This is going to be for Forney, Heath, Rockwall, Fate, Roy City, Caddo Mills, Greenville, Lono, Quinlan until 6 o'clock. It's going to be for a circulation on the leading edge of this little cell crossing over Highway 205 near McLinden Chisholm. This tornado warning will also include cash. Moving northeast at 51 miles an hour. Let's go ahead and put a little track on this. This is going to be crossing Highway, what is that, 34? Highway 34 near Cache at about 5:59. We want no travel on Interstate 30 between the city of Greenville and the city of Rockwall. So if you're on the interstate between there, get off, find somewhere to take shelter. You've got a storm with the possibility of a tornado developing. And again, this is going to be a situation with the storm moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. This thing doesn't have to stop at traffic lights, stop signs, or the usual interstate backup. So again, possible tornado near McLinden Chisholm. Southeast of Rockwall, moving northeast at 50. Probably going to stay just north of Quinlan. Could impact Cache, just south of Greenville. Eventually Lone Oak. So we don't want folks in this area to go out and take a look. Alright, this storm, north of Sulphur Springs, tornado likely still down, about to cross over Highway 154, several miles north of Sulphur Springs. Our folks are there. It's rain-wrapped. Another possible tornado approaching Canton and, what was that? Myrtle Springs. In terms of tundra, this is about 4 miles northwest of Tundra. This will be crossing over 243, probably about 2 to 3 miles west of Highway 19 in the next 5 minutes. Those of you in Canton, Myrtle Springs, all the way up to Highway 80, essentially from Wills Point, Edgewood, Fruitville to Grand Saline, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Yeah, folks, it is busy. We're going to be talking kind of fast now. I can do that when I need to, like I said. All right, another tornado warning. This one is going to be about, let's just say a good old 4 miles south of Trinidad, moving northeast at 50. This is going to be a direct threat to Malakoff, the city of Athens, Star Harbor, whatever. Hobo sounds more fun. Log Cabin, maybe Eustis, Murchison, and Brownsboro. That tornado warning runs through 6:15 p.m. All these storms are flying northeast at 50 to 60 miles an hour. All right, we've got a pretty good indication that we do have a tornado down here near McLendon Chisholm. Let's switch over to this radar, see if we get a good view. Okay, meh. The CASA radars, we don't have access to them, but they're very high resolution. They have a radar site in Mesquite looking at this. And apparently, yeah, you can kind of see that little hook echo appendage right just northeast of McLendon Chisholm, just southeast of Fate. It's going to be it right there on Highway 276. That's going to be moving east-northeast towards Royce City, Caddo Mills, Greenville, Cache. All right, we've got a new tornado watch out until 12 a.m. This is going to include portions of the Brazos Valley, all of East Texas, Northeast Texas, Conroe, Huntsville, Lufkin, Tyler, Texarkana, New Boston, Mount Pleasant, etc. So pretty much everything east. And you can see the tornado warnings we have. We have 5 tornado warnings right now. So let's go north to south. We got a wall cloud. Okay. Give me just a second. So again, we're busy. We'll deal with it. I'm David Reimer at the Texas Storm Chaser. It's 5:38 p.m. on the 4th of November. Yeah, 4th of November, 2022. We are dealing with multiple tornado warnings now across eastern North Texas, moving into East Texas and Northeast Texas. All right, so let's go over what we have. We have a line of severe storms near Honeygrove. That'll be moving east towards western and northern Lamar counties. This will impact areas hit by the tornado earlier. First responders should be aware, line of severe storms coming in, damaging winds. Can't rule out a brief tornado. Heavy rain, hail, cloud-to-ground lightning over the next 30 minutes. Okay, possible tornado. Actually, very strong likelihood of a tornado. Let's rephrase that. That's going to be coming up to just south of Tira. That's a very strong gate-to-gate signature with that, crossing over Highway 19. That's going to be about 3 miles south of Tira, or about 7 miles north of Sulphur Springs. This is moving right towards Sulphur Bluff, about 9 miles southwest of Sulphur Bluff, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. We'll see a new tornado warning extend this down towards Bogota, perhaps even Clarksville down the road. Again, very high probability we have a tornado with that. That's a very strong circulation. All right, with the circulation over southeastern Rockwall County, not super tight on the radar, but this is more likely one of those brief spin-ups on the leading edge of a squall line versus a supercellular distinct tornado that's down for a while, probably. It's going to be just southeast of Fate, just southeast of Royce City, moving northeast at 50 to 60 miles an hour. Let me see if I can get this to a point. So again, tornado warning until 6 p.m., and that includes Caddo Mills, Josephine, Nevada, Greenville, Lone Oak, Quinlan, Cache, Royce City, Fate, McLendon, Chisholm. If you're in Heath, you're done from this. Rockwall, you're done from this. Royce City, you're not done, so stay in shelter. All right, let's keep on going southwest. Circulation approaching Canton doesn't look overly strong. It's there, but it's not I can guarantee a tornado there sort of circulation. This circulation just south of Malakoff continues to look strong. No indications of a tornado debris signature. This is going to pass probably just west and northwest of Athens and then continue moving northeast. This could be a direct issue for the city of Van by 6:30 p.m., perhaps 6:25 p.m. Circulation southwest of Teague. It's there, but it doesn't look overly potent. We'll keep an eye on it. We also need to keep an eye on every one of these discrete cells firing further east again. We're going to have to watch them. Northwest of Palestine on Highway 19, that's got a pretty good circulation. That might need a tornado warning. That could be a threat to the city of Tyler. We've got this little storm northwest of Winona. Not overly concerned about that at this second. Very strong gate-to-gate circulation now just east of Highway 154 with this storm as it moves to the northeast at a pretty decent clip. 60 miles an hour. It's flying. So again, this is going to be crossing Highway 271 between DePort and Bogota, possibly impacting either town by 6 p.m. Clarksville, if it survives, it probably will. It's going to be near you by 6:10 p.m., maybe a couple minutes later, but we're going to play it on the safe side. Got a report of a wall cloud near McClendon Chisholm. That makes sense. That's what the tornado warning there is for. No indications of a debris signature. That's good. Denton County, Tarrant County, your threat of stormy mischief has ended. You see this line of storms? Once it's east of your location, you're done. So that is what we have going on right now. I'm just checking some data, and then I'm going to consume an abhorrent amount of caffeine. And then I'm going to retweet the fact we're still live, and that's why we're not actually doing a bunch of tweets. And again, if you want to know what's going on in your neck of the woods, you can do so. The Texas Storm Chasers mobile app and the Texas Storm Chasers website /radar both have free interactive weather radar. Both allow you to watch us. All right. Tweeta. Okay, there we go. All right, what time is it? It's 5:43. Okay, so the rotation in Rockwall County has diminished a bit. That's good. Look near Malakoff. Yeah, that's trying to spin up. Again, those of you near Malakoff to Athens, you need to be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We want you to be in a safe place. Okay, so again, circulation maybe 2 miles southeast of Malakoff, about to cross over Highway 31, moving northeast at a good clip. I'll let you know just what clip as soon as I press some buttons on here. Okay, leave me alone. Okay, there we go. Moving at 50 miles an hour. So again, those of you in the city of Athens, you should have been in shelter 20 minutes ago, but if you're just getting the warning, get in shelter. All right. Circulations near Canton, not really super threatening right now. Tornado warnings in place, so respect it, but meh. We'll keep an eye on it. Circulation southeast of Terra continues strong. I'm going to switch radar sources here, so we're going to get a different look at this. And oh, mamma mia, that is definitely a gate-to-gate circulation. High potential, we still have a tornado down. Probably 2 to 3 miles southeast of Tira. This could be one of those longer track storms. And this is going to be moving right towards Cunningham. which is southwest of DePort, and then eventually directly towards Bogota DePort. So again, the potential for a significant tornado remains with this thunderstorm as it moves northeast at 50 to 60 miles an hour. Going to be crossing over Highway 271 in the next 12 to 13 minutes. Should be there before 6 p.m. We've got a report of a tornado near FM 71 and Highway 19, so that's when this crossed. And again, this continues moving northeast, so Bogota, DePort. Bogota, you're not technically under a warning yet. You're going to be in the next few minutes. Same goes for Clarksville. Clarksville, assuming this continues to stay down, could be an issue by 6:13. We've got media reporting that the tornado in northern Lamar earlier, north and west of Paris, we have large homes completely leveled / destroyed with multiple people trapped in rubble. So that was the earlier storm where we didn't have a good low-level view of it, but we had spotter reports and then a debris signature up to 15,000 feet that I wasn't sure that was a debris signature because it was so high up. It was a debris signature, so I'm afraid another damaging tornado has impacted Lamar County after another one a couple years ago. And we really need to do something to get a radar, to get better low-level data here, folks. I'm serious that lack of low-level data kills people because we can't tell you what's going on. It's unacceptable. And I'm mad. But here soon, supposedly, we're going to have a new radar in Durant, Oklahoma, and that'll drop the radar beam height across Lamar County from 12 to 15,000 feet down to 4,000 feet. That's better. Whether or not that's available to the general public or just the emergency management in Durant and the Weather Service, I don't know. But if that's the case, it's not going to really be all that helpful to anyone except, well, folks issuing warnings, but I guess that's better than nothing. All right, here's the latest warning. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 11 miles northeast of Cooper Lake State Park or 13 miles west of Hagensport, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This is a tornado warning for northeastern Hopkins, northeastern Delta, southeastern Lamar counties until 6:15 p.m. Central Time. You know, it'd be nice if the National Weather Service chat would stop going down. That'd be nice, too. I will be very happy when they fix this bloody chat platform. And they're doing that too, fortunately. That's the good news. There's actually a solution on the way. Most of the things I just whined about are actually being taken care of in the next several months, so that is good. Okay, well, reopening all this. All right. I'm just taking a quick look at some things. Excuse me. All right. Let's keep going. We'll go north to south. Tornado warning for the areas I just mentioned. Potential for a tornado across Highway 271 between DePort and Bogota. Near Bogota probably in the next 15 minutes. Really need to get a tornado warning out there. This storm then eventually could be a direct threat to Clarksville in about 25 minutes by 6:10 to 6:15. All right, let's go further southwest. Sulphur Springs, you're clear, by the way, from this storm. No tornadic weather in your immediate vicinity, but you might have more severe weather with storms coming in from the west. Let's keep going. It's going to be a tornado warning, a possible tornado probably 5 miles east of Royce City, moving up Interstate 30 towards Greenville and Cache. Potential for a brief spin-up tornado with that. Should stay north of Quinlan, but Quinlan's still in the tornado warning. Alright, further southwest, we've got rotation just east of Highway 19, northeast of Canton by a couple miles. That's moving towards Fruitvale and Grand Saline. We'll see if the Weather Service decides to extend the tornado warning past that. We've got, well, this circulation near Malakoff has really come down over the last couple of minutes. That's good. Still, tornado warning remains in effect. That circulation could ramp back up, so we'll need to keep watching that. A little cell near Fairfield, and I'm actually looking from the wrong radar, so let me check. Let's go back to this Grand Saline, see if there's a different, yeah, that circulation's still there, west side of Athens, not as strong as it was. Circulation near Fairfield, meh, I don't think that warning's going to need to be extended for now. Circulation coming near Fruitvale, definitely evident on the Fort Worth radar. Those of you in Fruitvale, you need to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Possibility of a tornado in the next 5 minutes as the storm moves northeast at 50 miles an hour. See that little kind of rappy hook there northwest of Quinlan? We're going to have to watch that. Those of you on Highway 34 between Quinlan and Greenville need to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Alright, we're going to switch back to the Shreveport radar. I'm getting a little more concerned about some of these storms forming further east. Example, this storm west of Frankston, starting to show some mid-level rotation, some very weak rotation near Cunny. Those storms are moving northeast. Now, this one just northwest of Winona near Hawkins is concerning, and there's a tornado warning for it, so that was good timing. Got a new tornado warning. This is going to be for portions of northern Smith, southeastern Wood, and northwestern Upshur counties in northeast Texas until 6:30. At 5:52 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Gladewater, moving northeast at 40. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning. We're going to get a tornado warning for Red River County as well. I believe that's going to be for that. But again, new tornado warning, possible tornado developing near Hawkins, moving northeast at 40. So we're going to have the possibility of a tornado here. Near Hawkins over the next few minutes. After that, those of you in Pritchett, Gilmer, and Betty, but especially west of Gilmer on Highway 154, the potential for a tornado. Again, we're going to be doing this still for more hours. Yeah, we're going to be live for probably another 5 to 6 hours. As these discrete little storms keep popping up, they're going to be capable of producing tornadoes, and eventually we may have storms all the way down to the north side of the Houston Metro into the piney woods of East Texas. We're nowhere near done. In fact, since Facebook has an 8-hour limitation on live streams, I wouldn't be shocked if I had to start a second clip for that at some point. But again, we're going to be here for a while yet. New tornado warning. This will include DePort, Bogota, all the way to Detroit, Clarksville. This is for northwestern Red River County until 6:45. At 5:53, a possible tornado was located 11 miles west of Hainesport, moving northeast at 50. Okay. Report of some wind damage in Forney from straight line winds. Okay, so those of you in DePort, Bogota, you need to be in a safe place. We continue to see a very strong circulation aloft with this thunderstorm, and it is entirely plausible we have a tornado down. As we get closer and closer to sunset, it's going to be harder and harder to see these things, not to mention the fact they've been rain-wrapped at times, and we're in a hilly, tree-filled area. Don't go looking for this, all right? And let me go ahead and say this. Northeast Texas, you see all these tornado warnings? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and there's going to be more soon. If you're in a mobile home, a travel trailer, you need to go ahead and just move to a safe place if you are in Northeast Texas. All right? We're busy. Don't wait until one of these tornado warnings is issued for you unless you literally have a shelter within walking distance or a couple minutes away. Otherwise, we advise folks to go ahead, head to a restaurant, a hotel, a gas station, a friend's house, to a nice site-built structure, that will handle this better than a mobile home or a trailer. Just had a report of a weak tornado over Highway 7 in Athens. And again, this is where to go if you're in a house. Lowest floor, center room away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Alright, we've got a new tornado warning for portions of Hopkins, Rains, Van Zant counties. It's going to be for a tornado over Grand Saline. I assume this one. Sorry, I'm just looking at stuff. Ignore me. Alright. Where's that new tornado warning? Right there. Okay, let's switch back. Hey, you switch. Thank you. Alright. Quickly looking at data. Make sure I'm maintaining situational awareness when we have spinnies galore everywhere and not a galore to spare. Alright, record radar. So again, those of you in Cunningham, Bogota to Port Johnstown up to Clarksville, you need to be in a safe place immediately. Got a new tornado warning. This is for a possible tornado near Grand Saline. The circulation doesn't look as impressive as it did a few minutes ago, but it could spin up. And eventually, the Weather Service at Shreveport may fill this box in for Alba, Quitman, and Yantis. We'll just have to see. But again, here's a couple things. One, new supercell with a tornado warning now north of Highway 80, just north of Hawkins. That'll be moving up towards Highway 154, passing well west of Gilmer, probably. We're going to have to watch these cells south of Tyler, west of Frankston, southwest of Moore Station. They may intensify. Athens had a report of a brief tornado on Highway 7, northwest side of town a few minutes ago. I assume it was a weak. For what it's worth, I believe this is going to be meteorologist Amber Nowatzki out of the Texoma market. Demolished houses in Powderly, Texas. And we have people trapped there, so that's not good. Okay, yeah, that tornado warning's not going to be needed. Alright, we got a line of storms. They are not severe. They might have small hail, gusty winds. Not really worried about tornadoes at this point. From Waxahachie to Hillsborough to Crawford, down to Killeen, Harker Heights, just west of Temple and Belton. And this line may continue developing south all the way into the hill country. Again, some severe weather threat, maybe some localized damaging winds, brief tornado, pocket change size hail. The tornado threat with the squall line is much, much lower than with these discrete cells out ahead of it. And I continue to be quite... Well, that's cute. Okay, so again, pretty good hook echo now, just northeast of Hawkins, moving northeast. This is going to be west, stay west of Gilmer, north of Big Sandy, Highway 154. As we head up towards Bogota, very strong circulation. A tornado remains likely with this storm. Those of you in Bogota to the port, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That's a pretty strong circulation. And again, that's going to be in Bogota probably in the next 5 minutes. This thing's moving northeast at 60. Do not go outside and look for it. I'm going to keep saying that. I'm going to get grumpier every time I say it. Fits the Baldy-in-Chief persona. Old and grumpy. And bald. But it's okay. I have peanut butter crackers, which I should probably snack on at some point, but I digress. report of possible damage from a tornado southwest of Athens. Happy from a little earlier. Okay. Okay, new tornado warning for Wood County for the storm over Grand Saline. This does fill in the tornado warning for Alba, Yantis, and Quitman. Potential for a tornado over Grand Saline, moving northeast at a brisk 35 miles an hour. Might be a bit faster than that. Excuse me. The more I drink that energy drink, the more I'm going to have to suppress burps. You're going to hear them from time to time. I'm sorry. I know I'm Baldy in Chief, but I've also been awake for 24 hours, actually. So, we're going to deal. Okay, so possibility of a tornado around Athens. I'm also growing more concerned with this cell approaching Moore Station. It's becoming more dominant. It's entirely plausible we end up having to deal with a handoff where this storm becomes dominant. And yeah, I think we're going to have a tornado warning for this storm near Moore Station by 6:15. Those of you Brownsboro, Chandler, Moore Station, heads up. This supercell's starting to get its act together. We're going to have to watch this one southwest of Bullard, too. Both moving northeast quickly, 50 miles an hour. Could be a threat to Tyler. Great. Okay, so let's go back. Grand Saline circulation. If there's a tornado, it is right in town. Moving northeast, that'll be near Alba. And Highway 69 by 613. Quitman passing probably just northwest of town around 628. Alright, let's go back up to the Red River. Strong indications of a tornado now. This is going to be very near Cunningham or 6 miles southwest of Bogota. We've got possible tornado damage near Malakoff, west of Athens on Highway 31. I don't know how bad, but I don't think it's overly significant. That being said, if it's your roof, it's significant. That's why we say even if there's only one tornado, it's a big deal to you. So, again, those of you in Bogota, DePort, up to Clarksville, Bagwell, Detroit. It's going to be a tornado warning. Take your immediate tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. The storm's moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. After it passes through Clarksville around 6:25, it could be a direct threat to Idabel and Hayworth, Oklahoma. Alright, let's keep going south. Tornado warning for Rockwall County. Hunt County has been allowed to expire. Severe storms continue. Those are not tornadic at this time. Gusty winds, potential for pocket change size hail. We need to focus on the tornadic storms that pose the greatest threat to life and property. So you can download our free mobile app or just check TexasStormChasers.com/radar for the latest information on that. Storm northeast of Hawkins now by several miles has a very well-defined look on reflectivity. That little donut there is called a bounded weak echo region. Essentially, the mesocyclone is rotating strong enough to where it is creating an effect clearing out the rain in it. Rain's rotating around it. You get a area of devoid reflectivity values. That's a bounded weak echo region. We need folks to be in shelter on Highway 154 from Gilmer West as a area of strong rotation and a possible tornado continues to move northeast. That's a very organized supercell. We're going to keep watching this storm near Bullard moving up into Smith County. It has weak rotation. We're going to keep watching this storm near Moore Station. It has weak rotation. Alright, let's go further southwest. Those storms that were on I-45 near Fairfield have degenerated into nothingness. They're still storms, but they're not tornadic at this point. So I'm going to consider them nothing because we've got enough going on. So again, this is a dangerous storm. This could be a threat to Pittsburgh and Dangerfield down the road. And by down the road, I mean literally in the next 30 minutes by 6:45. The storm northeast of Grand Saline still showing rotation. Threat to Alba over the next 5 minutes. Could be there by 6:12. Y'all need to be in a safe place. Quitman, this should stay a bit northwest to you unless it turns right, but it's going to be passing over 182 on 154 west of Quitman by 6:25. All right, let's keep going. Athens, let's switch radars, go back to the Fort Worth radar for a different look. Athens, your storm has produced a bit of damage near Malakoff. I'm not sure if it was tornadic or wind, but frankly, not as impressive looking right now. I'm more concerned with the cells to the east of it that may be trying to take hold and become dominant. Also, we're going to need to keep an eye on all of East Texas this evening. We could start seeing little discrete storms pop up there and create their own havoc. Now, while we have a minute, I'm going to turn all the data off. I'm going to clear some of these cities off, and we're going to take a look at the latest high-res rapid refresh model for the overnight hours, well, this evening overnight, and we're going to see exactly how we're doing and what our time frame may be. So first, I'm going to load the model, and we're going to look at 6 o'clock. Because I want to see how the model's doing performance-wise. Okay, we don't have storms in southeast Texas. It's doing well with the little squall line, not as far south as it has, or is really right now, but doing pretty well with these storms across East Texas. We'll take it. I have a report of a tornado down on FM 773 on the southern Van Zant County line. Okay, we'll deal with that. Okay, this is the 8 p.m. squall line. East San Antonio, Bastrop, moving into the western Brazos Valley up to near Corsicana. Still have strong storms in northeast Texas, maybe East Texas too. Some of those are going to be supercellular and tornadic. Here's 10 o'clock. Sorry, there's your timing. 10 o'clock, storms. Northeast Texas, we're going to start calming down as storms move into Arkansas and Louisiana. Could still have a line of storms extending pretty much from Palestine, Brenham, maybe south of I-10. We'll see. And then we could have isolated storms still east of the squall line. We're going to have to wait and see with that. It's going to be a wait-and-see approach, but anything that gets going is going to be a problem, probably. All right, here's midnight. You can see most individual storms outside of the Golden Triangle are out of Texas. Line of storms, some of them may be strong with pocket change size hail and the potential for gusty winds, maybe a brief tornado. Okay, that is the timeline. Let's get back to what's going on right now. It's the latest radar. I'm going to be honest, I'm going to take a 3-minute break from talking. I'm going to eat some crackers real quick. And then we're going to continue on. But again, we will literally be right back. The stream's not going offline. All right, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. I had my crackers. I'm now happy. It is 6:12 on the 4th of November, 2022, in the midst of a severe weather outbreak now in East Texas. Now, let's talk about who's clear. If you're west of this line of storms, from near just west of Paris to Ennis, just west of Waco, once that line of storms passes your location, you're done with severe weather for the night. All this stuff around Tyler, yeah, this could be a problem. Severe weather threat, definitely not done. So let's get back at it. Load the latest radar data. We'll look. All right, this storm near Bullard starting to show a little bit, some modest rotation. We'll keep an eye on it. We've got a new tornado warning. That does include the city of Van. This storm keeps dropping brief tornadoes, it sounds like. All the way up to northeast of Athens. This storm west of Gilmer, very, very intense looking, impressive reflectivity structure, strong circulation approaching Highway 154. This will be staying west of Gilmer by about 6 to 7 miles after that. This could be a threat to Pittsburgh, eventually passing southeast of Mount Pleasant and then towards Omaha and Naples. All right, let's keep looking north. Strong rotation about to cross over Highway 271. Close to Bogota. Close enough. DePort and Bogota. And then after that, this could pass near or maybe just west of Clarksville. It's going to be too close to call, so Clarksville, you're in a tornado warning. You need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Let's see where Ben, Steven, and Trey are located. You can see lightning starting to get dark as the sun sets. They're located, it looks like, northeast of Alba, which would place them right here. So they're looking at this storm, which keeps having some reports of brief tornadoes and wind damage, so we'll see. Whatever's there is likely completely wrapped in rain. So they'd probably be looking for power flashes at this point versus any sort of actual visual evidence of a tornado. Power flashes being transformers, exploding, power lines arcing, stuff like that that indicates strong winds. But it looks like they're just enjoying the rain. Okay. So again, let's go back. Possible potential for damaging winds, maybe a brief tornado around Edom and Van. Potential for a rain-wrapped tornado near Alba. That'll be moving northeast, crossing over 154. We just got a new look at that. Storm near Gilmer. We'll get a new scan here in just a second, I believe. There you go. First off, very strong rotation now with this circulation between Alba and Quitman on Highway 182. That's concerning. I think they just switched. Yeah, the radar folks in Shreveport just switched radar data modes to give us better velocity data, and yeah, that's definitely much more concerning. Strong rotation on 182 between Alba and Quitman. Going to be moving northeast, probably passing west of Quitman. Could be an issue for Winnsboro. All right, further east, the potential for a tornado now north of Highway 154, northwest of Gilmer. All right, we've got a report of a tornado down northeast of DePort moving towards Clarksville. So, urgent call to action. Those of you in the city of Clarksville, a tornado has been confirmed. You need to take tornado safety precautions. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Alright, don't go outside looking for this. It's probably going to be completely and utterly wrapped in rain. But you can see a pretty impressive little bounded weak echo region. That's where the winds are rotating enough to clear out the mesocyclone. I'll point it out, this little bounded weak echo region. And that's where you've got your strong velocity. We do not see a debris signature at this point, but again, that would have to be several thousand feet in the air. And typically you need a strong tornado to do that. We've got power flashes being observed north of the port now. So that, in conjunction with the reports, no, I'm sorry, we now have a tornado debris signature. Okay, let's go back. There we go. We now have a tornado debris signature at, that's 10,000 feet. So I'm comfortable in saying we have a large, extremely dangerous tornado now in progress northeast of the port that's going to pass near or just west of Clarksville in the next 10 minutes. Honestly, not even 10 minutes, let's be honest. Probably 5 to 7 minutes. So again, if you are in the city of Clarksville, a large, extremely dangerous tornado is in progress, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. This is what we call a tornado debris signature. I'll turn the smoothing off. You can see it. In conjunction with your velocity couplet, strong hook echo. Tornado debris is being detected by radar. What that means is the radar is able to differentiate between raindrops and hailstones, which are all relatively similar sizes in that small area, versus tornado debris, which can be pieces of buildings, tree limbs, etc. And the radar is able to tell us that and tell us that, hey, these shapes are different, so their correlation is lower. That's that blue dot right there. So again, what I believe is a dangerous tornado is now in progress, moving northeast towards Clarksville. Those of you in Clarksville, safe place now, especially if you are west of town. This is going to be real close to Clarksville. It's going to pass near or just northwest of town. So again, Bagwell, you need to be in a safe place. If you live west of Clarksville on 82, north of Clarksville on 37, all the way to the Red River, this is a life-threatening situation with the potential of a destructive tornado in progress and confirmed. That means you need to go to the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, helmets if you have time, but you probably don't, so just get in shelter, alright? No trailers, no mobile homes. You're better off riding it out in a ditch. This kind of a tornado will probably wrap a travel trailer or a mobile home around a tree, just leaving the metal frame. Travel trailer, they're probably going to find in a lake halfway across the county. That's just how it works. Okay, let's keep on going. We're busy. Okay. Possible tornado now crossing 182. This is going to be not far west of Quitman. Say 3 miles west, northwest of Quitman. Make sure I'm on the right radar. I am. Boy, that is a strong tornado coming up to 82 in Clarksville. So again, those of you in Quitman, be in shelter. If you are northwest of Quitman up to Yancey, you really need to be in shelter. This eventually could be an issue for areas just west of Winsboro in the next 20 minutes. Pearly up Highway 37 up to Mount Vernon. This might be more of an issue for you. Alright, let's keep going. Possible tornado with this supercell that is well organized. Again, this is northwest of Gilmer now by about 5 miles. This is going to be moving northeast. Again, we'll have to see how close this gets to Pittsburgh. It's going to be close. Alright, let's keep going south. Possibility of a tornado is increasing northeast of Moore Station with this mesocyclone. We'll see if they issue a tornado warning. Weak rotation continues with this storm near Tyler, but that might be absorbed by the cell west of Tyler. Either way, don't be surprised if we're dealing with tornado warnings for Moore Station to Chandler soon. Alright, let's keep on looking. This stuff near Van, honestly, not looking all that impressive. So hopefully they'll cancel that tornado warning. Alright, we're checking. Apologies. So let's go back north. First off, possible tornado about to cross 271 north of Gilmer, south of Pittsburgh. Absolutely no one should be on that highway right now. Clarksville. Give me my radar data. A large, extremely dangerous tornado is likely in the process of crossing or about to cross Highway 82 in close proximity to or a few miles west of Clarksville. Tornado, probably rain-wrapped, could be large and destructive. In fact, I'm willing to bet it is. So those of you in Clarksville, and especially north of Clarksville, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This possible tornado, I'm sorry, this isn't possible. It's there, there's debris. Might be a few miles west of Clarksville, but we're looking so high up, I am not entirely confident in that. Chandler, southwest of Tyler on Highway 31. We don't have a tornado warning at this point, but I'm becoming more and more concerned we've got one trying to form. And again, Chandler up to Highway 37, or excuse me, Clarksville up Highway 37 to the Red River. This could be a direct threat to Idabel, Oklahoma. A large, destructive tornado likely in progress near Highway 82, 2 to 4 miles west of Clarksville, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. And this could be a direct threat to Idabel, Oklahoma. Alright, further south, new tornado warning includes Pittsburgh, Dangerfield, Naples. Does not include Mount Pleasant. This thing's wrapping up. This could put a tornado down at any point. Near Betty, about to cross over Highway 271. In fact, potential for a tornado rapidly increasing now. This is going to be very near Betty. 7 miles north of Gilmer, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Possible tornado located 7 miles northeast of Rosewood, 8 miles northwest of Gilmer, moving northeast near Pittsburgh. No. Near Kaysen at 6:45, Dangerfield and Cookville around 6:50, Omaha and Rocky Beach around 6:55, Naples and Interstate 30 at 2:59 around 7 p.m. The potential for a tornado is increasing. In fact, it may already be down. That is a very well-structured supercell with a high threat of a tornado. Tornado debris signature well evident now with this thunderstorm west of Clarksville near Bagwell. What is likely a large, destructive tornado capable of producing major damage and loss of life if not taken seriously. We've already had one destructive tornado in Lamar County. This one's probably another one. We got a new tornado warning now. This is going to include the city of Tyler. So this is going to be with this circulation spinning up northeast of Moore Station near Noonday and Chandler. Alright, this will be a tornado warning for Smith County until 7 o'clock. At 6:25, we have a possible tornado near Chandler, 8 miles west of Tyler, move northeast at 45 miles an hour. So again, this is going to be a possible tornado near Chandler, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Now, this tornado warning includes Tyler, so if you're in Tyler, Chandler, Owentown, Winona, just southeast of Lindale, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Alright? We'll come back to that. I gotta reset this program, but a potentially violent tornado in progress 2 to 4 miles northwest of Clarksville near Bagwell will cross Highway 37 approximately 4 to 5 miles north of Clarksville. This is a possible violent tornado. Circulation south of Chandler rapidly increasing. Tornado threat increasing quickly as well. So again, we're getting busy here, folks. Let me be perfectly blunt and honest. This thing, tornado debris signature, goes to at least 10,000 feet. I'm just looking up. Tornado debris signature might go to 20,000 feet with this storm near Clarksville. This could be an EF3, EF4 plus tornado. Do not dare go look for this thing. You need to be in shelter now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This will stay north of Clarksville by 3 to 5 miles. Tornado debris signature up to 20,000 feet. This is likely a EF3, EF4 plus tornado. Alright? This is a direct threat to Idabel, Broken Bow, Oklahoma down the road. If not treated seriously, this is a killer tornado. I know there's not many folks out this way, but hey, you need to be in a safe place now. I mean it, alright? If you don't treat this seriously, it's gonna kill you. Alright, we need to get back south. Let's go back south. Let's deal with this. We have a tornado warning for Commerce, Pecan Gap, Cooper, Roxton. I'm going to turn severe warnings off. We've got too many right now. Just southwest of Paris, Roxton, Cooper, Commerce, Pecan Gap. Potential for a tornado. It looks like very near Interstate 30. Near Klondike. 9 miles northeast of Commerce. Moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This is going to be a threat possibly to Cooper. So again, Cooper, seek shelter now. Potential tornado to your southwest. Moving to the northeast. Again, a potentially violent EF3, EF4 plus tornado is about to cross Highway 37, approximately 4 to 5 miles north of Clarksville. Okay, let's keep going. Potential of a tornado over Highway 271, halfway between Gilmer and Pittsburgh. This storm could put a tornado down that is also significant at any time. Those of you in Kaysen, Daggerfield, northwest of Lone Star, west of Huge Springs, Omaha, Naples, you need to be in a safe place now, immediately. Remember how I said earlier, sometimes these things can flip a switch and we can go from relative calm to holy moly, sweet guacamole? Well, we just did that and we got problems, so take it seriously, alright? Possible, if not likely, tornado in progress, Highway, 271. This is going to be approximately 6 to 7 miles south of Pittsburgh, approximately 4 miles north of Betty, approximately 9 to 10 miles north of Gilmer. This could be a direct threat to Kaysen, east of Pittsburgh, west of Daggerfield, on Highway 11. Pittsburgh, Kaysen, Daggerfield, you're in the tornado warning anyway. You need to be in shelter immediately. Circulation trying to spin up a bit southwest of Winnsboro. And let me tell you this, we got problems down in Smith County now too. We've got a circulation trying to spin up just southeast of Chandler. We've got a circulation trying to spin up just northeast of Tyler. And a third circulation, frankly, very near the Tyler Airport. So if you're around Tyler, you need to be in shelter now. Everything's just suddenly trying to drop tornadoes on you. There's no other way about it. Okay? Oh, what else is going on? Those of you in Cooper, you need to move to a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Idabel, Oklahoma. I don't talk about out of state very often, but we're going to do it for this. Idabel, Oklahoma. A potentially violent tornado is going to pass near or southeast of town in approximately 15 minutes. This tornado has lofted debris up to 20,000 feet, indicating, in all likelihood, this is a high-end violent tornado. Don't take it lightly, all right? We've already had one probable significant tornado back west-northwest of Paris earlier. Just got a report of a violent wedge tornado. Yeah, we got a violent wedge tornado on the ground from Max Olson. We got multiple reports of a tornado down at Highway 39 and Toll 49 west of Tyler. So again, we have visual confirmation from Max Olson. And here I'm going to actually show it, because Max has said we can show pictures like this. So I'm going to do it. Give me just a second. Alright, that's not what I wanted to show. This thing is so buggy sometimes. Let's try it this way. It's a few minutes ago, about 5 minutes ago. That is a violent, well, that's not what I wanted. That is a violent tornado, violent wedge tornado. That is what is passing over Highway 37 north of Clarksville right now with a massive tornado debris signature. That is a violent tornado, folks. That's the kind of tornado that will kill you if you don't take it seriously. All right? Those are the kinds of tornadoes we could be dealing with tonight. You may not be able to see them all like that. But again, that was from Max Olson, and thank you for him giving us permission previously to show some of his stuff on air when dealing with it. Max is a great storm chaser and definitely helpful to the warning process. All right, let's go. Again, report of a tornado down at Highway 31 and Toll 49, northwest of Tyler, west-northwest of Tyler. Which makes sense based on the data I'm seeing. Debris ball with the Clarksville storm now over 25,000 feet. Well, that's getting up into the EF4 plus territory, so that's not good. So again, with this thunderstorm, potential for a tornado near Highway 39 and Toll 49 west of Tyler, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is going to be a threat to the west and northwest sides of the city of Tyler over the next 5 to 10 minutes. Yes, Ryan, that's what happens when I have your chat open on one of my monitors. We have a possible second circulation coming up on Interstate 20, very near 271 near Winona. This is another possible tornado. Let's keep looking. Another possible tornado. Now east of 271, southeast of Pittsburgh. Hold on, I'm getting tired of all these little storm tracks covering up my storms. Negative. Not doing it. Alright. I don't know what just got hit north of Clarksville, but it ain't good. Tornado southeast of Pittsburgh, very strong indications. Those of you in Kaysen to Dagerfield, you need to be in a safe place immediately as a potential tornado is heading your way. Same thing goes for Cooper. And then we have this north of Clarksville. folks, this is a tornado debris signature. When I talk about a big blue donut surrounded by red, that's it. And the reason I sound concerned is because we're looking at 15,000 feet above the ground. Those folks there better have taken their tornado safety precautions. Anyway, we knew this was possible today, but it doesn't mean you like seeing it. We have a new tornado warning. This does include Garvin, Oklahoma, Idabel, Oklahoma, Hayworth, Oklahoma, Broken Bow, Oklahoma. A large, violent, potentially deadly tornado is located 8 miles north of Clarksville, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This tornado has the potential to be deadly if not taken seriously. You need to take tornado safety precautions if you are in Idabel to Hayworth, Garvin, and Broken Bow. This thing's lofted debris to 25,000 feet. Past tornadoes that have launched debris to 25,000 feet with that velocity signature have been rated high end EF4 tornadoes, the kind of a tornado that is capable of leveling most structures. So you need to take it seriously, all right? That's going to be Oklahoma's problem soon, but we're going to keep an eye on it given the very populous section and vacation towns and the fact it's a Friday night. All right. Possible tornado now approaching Interstate 20 east of Highway 69 by maybe 2 miles. A second possible tornado very near Winona, near Interstate 20. We have multiple reports of wall clouds. We don't have any debris being detected on radar, which is good. But again, these things could drop tornadoes at any point in time. This storm now southeast of Pittsburgh, west of Lone Star. Very, very well organized in the radar department. Both reflectivity on the how hard it's raining mode and on the velocity mode. So those of you in Dangerfield, west of Carson on Highway 11, you need to be in shelter now. All right, we have the possibility of a, tornado near Cooper. Now, we're not getting a great look at this because the radar is high up. We're looking, here, I'll just press some buttons. I'll tell you how high up we're looking. La, 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 la. Where's my button? There we go. We're looking at 12,000 feet above the ground, and we're looking through multiple tornadic supercells, so it's not the greatest view. Nevertheless, the potential for a tornado near Cooper moving northeast. This would be a threat to mainly rural areas, but this could be running up Highway 19 towards Lake Creek and Enloe. Eventually, this might be an issue for Padenville and DePort again. Just had a report from Storm Chaser Brett Adair that the tornado crossed 82 just west of Clarksville. It went just west of most structures. Trees are shredded. Power poles are, well, donezo, which makes sense. All right, let's deal with this. Let me turn off the super duper fancy Awesome Blossom radar measuring tool. All right, we have a new tornado warning for the area near Winona, so let's deal with that. Looks like they're going to issue a tornado warning for this, so that'll likely include Big Sandy up to Gilmer. We'll see it, I'm sure, in just a second. And yes, it will. Those of you in Hawkins, Winona, Gilmer, Betty, Pritchett, Diana, this new tornado warning will include you. I realized we just had a tornado pass northwest of Gilmer, but guess what? You get another one. So those of you in Winona, possible tornado located just to your northeast. You also have a possible tornado located just to your southwest. And we'll get the new tornado warning here in a second. Sometimes there we go. So again, new tornado warning includes Hawkins, Winona, Pritchett, Gilmer, Betty, Glenwood, Diana. Does not include White Oak, Longview, or City, Lone Star yet. Lone Star, you've got a tornado passing to your northwest. You're going to need to keep an eye on this one to your southwest, too. You have two to your southwest. Welcome to cool season tornado outbreaks. This is what it's like in Mississippi, Alabama, and sometimes we have to deal with it too. So again, strong indications of a tornado now southwest of Dyegerfield, moving northeast. This is going to pass very near Cason on Highway 11. Y'all need to be in shelter. Moving northeast at 50, it's going to be there within the next 5 minutes. New tornado warning for this circulation now, maybe 1 mile northeast of Winona. This is going to be passing near or just east of Big Sandy in the next 5 minutes. Very strong indications of gate-to-gate signature rotation. That's going to be moving towards Gilmer after Big Sandy. The potential for this to directly impact Gilmer. Y'all need to take your tornado safety precautions. Absolutely no one should be on any road near Gilmer, Big Sandy, Winona, or Tyler right now. All right, that's bad radar data. We'll scan this. A second possible circulation right now just northwest of the city of Tyler. Moving away from the city of Tyler. Excuse me. Okay, so one possible circulation just northwest of Tyler, moving northeast. There we go. Oh, come on. Pretty impressive circulation now, probably 2 miles northeast of Winona, maybe 2 to 3 miles south of Big Sandy, moving northeast at 50. This could put a tornado down at any point. It might run along 155 up towards Gilmer. Pritchett, you're also in the tornado warning, as is Diana and Betty. We've got multiple warnings still to the west, but, well, there's nothing in those warnings anymore, so I'm not really that worried about it. This thing coming up near Dyegerfield is really ramping up now. This could put a tornado down any second, and based on the velocity signatures, the potential is increasing of a stronger tornado. Let's go ahead and we'll query some data. We've got winds heading towards the radar in Shreveport, about 87 miles an hour. Winds moving away about 20. So we've got 105 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear, and that is ramping up. We do not have a debris signature at this point. Those of you in Cason, you need to be in a safe place now. Those of you in Dyegerfield and west need to be in a safe place now, as this storm tries to plop a tornado down. All right, let's keep going north. Still have a massive debris signature with this storm. And those of you in Idabel, it's going to be a tornado emergency. Alright, just got a report from I-20, might have a... that's concerning, near Big Sandy. Circulation near Big Sandy really ramping up as well. This could have a tornado. Also could have a tornado with this second circulation a bit further southwest. In fact, here's what we're going to do. We're at the point I'm going to start putting some roads on here. Okay, so possible tornado on State Park Highway near Interstate 20. That's going to be between 69 and 271. A potential second tornado just southeast of Big Sandy. A tornado emergency for Idabel, Oklahoma. A tornado emergency for Idabel, Oklahoma. A confirmed large, violent, destructive tornado was located 9 miles southwest of Idabel, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is a tornado emergency for Idabel, Oklahoma. This is a particularly dangerous, life-threatening situation. Take cover now. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous, potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Idabel, Oklahoma. I don't care that you're just outside of Texas. This is a tornado emergency with a long-track, violent tornado that has a history of launching debris 25,000 feet in the air. This is as serious as it gets. If you are in Idabel, Oklahoma, you need to be in a safe place now. Alright? This is a tornado emergency. You want to know how rare that is? I don't have it on this little warning key up here. And yet our radar is doing the holy moly dance of doom. Alright? Take it seriously. If you know anyone in Idabel, Oklahoma, call them, tell them they got a problem. Alright, back to our issues here in Texas. A probable tornado approaching Highway 11, very near Kaysen. We've got a report of a large tornado. Oh, yeah, we do. We got a large tornado down just southeast of Big Sandy. Alright. So we now have reports of a large tornado from the fire department near Big Sandy, just east of Big Sandy. Alright. Those of you in Big Sandy, be in shelter. Those of you in Gilmer, get your butt to shelter now. Pritchett, run your butt to shelter now. Back up here, potential for a strong tornado now on Highway 11 near Daggerfield. No indications of tornado debris yet, but very, very strong rotation. We have winds moving away from the radar at 85 miles an hour. Winds moving towards at about 30, now up to 110 to 120 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. A tornado is likely down about over Highway 11, about to move over Highway 49, maybe 3 miles northwest of Daggerfield, moving towards Omaha and Naples. Omaha and Naples, you need to be in a safe place now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You have 5 minutes or less. Take no time. You need to be in a safe place immediately. This is a life-threatening situation. Tornado likely in progress or about to drop. Alright, let's go back south. Up, correction. We now have a tornado debris signature. You'll see it here in a second. We have a confirmed tornado doing damage over Kaysen. This is going to be a tornado down there. Alright, we've got a tornado down just northwest Daggerfield doing damage. That's moving towards Omaha and Naples. We'll go back up. Give it a second. Sometimes it's a little laggy. In fact, let me see. I'm going to change the data source on here real quick. Alright, there you go. There's your tornado debris signature. That is a tornado down doing damage right there. That's going to be near Highway 11, County Road 1231, Wardlow Road, Spraglin Road in Carson. So again, a tornado is down doing damage. Tornado debris lofted 4,500 feet in the air. So again, this is now a confirmed tornado. Adds a layer of urgency. If you were in Omaha and Naples, be in shelter now. You have less than 5 minutes before a confirmed tornado impacts your communities. Alright, let's go back south. Let's keep dealing with what we've got. This is going to be 2 storms. A report of a tornado with this circulation northeast of Big Sandy a few minutes ago. The potential of a second tornado approaching Hawkins from the southwest. Tornado debris height with Kaysen moving towards Omaha, now up to 6,000 feet. The potential is increasing. This may be a stronger tornado. We have one possible tornado now located approximate... No, for heaven's sake. Let's stop it. Stop it. Hold on. Okay. One possible tornado located approximately 3 miles south of Hawkins, moving... northeast towards Hawkins and Big Sandy. A second tornado that was reportedly down a few minutes ago is about 2 miles northeast of Big Sandy, moving northeast up Highway 155 towards Pritchett. Both circulations could have tornadoes down simultaneously. Alright, I'll tell you this. See this new storm east of Grapeland that's moving northeast towards Jacksonville, Rusk? There's a good chance that's going to be tornadic in the next 30 minutes. I'll tell you that now. Alright, we have a new tornado warning. This is for a confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado located near Carson or 12 miles northeast of Pittsburgh, moving northeast of 45. This is going to be a tornado warning that includes Naples, Bassett, Marietta, Sims, Boston, New Boston. A confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado. Tornado debris height now up to 8,000 feet. This could be a rather... this ain't good. So again, folks, we've got a tornado down. There's your blue donut. Tornado is about to cross over Highway 49. This is going to be approximately 3 to 4 miles northwest of Daggerfield. A large, extremely dangerous tornado is in progress, doing damage. Tornado debris is now being lofted to 11,000 feet. This could be a strong, long-track tornado we have in progress now. So again, Omaha, Naples, immediate call of urgency to action. We have a large tornado now down, doing damage. Debris is now lofted to 11,000 feet. You need to take urgent action to protect your life. This means lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Absolutely no mobile homes, travel trailers, or vehicles. You're better off in a ditch, but we want folks across all of Northeast Texas, East Texas, essentially. If you're in a mobile home, you need to be ready to get to a site-built structure. In fact, I'd recommend you consider going now before storms get to your location. But again, you need to have multiple ways of receiving weather warnings. So back at it. I know that's a little messed up. Let me see if we can't clean that up a bit. But until then, there's your tornado debris signature. We continue with a large tornado in progress. The potential for a tornado is increasing near Pritchett on Highway 155. I'm also going to check on Idabel. Again, a tornado emergency for Idabel, Oklahoma. A large, violent tornado is very near town. I hope it lifts. If not, well, all you can do is pray. We have a large tornado in progress now just north of Highway 49, approximately 4 miles northwest of Daggerfield. This is going to be crossing Highway 338 and 259 near or just south of Omaha and Naples. You need to be in a safe place now. We have numerous reports of damage in Morris County, Texas. If I am correct, that's going to be with this storm up in... no, it's with this right here. We've already got numerous reports of damage. That's not a surprise, folks. So we want folks... Major jump in lightning right now, cloud-to-ground lightning. That could indicate a couple different things, but in all likelihood means we have a rather pissed-off tornado. Okay, so Omaha, Naples, Marietta, Texas. This is a large tornado. You need to be in a safe place now. I realize most of you don't know what this product means. To us, this is graphic violence. This is debris being lofted in the air. Debris at this point has been lofted 11,000 feet, meaning a tornado has thrown pieces of tree limbs, pieces of buildings, 11,000 feet in the air, indicating a strong tornado. I'm going to clean up the wind data here. I realize it's a bit funky on this system, but I've got it clear on mine. But again, we really need folks to be in shelter. This is a tornado that is down, moving towards the community of Naples, Texas. A possibility, this is a strong tornado. We continue to see a very evident tornado debris signature. And we're not leaving you folks further southwest out. We'll look at you in just a second. tell you what, I think there's a tornado debris signature right over Idabel, Oklahoma. That's not good. Tornado debris signature is moved northeast. You'll see it update here in just a second. A debris ball now showing up on reflectivity. We'll switch back. It's a debris ball. Correlation coefficient. This is a major tornado. Velocity strengthened. We now have winds moving away from the radar at about 90 miles an hour, and winds moving towards the radar at about 65 miles an hour. This is a major tornado. Naples, this is a tornado that you do not want to mess with. You need to be in a safe place now. So let's go ahead and up the ante. If you know anyone in Naples, Texas, Omaha, Texas, Marietta, Texas, Bassett, Texas, Sims, Texas, Maud, Texas, Boston, New Boston, let me be perfectly clear. This could be a long track, violent tornado. It's going like this. This has the potential to cross Interstate 30 in approximately 30 minutes. We have major damage already reported from this. We have debris being lofted. We have a major tornado debris signature. In fact, we have what's called a debris ball now on reflectivity. Those of you in Naples, you need to be in shelter now. Please. Okay, let's go back south. Let's deal with these. All right, possibility of a tornado southwest of Gilmer. Rotation not as strong as the storm northeast, but considering both storms northeast have put down major tornadoes in the last half hour, we need to take these seriously. This is a potential tornado approaching the city of Gilmer over the next few minutes. We did have a report of a tornado down about 15 minutes ago. No recent reports. Further southwest, we have a pretty strong circulation right over Hawkins, just east of Hawkins, just west of Big Sandy. We do not have a tornado debris signature, but again, we're dealing with multiple circulations, each capable of producing tornadoes. And both these storms are going to be moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. First circulation near Pritchett and Gilmer, that'll be moving up towards Lone Star, which just dealt with this. Probably going to pass a bit north of Ore City. Major debris signature approaching Naples. Second circulation near Hawkins, going to be moving northeast. Could also pass near Gilmer or just west of town in the next 20 minutes. We have no other tornado warnings right now. I don't like this storm northeast of Grapeland. I think it is going to become a tornadic supercell in the next hour as it moves northeast. All right, let's get back up here to our life-threatening situation. A confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado, potentially a major tornado, is approaching the community of Naples. This is a life-threatening situation. If you are in Naples, you have 2 minutes, if that. Run to shelter now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. After Naples, this thing's going to ride up Highway 67 towards Bassett, Sims, Boston, New Boston. All right, folks, there are times where we can talk about tornadoes and say this is probably a weak, brief tornado. This is one of these long-track tornadoes that may be down for quite a bit longer, and one of these tornadoes that has the potential to cause major damage. Take it seriously, please. We urge you. And if you know anyone around here, please call them. Tell them to get in shelter, especially as this gets up towards Interstate 30 near New Boston. Tornado debris signature continues up to 11,000 feet, if not higher. Winds moving away. Well, here, let me make sure we're doing this right. Winds moving away from the radar, 70 knots, about 85 miles an hour, or about 80 miles an hour. Winds moving towards it about 70 knots, 80 miles an hour. Getting numerous reports of major damage. We have what is a And for what it's worth, it appears Idabel, Oklahoma just took a hit from a major tornado. There's a debris signature, and it goes up. It's not good. That's the safe way to put it. But we have our own issues to deal with. This is a major tornado approaching the community of Naples. Major tornado. We have a debris signature. This is near Naples now. If this misses Naples, it is going to be by the skin of your teeth and literally just outside town to the south. After that, this is going to be moving northeast up Highway 67, a direct threat to life and property to those in Bassett, Sims, Maud, Boston, New Boston. And keep in mind, any of these storms could do the same thing this evening. Any of these little discrete storms. That's why we've been here all day watching this. All right? We have an area of circulation near or just west of the city of Gilmer that's going to be moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. Those of you in Gilmer, you also have a second circulation and a potential tornado now near Big Sandy. It's following this first one, so stay in shelter for at least another 20 minutes. You have a second possible tornado following this first one. Neither is confirmed as of recently, but the circulations are strong, and given the atmospheric ingredients in place, given the fact we just had a long track violent tornado from just west north of Clarksville all the way to Idabel, Oklahoma, and the fact we have another major tornado now near Naples, Texas, moving towards New Boston, any of these storms could start causing problems again real quick. So let's just keep at it. So again, let's zoom out. Let's take a statewide look real quick from a situational awareness standpoint. Let me get rid of the satellite. I'm going to get rid of all those town names, and we'll take a look at what's going on across the state. Real quick, and then we're going to get back to the tornado coverage. But again, we just had a tornado hit Idabel, Oklahoma. It looks like that's the tornado emergency you see flashing there. We've got snow in the northern Texas panhandle. Yeah, that's what that is, by the way. That's snow, maybe up to an inch of snow in spots. We've got a large violent tornado near Naples. The potential for it to directly impact Sims, Maud, Boston, New Boston. Potential tornado near Gilmer. Second potential tornado just northeast of Big Sandy. All storms moving northeast about 50 miles an hour. We have a line of storms that are not severe at this time that extend from near Paris to Canton, the Corsicana to Waco to Georgetown to San Marcos. Once this line of storm passes, severe weather threat's done. Until then, we have to watch all of East Texas for discrete storms, like this one popping up northeast of Crockett, east of Palestine. We're still in an environment supportive of significant tornado activity across this region, so we need to watch these individual cells popping up further south. They're not doing anything right now, but they're in an environment that would allow them to do exactly what's going on further north right now, so we're going to watch them closely. That being said, we need to get back to the severe weather coverage at hand, and that's going to be 2 tornado warnings we currently have in the state of Texas. We have one, a tornado very near the community of Naples. I have upset the radar. Alright, new plan. We're going to reset the radar real quick. And again, if you're wondering about storms I'm not talking about, the reason I'm not talking about it is because it's probably not trying to kill a bunch of people right now. So you can look at TexasStormChasers.com/radar, or just download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. That'll let you see the radar, what's going on near you. Strongest storms that are severe warned may be capable of 70-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some quarter-size hail. The hail threat for golf ball size hail is lower. Alright, so here's what we have. We have what we believe is a tornado that remains down near or just on the community of Naples. We've got winds moving away from the radar at about 91 miles an hour. We've got winds moving towards the radar about 10 to 20, so very strong rotation. Debris signature is still there, although maybe just a little less. Honestly, that might be a debris ball, in which case tornado's right there. Switch back to the which way the wind's blowing mode. We'll look at Gilmer. We note the hail core is starting to come up with this, which may indicate an intensification trend. We're going to watch for that closely with this thunderstorm. Excuse me. But again, this possible tornado located now probably 2 to 3 miles northeast of Gilmer on 155. This is going to probably be a threat to Lone Star. Could be a threat to Daggerfield. This one actually in Daggerfield, to Hughes Springs. We're going to have to wait and see. But, I mean, we'll wait and see. We've got a weaker circulation now just northeast of Big Sandy. And we're keeping an eye on these storms further south near Rusk to Jacksonville, just in case they start trying to spin up. Same thing goes for these storms southwest of Thailand. Alright, let's get back to the velocity data. Yeah, I think we still do have a tornado down, but the good news is the tornado debris height has come down a bit. Instead of 11,000 feet, it looks like we're about 5,000 to 6,000 feet, which indicates the tornado may be a bit weaker now, which is good. Maybe we're heading towards an occlusion where we see the tornado dissipate, which would be good news, but given the environment in place, this storm could spin up a new tornado if that's indeed the case of what was going on. So, really quick, I'm going to run to the little boy's room. I'll be back in 60 seconds. Alright, my apologies. I'm back. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer with more caffeine. It is 7:11 on the 4th of November 2022. A tornado remains... Okay, we've got a tornado still down likely on Highway 67. Ryan up 67, maybe 2 miles northeast of Naples. Now moving towards Bassett, Sims, and then eventually Boston/New Boston. We don't have a tornado debris signature this second, which is good, but the circulation remains strong. The reflectivity structure remains impressive, and yeah, so the circulation northeast of Gilmer. Oh, let's see. That's going to be about 5 miles northeast of Gilmer. Could be a threat to Lone Star. Ore City, Avenger, and Daggerfield. They have a new tornado warning out through 7:45 p.m. Make sure we're not missing anything farther south. And again, we need to watch these little discrete cells popping up farther southwest. So far, they're behaving, but they're spinning like a top aloft, and we're going to have to keep a very close eye on them. All right. Very impressive gate-to-gate couplet with this. And tornado warnings there. Gilmer, you have another circulation coming up from your southwest. These are starting to spin. One west of Jacksonville on 79, one west of Alto on 70 or 294 heading towards Rusk. No tornado warnings on those right now. We'll see if we end up getting tornado warnings on them in the next 10 minutes. Wouldn't be the most shocking thing that's happened today. And again, this is just the which way the wind's blowing mode. Reds and greens together equals spinning mischief. Bright pinks and oranges with bright greens equal tornado mischief. Alright, what do we got? And that's just... And again, this circulation northeast of Naples is intensifying again and moving northeast towards New Boston. I'm going to say 7:30 for New Boston. It's 7:19 now. Excuse me, 7:13 now, so 15 minutes. We note a very well-defined bounded weak echo region. Beware. Again, this little donut hole. I don't think that's the tornado, probably. But what that likely is the circulation rotating fast enough to literally push all the rain out of the mesocyclone area, and that leaves that little weak echo right there, the bounded weak echo region. Nevertheless, this thing remains capable of producing tornadoes. It may have a tornado down. I think it's cycled very near Naples, but it appears to be on an upswing again, and the velocities indicate that as well. So let's go ahead, we'll pop on in and play magic. Okay, we've got winds about 82 miles an hour moving away from the radar. We've got winds of 40 to 50 moving towards, so 120, 130 mile an hour winds rotating with this thunderstorm, indicative of the fact this thing could have a tornado down, and if it doesn't, it may put one down any seconds as it moves northeast towards Bassett, Sims, and eventually could impact Interstate 30 around Boston to Hooks. This one should remain west of Texarkana. Now, these two, the one near Gilmer, this could pose more of a direct threat to Texarkana down the road. We're just going to have to wait and see, but that should be an hour out. All right, a couple circulations we're watching. One, about 3 miles southwest of Gilmer, moving into town. Second circulation on 155, probably about 6 to 7 miles west of Ore City, moving towards Lone Star at 50 miles an hour. We'll look south. Storm east of Grapeland, storm southwest of Rusk are showing increasing signs of rotating, so we may end up having tornado warnings for that at some point. And this storm near Bassett is also showing a increase in updraft organization. The hail estimates are going up aloft, indicating the storm itself is strengthening, indicating in all likelihood we're going to see an uptick in the rotation strength again. So we really want folks in around New Boston to Boston, Sims, Bassett, Maud to be in a safe place. Same thing goes if you're around Hooks. So we don't want anyone traveling on Interstate 30 right now, frankly, between Mount Pleasant and Texarkana, as the potential for a tornado across the interstate is certainly there over the next 30 minutes. Again, I'm just keeping an eye on things. Looking around, I've got monitors galore. We have 3 tornado warnings right now in the state. Well, I'm sorry, 2 tornado warnings, 3 tornadic storms. Storm number 1 near Bassett running northeast up 67. That could be a direct threat to Boston and New Boston in the next 20 minutes. Storms 2 and 3. Gilmer to Ore City could be threats to Texarkana, Atlanta in the next hour. Moving northeast. And then these storms from near Jacksonville to Alto to Grapeland right now are behaving, but there's a chance they could become problematic down the road too. All right, Storm Prediction Center's just issued a small discussion for this area. We're going to read that real quick. Confirmed dangerous tornadoes are ongoing across portions of the Arklatex region. Threat will continue the next couple hours. Radar trends continue to show an uptick in intensity of supercells across portions of the Arklatex region near the Red River in the last couple hours. Several confirmed tornadoes have been reported within this region and are continuing. Near this region lies the most favorable overlap of deep layer shear, along with high storm relative helicity values, along with mixed layer instability values also supportive. Objective surface analysis shows sharp theta E axis extending into portions of western Louisiana. This will continue to be a favored region for more discrete organized supercells and strong tornadoes in the next couple hours. So in other words, we're going to be doing this a while across East Texas and Northeast Texas, but we're here for it. Excuse me. Get a little protein shake on me real quick. And we'll continue. So, for now, 3 storms we're watching for circulations. 1 coming into Gilmer. No reports of a tornado with that. Rotation with this one probably 6 miles northwest of Ore City, moving towards Lone Star. And then this one very near Bassett on Highway 67. That'll be near Sims. That looks dangerous. We know we have tornado warnings, Broken Bow. We have tornado warnings around Fort Smith, up to east of Fayetteville. I mean, I'll just look at these real quick because I'm curious. Or not because it hates me. That's okay. Increasing potential, we have a new tornado developing near Bassett. This is going to be moving near Sims in the next 3 minutes. Sims is where 98 splits off with 67. Bassett is where this is now. The threat to Boston and New Boston is increasing. Again, we'll pull up the which way the wind's blowing mode. We now have winds moving away from the radar at 92, moving towards the radar at 20. Again, and some higher res data I'm looking at is even more impressive. No clear-cut signs of a tornado debris signature, but again, those of you in New Boston, Sims, Bassett, you need to be in a safe place. This thing is ramping back up. We went over a cycle about the last 15 minutes where this got near Naples. The tornado probably dissipated, and now we're ramping up again. So this could have the potential to put a tornado down again. And given the ingredients in place, it's the potential we could be dealing with stronger tornadoes. I mean, folks, people have already died tonight. We know that. It sounds like Pickens, Oklahoma, we've had fatalities. We know there have been injuries in some Texas communities, especially back with the Paris tornado north and west of Paris earlier. And these are moving fast. They don't have to stop at stop signs. They don't have to stop at traffic lights, and they definitely don't have to stop with interstate traffic. Again, we're looking for signs of tornadic mischief here. So the latest scam coming up now to Sims at the corner of 98 and 67. We now have winds moving, well, here, let's do it this way. Winds moving away from the radar at about 87. Winds moving towards the radar about 30. Very ominous reflectivity structure. Maybe a little debris signature. We now have a tornado warning that includes Little River, Arkansas, but Central Bowie County, Northeast Texas. Weather Service says a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located 9 miles southwest of New Boston, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. And this is a radar-confirmed tornado from debris. So if you're in New Boston, again, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right? This is going to be near Sims, corner of Highway 98 and 67. This is moving essentially like this, right towards New Boston. All right? And it's going to be there in less than 10 minutes. This thing's moving, again, at a massive debris signature now. You don't like seeing that, but you'll see it here in a second. Latest data will come in. Give it just a second, and then here, let me switch sources again. Maybe I can get it to load here a little more quickly. There it is. Debris signature's back. So again, we've got a confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado lofting debris just northwest of Sims. This is a direct threat to Boston and New Boston. This is going to be a really close call. It may end up passing just west of both towns at Highway 98 and I-30, but frankly, it is way too close to call. We now have a confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado doing damage again with a tornado debris signature. Winds moving out at 100, moving towards the radar about 30. 130 mile an hour gate to gate. So again, a confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado is now in progress and approaching New Boston and Boston about 6 to 7 miles southwest of town. This means folks in New Boston and Boston, if you know anyone there, call them. Tell them another large tornado's down. It's heading towards town. Okay. Rusk. We're also watching a strong storm with some rotation near Rusk, but it's not worthy of a tornado warning yet. So again, Boston, New Boston, you have less than 10 minutes, probably closer to 5. You need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get as low as you can. Put as many walls between you and the outside. If you have time, grab a helmet, put it on. Hard sole shoes, put them on. That way, if you need to walk across damage, you don't hurt your feet. And again, this is a confirmed tornado at this point, based off the fact the radar is detecting tornado debris, that big blue donut. And it just got worse on the latest scan, which you'll see here in just a second. The tornado debris signature is now over 1.5 miles wide. That doesn't mean the tornado's 1.5 miles wide, but it does indicate we've got problems. So again, a confirmed large, destructive tornado is now in progress, approaching Boston and New Boston. Massive debris signature. A lot of stuff's getting lofted. Moving right at Boston, New Boston. This is a life-threatening situation with a tornado down, moving towards Interstate 30, Highway 82, and Highway 98. This is going to pass in, across, or just west of Boston New Boston. This will remain well west of Texarkana. We don't want anyone on Interstate 30 between Texarkana and Mount Pleasant for the next 30 minutes at least. It's got a message that our chasers are actually about to be there. In which case, we'll see it. But we've got folks in that general vicinity. We're going to know if something's going on pretty quick based off their reports in addition to the tornado debris signature. However, we need to take a look at the storm near Rusk, it looks like. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. Okay, real quick. Circulation approaching Lone Star, could have a tornado with that. Circulation northeast of Gilmer, that's going to probably ride up towards Lone Star too. No tornado debris with either at this point. One near Gilmer kind of looks suspicious. Have a problem with this storm near Rusk. Circulation is increasing with it. So we may need a tornado warning for Rusk shortly. If that happens, we'll be there to talk about it. Alright, let's see what we have now. Debris lofted to 12,000 feet southwest of New Boston. The potential for this to be an EF2 plus tornado certainly there. We have reports of major damage about 5 miles west of Igerfield with major injuries. Alright. Well, folks, this is... Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a tornado emergency for New Boston and Boston. A large, violent, potentially deadly tornado is minutes out from town. If you are in New Boston and Boston, Texas, this is a tornado emergency. A large, violent, potentially deadly tornado is less than 5 minutes from town. You're out of time. You need to be in the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, now! Alright? It doesn't get more serious than this. If we get lucky, this will go just west of town. But again, this is a tornado emergency for New Boston and Boston. I'm going to just read the text directly. Tornado emergency for New Boston in central Bowie County. A large, destructive tornado is located just southwest of New Boston, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Tornado emergency for New Boston. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Hazard, deadly tornado. Impact, you are in a life-threatening situation. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous, potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. There you go. This is a tornado emergency. A large tornado doing damage with a major debris field is moving into the southwest sides of New Boston now. You are out of time. We have a tornado warning for Rusk. We're going to talk about that in a minute. We're going to stick with this for now. Tornado warning for Rusk. I'll just read the warning. This is a tornado warning for southwestern Rusk County and northeastern Cherokee counties. Possible tornado over Rusk, moving northeast at 40. This tornado warning includes Gallatin, Reclaw, Laneville, Henderson, just northwest of Mount Enterprise. Again, potential for a tornado now just northeast of Rusk, moving northeast, generally towards Henderson, Laneville. Tornado emergency for Boston and New Boston. Tornado debris signature now goes to 20,000 feet. This is a possibly an EF4 plus tornado. Get down. Absolutely. If you go outside and try and look at this thing, I hope your mama finds you and slaps you on the head, because that's what you deserve. This is the kind of tornado where you go outside and look for it, and it hits you before you can get to shelter. You're liable to end up halfway across the county in a lake. And trust me, you're probably not going to be alive. Be in shelter now. Lowest floor, center room, away from window, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you do that, you're going to be okay. Most folks that do these steps are fine. Okay? Okay. So again, this is the debris field. That big blue donut. This is all debris being lofted by this tornado. That does not mean the tornado is that wide. However, very strong indications. Yeah, we do have a significant tornado in progress. Just for curiosity, the debris field is over 3 miles wide now. That is not the width of the tornado. However, we likely have a significant tornado in progress on the interstate moving into New Boston. We have some of our folks are currently en route from Mount Pleasant. Some of our folks are actually trained in search and rescue, first responder operations, actually work as first responders. So they're actually en route up that way now, not to necessarily chase, but to assist with the possible search and rescue ops that may be needed. Hopefully not, but maybe. Tornado crossing Interstate 30 right now in the west end of New Boston. A tornado emergency is in effect. Alright, here's the latest radar scan. Again, there's the velocity couplet. There's the tornado debris signature. And look, I hope we get lucky. Somehow this thing lifts and we don't have a major tornado moving into New Boston. But it is what it is. So we did our best to warn folks. Okay, let's get southwest. We have more storms we need to cover. Okay, circulation coming up to Lone Star. That's one. Have a second circulation northwest of Ore City. Okay, we need to go to the new tornado warning. This is going to be a storm that has the potential to be problematic. This is a pretty strong indication of a tornado now that is northeast of Rusk. Pretty strong gate-to-gate circulation, about 3 to 4 miles northeast of Rusk, moving northeast, east-northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Now, this should stay just north of Reclaw, just southeast of Gallatin. This is probably going to stay a bit south of Henderson unless it turns left. But eventually, this could pose an issue to Carthage, all the way to south of Marshall, to near Greenwood, Louisiana. And again, everyone in between. I mean, between Henderson and Mount Enterprise, between Tatum and Carthage, including Beckville. Need to watch this storm. This might be a storm that stays around for a while. Not necessarily meaning there's going to be long-lived tornadoes with it, but the potential we could have this storm sticking around for a while. We note this other storm west of Alto is starting to increase. This may need a tornado warning as well. Like I said, these storms are probably going to keep developing further south, and they are. So we're not done. All right, back up to the tornado emergency. You know, I'm a little optimistic. Maybe this is going to stay just west of town. And I'll be honest, the velocity signature is starting to come down a bit. That being said, we still have debris being lofted. Debris got up to 20,000 feet a bit earlier, meaning whatever was down was a strong tornado. But maybe we got lucky here. Maybe. Either way, y'all in New Boston, stay in shelter. Okay, we just got a report of a very large tornado crossing Interstate 30 in New Boston. So, yeah, it's still there. I was hopeful, but no, it's there. We've got a large tornado that just crossed the interstate in New Boston. So, I just hope folks took the warning seriously and took cover. And I hope we didn't end up with a bunch of vehicles and 18-wheelers lofted off the interstate. But unfortunately, what appears to have been a very large tornado has now crossed Interstate 30 near New Boston. That's going to be moving north of town now on Highway 8, crossing into southwest Arkansas here over the next several minutes. Large tornado continues. And then we focus our efforts further south and see what the next storms want to do. I'll be crossing Highway 8 north of New Boston over the next 5 minutes. Those of you in New Boston, stay in shelter. Dealing with a little bit of de-aliasing issues, meaning the radar's having a bit of a tough time trying to diagnose this data around Hughes Springs to Lone Star. Let me see if I can't clean that up. Yeah, that didn't work. Okay. That's fine. It works on my end. But no confirmed reports of tornadoes. No debris signature with these storms right now. That is a false... That's bad data right there. Notice how there's no reflectivity. That's... With that... Are going to probably need a tornado warning with this circulation west of Alto, and I'm pretty sure that's what we just got. Okay, so we have new tornado warnings. We have a circulation now coming up to Highway 204 near Highway 110 northwest of Reclaw. That's going to be moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. We have a second tornadic supercell now that has developed. This is going to be west of Alto, moving to the northeast at the same speed. About 40 miles an hour. We note both storms in combination could prove problematic for places like Henderson, Tatum, Beckville, Carthage, Gary City, Mount Enterprise, Cushing, and even Alto proper. So again, these two storms are probably going to become our problem storms over the next 30 minutes. And again, the environment remains supportive of all modes of severe weather with these discrete thunderstorms, including tornadoes, possibly stronger, longer-lived tornadoes if the environmental ingredients in the storms can come together just enough. And that's what we're going to be watching for. Again, we're not going anywhere. We've been here since, 1:45, and we're going to be here until this is all out of Texas. That's what the caffeine's for. Reason we're here, I'm interested in keeping folks safe and informed. Not necessarily about anything else. So let's go over what we have. Large tornado now north of Interstate 30, crossing over Highway 8, north of New Boston. You can see Bounded Weak Echo region, that little donut hole, that is in association with a tornado debris signature and a large, extremely dangerous tornado. New Boston, on I-30, you're clear from this storm. You have additional thunderstorms arriving from your southwest. They are not severe at this time. They have the potential to produce strong winds, small hail, heavy rain, cloud to ground, lightning. We've got tornado warnings. For a circulation around Hughes Springs and Dingerfield, moving northeast towards Douglasville, Marietta, Eventually Maud Redwater. This could pose a direct threat to the city of Texarkana. We're going to have to wait and see, but again, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Here, I'll just click this. Stand by. Moving northeast 40 to 50. This could be a threat to Texarkana in about 45 minutes. Tornado north of New Boston, crossing Highway 8 now. Large, violent tornado. Alright. Let's keep going southwest. Second circulation approaching Lone Star, maybe just a bit northeast of there. Honestly, the radar data's kind of murky there. Now, let me tell you, a couple things I don't like. First, these cells near Tyler, we're going to keep an eye out on them. I'm not too worried about those right now. I'm worried about these cells down here. These southern storms. The one northwest of Alto, southwest of Rusk. One southeast of New Summerfield, northwest of Reclaw. Both moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. Both in an environment that supports longer-lived supercells, producing all modes of severe weather. So, we're going to be here. We've got currently, technically, 5 tornado warnings in the state. First tornado warning, large tornado crossing Highway 8 near the Red River north of New Boston. Gate-to-gate couplet, debris signature, in all likelihood, has been a long track, very large and destructive tornado ever since back towards Naples. Maybe longer than that. We're going to keep an eye on these circulations. One circulation is approximately 4 miles north-northeast of Huge Springs. I know the radar is not doing a great job of de-aliasing it over here, so I'm just going to circle one circulation. And honestly, oh, what is that? Actually, I stand corrected. We have a tornado. Yeah, we have a tornado right now, right there with the debris ball. Alright. We have a confirmed tornado now, about 4 miles north-northeast of Hughes Springs. You'll see it when it comes up here on the latest scan in just a moment. The data updates here. There you go, right there. We have a tornado down doing damage. I believe that's a tornado debris signature in association with that strong circulation. Makes sense based on where the reflectivity is. That's a debris signature right there. Debris going a few thousand feet up. So this is going to be about 5 miles northeast of Hughes Springs, moving northeast of 40 miles an hour. This is about 11 miles west of Linden, 9 miles south of Marietta, 16 miles southwest of Douglasville, 24 miles west-southwest of Atlanta. This is a confirmed tornado now with a debris ball, debris signature. That's the radar detecting pieces of, could be buildings, tree limbs, etc. versus, hydrometeors. Notice it is enveloped in very heavy rain. That is going to mean it's completely and utterly invisible to the naked eye. So don't think you're going to see it. So again, that is a tornado now in progress about 5 miles northeast of Hughes Springs. That's going to be moving northeast at 41 miles per hour. Douglasville, this is heading towards you. So again, this is a direct call to action for Douglasville. A confirmed tornado is now in progress about 13 miles to your southwest, moving northeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. Based on that, it won't take that long to get to Douglasville, maybe 20, 25 minutes, less than that probably. Okay, so we've got a confirmed tornado now near about 5 miles northeast of Hughes Springs, but the debris signature just left on the latest scan, so in all likelihood, that was a brief tornado. Nevertheless, an indicator that the storm is still producing and capable of producing at least brief tornadoes. So we'll deal with that. Head back south. Circulation 6 miles northwest of Reclaw, moving northeast at 45, capable of producing a tornado. It's also going to be about 5.5 miles southeast of New Summerfield. Strong circulation, currently only 4 miles south of the city of Rusk, moving over Highway 69. There's the latest update. And this is moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. 45 miles an hour. Essentially towards Mount Enterprise. And it could be there in the next 45 minutes. So again, let's talk about who's clear. New Boston, you're clear. You've got heavy rain coming in. The tornado is now on the Arkansas side of the Red River. You have a possible tornado that'll be staying farther south, well south of New Boston, towards Douglasville. About 5-6 miles northeast of Hughes Springs. Heavy rain. And then once this little line of storms passes, you're done. We've got storms back west over Tyler. So far, mostly behaving themselves. We've got these two supercells, and I wouldn't be shocked if the southern one eats the northern one, and we only have one storm at some point in the next hour become dominant. It's going to be moving northeast about 45. So again, possible tornado crossing over Highway 69 right now, about 4 miles southeast of Rusk, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Let's go back up. Reflectivity. Make sure we're not missing anything. The line of storms on the cold front so far is behaving itself. No severe warnings with that. These earlier storms may have taken the juice out of them. We'll pop into Granger. You can see we do have storms, essentially along and just east of 35. Maybe some gusty winds, small hail, heavy rain, but honestly, nothing really to write home about, which is good. Well, let's go over things. We have a severe storm capable of producing a tornado. This is going to be about, let's say, 5 to 6 miles southeast of Marietta, about, at this point, 11 miles southwest of Douglasville, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. That's one. And it was down about 5 minutes ago, but we lost the debris signature, so it may just be doing touch and goes for a aviation-related term. We have 2 tornado warnings. One, a circulation about 5 to 6 miles southeast of New Summerfield. That's looking much weaker, but this circulation only a couple miles southeast of Rusk is looking stronger. This may become the dominant circulation. And it's going to be the one we have to probably watch. Here's the latest scan. To get a beeline on where it's going. Honestly, this is probably going to pass fairly close to Reclaw. Again, it may just end up being something that passes a bit south of town, but it's going to be close. So, and then we also note this could be a threat to Mount Enterprise in about 30 minutes. Alright, looks like we have a little tornado debris signature again with this circulation south of Marietta. I'll have to let the radar update. I've got it on my higher resolution data set here. Yeah, there's your little tornado debris signature. It's going to be near County Road 1450 and County Road 2617. About 5 to 6 miles southeast of Marietta, Texas. And about... Well, how about this? Let's not do that. There we go. 11 to 10 miles southwest of Douglasville. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing, and we continue to see pretty strong velocity signatures. And a heavy blob of rain. You can see a better look right there with it. So this is a confirmed tornado now. Though we note debris has not become overly high. Debris is about 4,000 to 5,000 feet. Latest scan, however, does have a more definitive debris signature. You'll see it in a minute. And again, this will be associated with a confirmed tornado now approximately 10 miles southwest of Douglasville, about 6 miles south of Marietta. Excuse me, let me rephrase that. About 4 miles southeast of Marietta, about 9 miles southwest of Douglasville, moving northeast at 40 to 45 miles per hour. Residents of Mount Enterprise, a shelter has been opened at 202 Northwest 1st Street at the Landmark Baptist Church, for those who may need shelter from the storms. Remains a strong circulation moving towards Douglasville at this point, about 9 miles away now. We'll do some probing. Winds moving away from the radar about 70. Winds moving towards the radar about 60. And we note this is a relatively large mesocyclone, so once it consolidates, it could have a problem. Newest scan. Winds moving away from the radar about 75. Moving towards the radar about 60. But notice how this is spread out over about a mile. A broad but very intense mesocyclone. If that mesocyclone can tighten up, we're going to have a problem with tornadoes. And this has been putting tornadoes down intermittently. So again, Douglasville, the danger of a tornado is increasing on Highway 8, south of Maud, north of Linden. Alright, let's go south. Let's deal with this. I need to change the algorithm again because apparently we're going to have to deal with this. Severe thunderstorm warning for Lockhart, Wonderwood, and Martindale in central, south-central Texas. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. Again, we're going to be focusing on the most intense, dangerous storms. Let's see if that'll fix our issue here. There we go. Again, this is going to be for southeast of Rusk now. A pretty intense looking circulation gate to gate. And this could put a tornado down at any time. A dangerous thunderstorm moving towards Reclaw. You can see the latest scan. We now have winds moving towards the radar. About 70, moving away at about 40. So again, 110 mile an hour shear. Notice this is the tail end supercell. There's nothing south and east of it. That's dangerous. That means we could be dealing with, well, unimpeded inflow. The storm could go for a while. Okay, let's go back north. I see you, little thing. Nothing near Kilgore right now I'm too worried about. Alright, let's go back to deal with this. I'm going to have to change the scan mode again. Here we go. Bit of a debris signature still with this. Right there, that's your tornado debris signature. Your velocity right there. Looks like we're going to have winds moving away at about 70 miles an hour. Winds moving towards at about 60 miles an hour, so very strong circulation. And again, this isn't your classic... I hate this drawing line thing. I need to get a different one. Note to self. This isn't your classic supercell at this point. Look, it's embedded within heavy rain, a very large area of circulation with intermittent brief tornadoes. The problem is, this, one, you're not going to see it. Two, those of you in Douglasville need to be in a safe place. This could put a tornado down again at any point, and frankly, it might be down now based on the intermittent debris signature. It's heading right towards Douglasville as well, where we have Highway 77 and Highway 8 intersect. Switch back over to debris mode again. Just zoom on in. I'll put some roads down. Brace signature just got a little more potent. You'll see it on here in a second. Switch back to the which way the wind's blowing mode. There you go. Big old blob there. And again, this is moving northeast about 45 miles an hour into Douglasville. The latest debris scan, still getting a debris signature. County Road 2340 just south of West Street, approaching Douglasville. Completely and utterly wrapped in rain. You're not going to see it. Just like you're not apparently going to see the velocity here because it's messed up. So again, Douglasville, you may have a tornado in your community within 5 minutes or less. You need to be in a safe place. Further south, very intense circulation near Reclaw. This could be a tornado at any point, and this is going to be very near Reclaw. Possibility of a tornado near Reclaw in the next few minutes. After that, this storm could move towards Carthage. Up Highway, 84 and then up 315. Switch back over to the debris tracker mode. You can see we do have debris being detected probably a mile or two west of Douglasville. So we're down to 3 storms of concern at the moment. One, possible tornado that has been doing intermittent damage the last 10 minutes. About 2 miles west of 2 miles west of Douglasville. A possible tornado on Highway 79 or just south near Highway 42. And then a possible tornado very near the community of Reclaw. It's going to be riding up northeast, probably passing north of Mount Enterprise, could pass closer to Laneville, but then may take a ride up Highway 315 towards Carthage. And this one's definitely a concern of mine. Tail end Charlie, the tail end storm, nothing to impede its inflow of warm, unstable air. We'll keep an eye on this storm near Kilgore. We see that hook echo, nothing really super strong in rotation at this moment. And again, I know this looks pretty funky right now off y'all's view, but some intermittent debris, so yeah, we might have a brief weak tornado still in progress just west of Douglasville. We're watching it, trust me, but it's not your classic tight, super violent looking circulation like the others we've seen so far at times tonight. And we do note, again, there is a severe thunderstorm warning back here. South Central Texas, San Marcos, east of Lockhart. That's going to be for a storm capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. But again, we're focused on the tornadic, life-threatening storms. The storms with the squall line thus far have been really nothing to write home about. Some heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds, occasionally quarter-size hail, and maybe winds up to 60 miles an hour. But so far, the squall line has been lackluster. Making sure we don't have any mischievous cells going on there. And by the way, we've had tornadoes all the way up into southwest Missouri. It sounds like Idabel, Oklahoma has taken a major hit from a violent tornado. We know we have major damage from a violent tornado earlier this evening west and north of Paris. Essentially from near and northeast of Honey Grove to Sumner to near Powderly. And again, I mentioned it earlier how we have a bad radar data hole up in that area, and it showed its ugly head again tonight. We didn't know there was a major tornado there until we suddenly had debris lofted to 15,000 feet. But hopefully that'll be resolved with the new radar in Durant, Oklahoma becoming operational soon, as long as it's publicly available data, not just data for a couple of emergency management entities. Looks like we still probably do have a tornado down just west of Douglasville, County Road 2461 at West Street. Excuse me. We're still keeping a very close eye on the storm near Reclaw. That's probably the one I'm most concerned about right now, excluding the one that's producing at least brief tornadoes just west of Douglasville. This one's got a look to it that concerns me, and I don't like it. That's a organized look. This one just southwest of Henderson's starting to spin back up too. It's not too far. That's about 7 to 6 miles southwest of Henderson, moving northeast at 40. This one is moving directly towards Henderson, especially the south sides of town, as it rides up Highway 79 to intersect shortly with 43. So again, that's moving northeast towards Henderson. That is not needed. And then we have the storm near Reclaw that's causing problems. That's old data. There we go. This thing near Reclaw definitely has a look to it. No tornado debris signature yet, but I wouldn't be shocked. Alright, just got a report that there's some damage to a fire station southwest of Marietta. Makes sense. Probably this where this circulation passed over, but the Crossroads Cornet Volunteer Fire Department apparently took damage to the building. Which makes sense. Again, it's south of Marietta, so that was from the probable tornado earlier. something of note. I'm hopeful, as we switch over, going back north, I'm hopeful we might be starting to switch over to more of a straight line wind situation with this stuff from near Douglasville to Linden. We're going to have to watch it carefully, but I'm hopeful. We'll see. That optimism may be misplaced. But if that does occur, our focus will shift further south. To these more discrete thunderstorms. This one northeast of Reclaw continues to look dangerous. It's going to be passing north of Mount Enterprise and eventually maybe an issue for the city of Carthage. I'm not sure it goes that far north, but again, it's moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Got a little thing there. We're about 35 miles southwest of Carthage, so 40 minutes, maybe a bit longer. Otherwise, this one near Henderson doesn't look nearly as impressive, which is good. So at this point, we're just watching storms. I'm sorry, I've been up for 27 hours now, so I'm actually a little tired. But I'm drinking more caffeine, which may or may not result in me having some sort of a coronary episode, but at least it'll be live streamed, right? Isn't that all the craze and rage these days? Alright, storm near Reclaw continues to look pretty gnarly in terms of the spinny potential. No indications of tornado debris at this point, but I say this is probably going to be the storm of interest for the foreseeable future. Storm near Henderson honestly does not look overly impressive right now. Could it ramp back up? Yes, but my instincts tell me this storm further southwest is taking hold of its energy. Oh, I'm good, thank you. No, I've still got a can here, don't... No, I'm good, thank you. Oh. But we're just going to have to wait and see. Now, a couple things to keep in mind. It's after dark. It's been after dark for hours. This is a highly forested area. Even if it wasn't after dark, you'd have difficulty seeing a tornado, not to mention the thing's probably rain-wrapped. If we get one, don't go outside looking for it. Okay, we'll take a look at these storms back farther southwest. Little good surge of wind looks like northeast of Lockhart. Potential for some quarter-size hail. Again, we're not really expecting much in the way of tornado issues with these storms along the front. A brief tornado, perhaps. But this one north of Reclaw we're going to need to keep an eye on. Looks like if we switch to the which way the wind's blowing mode, yeah, this has gone linear, I think, at least for now. Much more of a straight line wind threat approaching Domino, Queen City, Atlanta, and Linden. Farther southwest, this storm northeast of Reclaw continues to ramp up. Henderson, you've got a strong storm over you. If there was a tornado, it'd be in town. I don't think there really is right now. This one southwest by Reclaw is doing the same thing our storm that came up to New Boston did with that Beware, Bounded Weak Echo region. You see that little donut hole right there? That's where the winds are so strong in the mesocyclone rotating around. They're actually pushing the precipitation out and creating a somewhat of a donut effect, where you have less reflectivity, less precipitation, and it shows up as that little hole. Alright, we have reports out of huge springs of major damage and, quote, a direct hit. I'm trying to see specifically what, but alright, we've got a new tornado warning. That's going to be for this storm we were just talking about. It's going to be a tornado warning that's a relatively long duration tornado warning. Oh, good. Okay, that's Arkansas. I don't care. Long duration tornado warning. This will not include most of Mount Enterprise. This includes Brakefield, Clayton, Carthage, Tatum, Beckville, Durgin, southeast sides of Henderson. So again, this is a longer warning simply to account for the possibility this puts down a tornado, and I think it's probably trying to do so. So again, this will be a tornado warning for portions of Panola and Rusk counties until 9 p.m. At 9:14 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles east of New Salem, or 14 miles south of Henderson, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This tornado warning includes Henderson, Carthage, Tatum, Beckville, Pine Hill, Minden, Mount Enterprise, Chapman, Glenfawn, Fairplay, Brakefield, Churchill, and Laneville. Alright, again, this will be a tornado warning moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Very organized supercell. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Very well-defined circulation coming up to Laneville. And this storm, moving northeast at 45, has the potential to produce a tornado at any moment. And given its discreteness, given the fact there's nothing south and southeast of it interrupting its warm inflow, this storm has probably our best chance now that we've seen in about 30 minutes of a stronger tornado, longer-lived tornado. Again, you know, Mount Enterprise up to Carthage, we dealt with this last March in terms of the long-track tornadoes that happen at night and stuff like that. This is nothing new to y'all. We don't have anything down right now, but I'm concerned we're going to have something down at some point soon, and that it could stay down for quite a while. With this thunderstorm, we have winds moving towards the radar at about 60 miles an hour, winds moving away at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. So, again, pretty good mesocyclone. Reflectivity-wise, you can see that warm... Let me get my super-duper awesome blossom drawing out. Warm inflow coming on in, being sucked in the mesocyclone. You can see this wrap around. It's your rear flank downdraft. And at some point, if this can organize enough, it's going to put a tornado down. And that's why we have a tornado warning. At this point, we don't see a tornado debris signature. We still see that well-defined bounded weak echo region. Okay, we've got a tornado warning that includes the city of Texarkana. It's going to be for a... I guess they're being cautious, but the potential for a tornado between Maud and Domino, in addition to damaging straight-line winds, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. This includes northeastern Cass, southeastern Bowie. Now, I'll say this. Nothing that screams tornado to me right now. So, I can't rule out a brief tornado, but this looks much more like a squall line situation. Damaging straight-line winds, heavy rain, maybe a quick spin-up on the leading edge, versus the supercellular tornadoes we've had for most of the evening. That is good news, but nevertheless, we have a tornado warning for Hooks, Leary, Nash, Texarkana, Redwater, Maud, Domino, and Red Lick, and Red Bank in far northeast Texas until 9 p.m. And it won't take until 9 p.m. for this to get through Texarkana on the Texas side. So again, damaging straight line winds, the potential for a brief tornado. And we're going to be watching it, trust me. Alright, let's go back further southwest. Make sure we don't have any issues with this near Longview. I think the cold front's about to that storm, so that'll knock off any sort of mischievous issues we have. Alright, back to the supercell, northeast of Reclaw, northwest of Mount Enterprise. The circulation continues to increase in intensity. Winds moving towards the radar about 55 miles an hour. Winds moving away at about 60 to 70. But at this point, we have no tornado debris signature, which is good. As this continues moving northeast towards Brakefield, exiting Laneville to the northeast. We also note starting to see more of a circulation back just northeast of Henderson again. It's trying to spin back up on Highway 43. Just to spite me. And we'll have to see if that happens, but again, can't rule out a brief tornado northeast of Henderson by about 4 to 5 miles on Highway 43. That'd also be moving more northeast, probably towards Easton versus Tatum, but we'll keep an eye on it. And again, we have a tornado warning until 9 p.m. for Texarkana, Red Bank, Red Lick, Domino, Redwater. That's for a line of thunderstorms capable of producing a brief tornado and the potential for damaging straight line winds over 70 miles per hour. Alright, back to our circulation. We're watching two. One just northeast of Henderson by about 5 miles. It's fairly weak but noticeable. And then a stronger circulation that's near Laneville. That'll be crossing Highway 59, moving towards the Brakefield community. And then eventually could pose a threat to Carthage and Beckville. Again, here's how it looks on radar. Pretty good bounded weak echo region. That little donut hole in the reflectivity where the winds are pushing the rain out of the mesocyclone. We note another one of these little mischievous cells are trying to pop up southwest of Alto. We'll see if anything comes of that. So far, nothing is. And we're still watching for any mischievous storms in southeast Texas or the Golden Triangle. We have none of that. We do have a severe storm heading towards Bastrop and Smithville. That could have some quarter-sized hail, winds of 60 miles an hour, maybe gusty winds with that as well, in addition to the 60-mile-an-hour winds that I just said because I'm talking to myself. And again, same thing goes for Seguin. With this line of storms all the way essentially from now Interstate 10, Lavernia to Seguin, up to Lockhart, all the way up to Elgin, Rockdale. Most of these are not severe, could have gusty winds, some small hail. The potential for a brief tornado, although that risk is low. So again, this potential tornado will be passing northwest of Mount Enterprise. If you're in Mount Enterprise, and especially south of Highway 84, you don't need to worry about this storm. It's going to stay well north of Highway 84. Currently about 9 miles northwest of Mount Enterprise. Should be passing on Highway 259. Probably about 7 miles north of Mount Enterprise. Be moving toward the Brakefield community and then riding up Highway 315 through Clayton towards the city of Carthage. And again, the circulation approaching the city of Texarkana could have 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but frankly, it doesn't look tornadic right now. I'm really not worried about it right now. I mean, you should respect the warnings, but truthfully, this is a straight-line wind look. Could there be a brief tornado? Yes, but it would likely be on the brief, weak side and comparable to 70-mile-an-hour straight-line winds. I'm more concerned with this, and kind of that northeast of Henderson, but meh. Again, we're going to have to wait and see. So far, this is not put down. Well, we haven't had a tornado debris signature from this storm yet. I shouldn't say there hasn't been a tornado. There could have been a tornado. It just wasn't enough to loft debris, enough to see for the radar to see. Oh. So, I know we're only talking about the most intense storms. You can keep an eye on the sky with the Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. I know many of you have done so today because I got a notification our web server got boosted. So, I'm glad y'all have been utilizing that resource. So, we're down to, for all intensive purposes, outside of the potential for a brief tornado with straight line winds with this line of storms moving into Texarkana, we're down to one storm of concern for the moment. Though I don't like the storm southwest of Alto. I don't like little discrete storms out ahead of the line of storms. I don't care if it's afternoon or the middle of the night. I don't like them. Like this one, I don't like it, but we're down to one storm right now. Technically two if you want to count this thing southwest of Tatum. That's still kind of there. And frankly, it seems to be kind of just there to annoy me, but we'll look at the tornado debris tracker. We don't see any blue donuts surrounded by red, so that is good. And folks, I'll tell you this. I covered it live earlier. I talked about the difficulties in detecting tornadoes in Lamar County, west and north of Paris, in northeast Texas. But I tell you what, we have big problems up there. I mean, it sounds like we have fatalities. We have people still trapped in rubble. We've got structures that have been completely leveled by what is obviously a high-end tornado. That was earlier this afternoon. That'll be a storm I go back and actually look at the data, look at the coverage to see what I could have done differently. But unfortunately, when the closest radar site gives you data at 15,000 feet above the ground, you're not looking at the low levels of the storm. You're looking at the mid levels. You're really missing almost everything. Because the closest radar was either Fort Worth or Shreveport. So there's supposed to be a new radar in Durant, Oklahoma, but I'm not sure if that's going to be a radar we're going to be able to access. So it might just be for a couple of private emergency managers and for maybe the National Weather Service. Which, I mean, yes, will help them issue warnings, but won't help us convey that information to you. So, I'm optimistic it will be. But anyway, let's get back to this. We have a pretty impressive circulation crossing over Highway 259 now. This is going to be south of Henderson. Winds about 55 miles an hour towards the radar. Winds about 53 miles an hour away, so about 105, 110 mile an hour winds. Where'd my little toy go? There we go. This is about 8 miles southeast of the city of Henderson. About 5 miles west of the community of Brakefield. And this storm, potentially a direct threat to the city of Carthage, down the road. It's about 22 miles from the west side of Carthage, moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So 20 to 30 minutes. And again, we don't have any indications of tornado debris, which is good. Doesn't mean there's not a tornado there, but it, you know, better than the alternative, a debris being lofted 20,000 feet. So we're down to essentially one storm we're super concerned about right now. The storm entering Texarkana. Look, I'm going to be honest. That's a straight line wind setup. Yes, there's strong winds. I can't totally rule out a brief tornado. I'm not worried about a big long track tornado with that. I'm keeping an eye on this though. The storm that could eventually move-ish towards Carthage, but honestly probably more of a threat to Beckville and Tatum. This potential tornado is now east of Highway 259, southeast of Henderson. This will not be an issue for Mount Enterprise. This is not an issue for the city of Henderson. The city of Carthage is not included in this tornado warning. Tatum and Beckville are included in this tornado warning, which runs through 9 p.m. Central Time. Thunderstorm moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. A potential tornado is located 2 miles northwest of Brakefield, or about 16 to 17 miles southwest of Beckville, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. And also, it's going to take several days for the damage surveys to be done from this event. This will qualify as a tornado outbreak across northeast Texas and parts of East Texas into southeast Oklahoma, western Arkansas, even maybe southwest Missouri. It's going to take several days for the damage surveys to be complete. And for what it's worth, the New Boston tornado, the debris ended up being lofted 30 to 40,000 feet, which is on the high end of observed data sets. We're going to have to see what damage the Weather Service finds, but past tornadoes like that have been EF4. Now, that's not to say that was an EF4 tornado, because it depends on the damage produced. If it only went out over the trees, well, it's going to be rated probably EF2, but it was a violent tornado. Oh. But again, let's go ahead and zoom out. We'll take a look at what's going on further to the west. We had snow in the Texas Panhandle this afternoon and this evening. That is a lot of city names. Let's go ahead and not do that. We'll kill the satellite. I know y'all don't need that. Let me give you radar data. I'll even turn on snow mode. Snowing in the northeast Texas Panhandle right now. I'll be honest, if I wasn't doing coverage right now, I'd probably drive out there just to be in the snow. But alas, here we are. Zooming on in, let me zoom in and we'll see what we've got. Obviously, we've had a bad evening in northeast Texas. There's no other way to describe it. We've got a line of storms now that extends from Texarkana to Tyler, Cameron, all the way down to Seguin. West of this line, the threat for severe weather has ended. Much cooler temperatures will begin arriving shortly. We're continuing to monitor these isolated storms in East Texas. That'll be approaching Beckville, north of Carthage, eventually may move toward Shreveport. But we also note this line of storms further west in the cool front is starting to accelerate and may overtake these discrete storms soon. And once that happens, the tornado threat will all but conclude, minus perhaps a brief tornado spin up on the leading edge of damaging wind gusts. But, alas, it's just a wait-and-see game. And again, this line will continue moving east-southeast pretty quickly tonight, making it all the way into Louisiana and then pushing off the Gulf Coast. I am optimistic and hopeful we've passed our peak tornado threat. In fact, I think we have, but we're not going to be out of the woods until we get these discrete storms to quit trying to spin themselves into a ruckus. And so that's why we have a tornado watch until midnight. That's why we're going to be here keeping an eye on things. For example, this cell north of Alto is trying to spin itself up, so we may end up having a new tornado warning for this cell near Alto at some point, and that's moving east-northeast. And then obviously we're still keeping an eye on this tornado warning south or west of Carthage. And again, this line of storms moving into Texarkana has damaging winds. I do not believe there is a tornado with that. I'm not worried about it right now. A brief tornado maybe, but again, honestly, that's more of a straight line wind concern at this point, which could still be threatening and cause wind damage, but you know, isn't a half-mile wide tornado leveling everything in its path for 40 miles. So that's what we're going to be keeping an eye on. And we're not going anywhere, mind you. We are here to stay. Though I'm going to turn some of these lights off, because honestly my eyes are killing me right now. And you're going to get to see the magic of the magical zoom camera. Alright. Or not. Alright, you could still see me? That's good. I got tired of these bright LED lights pointing right in my face. They were hurting my eyes, so I'm glad you can just still see me. Alright. I will admit some curiosity. I thought that camera was programmed to point straight at me. Oh, here we go. Okay, so I guess at this point, our two primary concerns. We're watching this cell southeast of Henderson, which honestly is weakening. That southeast of Rusk, northeast of Alto, is going to probably need a tornado warning in the next 10 minutes, I'm guessing, as it continues to show an uptick in intensity. So we'll see. Again. Oh, let's see where this storm's going to be. I'm moving. There we go. Northeast, just like the others. So the good news is, as this moves northeast, this line of storms will undercut it soon. We might still end up with a tornado warning, though, until that happens. So we'll keep an eye on it. Those of you in Reclaw, west of Mount Enterprise, you might have another storm try to spin up here in the next 30 minutes, just FYI. But the good news is, I think, maybe optimistically, the outflow from this line of storms further west is starting to undercut this storm west of Carthage, southwest of Tatum, which would result in that, well, not being a tornado threat anymore. Tornado warning for Texarkana has been canceled. Like I said, wasn't really too concerned about that. Instead, you get a massive severe thunderstorm warning, which is fine. It's capable of producing damaging winds. So far, watching some more streamer showers in the Golden Triangle into the piney woods of East Texas. We do not have any sort of rotational mischief with those right now. We'll keep an eye on it. We have severe thunderstorm warnings back in south central Texas. And these storms, at least the southern end here from Bastrop to Lockhart to Seguin, could produce some wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour, maybe some nickel-size hail. Not concerned about tornadoes with this activity right now. As you can see, you may not be able to see, but I'll show you. This is outflow outrunning the storms. So as long as this outflow stays ahead of the storms, I'm not worried about a tornado threat. Now, if for some reason any of these storms ingest that outflow, yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out for a brief tornado. And thus we will. So, that is what's going on there. We'll switch back to our super duper awesome blossom happy birthday radar. And okay, this is going to be a tornado warning continuing until, well, let's do that. Cute little circulation there. It's going to be a tornado warning through 9 o'clock for northwestern Panola and central Rusk counties until, well, 9 o'clock. It's 8:42 now. This possible tornado is located about 10 miles east of Henderson, 11 to 12 miles west of Carthage, moving northeast towards Beckville at 45 miles an hour. And you can see a pretty good little rotational signature right there. No debris signature. No indications that we have a... well, there could be a tornado down, but we don't have debris to confirm that right now. We have no visual reports of a tornado down either. So, that's good. But we're going to have to keep an eye on it. Those of you in Beckville need to take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This thunderstorm will be in Beckville probably by 8:52 p.m. with the potential of a tornado. Southwest, we're watching a thunderstorm now east of Rusk, moving towards Cushing. That is showing increasing rotation and may require a tornado warning. That would result in a tornado warning for Cushing to Mount Enterprise. At this time, no warnings in place, but we're going to have to wait and see. And again, these are the only two storms I'm super concerned about tornado potential with right now. This line, essentially at this point, marks the cool front. This is not a tornado threat. This is where the tornado threat ends. So the fact these storms are moving southeast, while these are moving northeast, means these are going to catch you up and eat these soon, thus ending that tornado risk. Now we are going to have to keep an eye on Far East Texas, the Golden Triangle, this evening, just in case we have any additional discrete storms pop up, or we have any sort of mischievous squall line behavior attempt to take hold. But for now, squall line is, well, maybe some hail, gusty winds, not tornadic. The same can't be said in western Arkansas. They're having a heck of a party out here. They've got the squall line doing all sorts of weird stuff. I mean, ooh, that's a nasty little signature there. Same thing goes here. This is the same storm that produced a long track tornado back near New Boston earlier. It's still chugging along. And again, we're going to be here until there's no more tornado warnings. And we still have a tornado warning until 9 o'clock for Panola and Rusk counties for this thunderstorm approaching Beckville in the next 5 minutes to 8 minutes. A possible tornado located approximately 6 to 7 miles southwest of Beckville, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Newest radar scan just came in, now approximately 5 miles southwest of Beckville. Should be in town in the next several minutes. This tornado warning does not include the city of Carthage. This does technically include Tatum, but this is going to stay south of Tatum. Henderson, not included. Mount Enterprise, Tenaya, Timpson, you're fine. Watching this storm southwest of Reclaw, moving towards Cushing, Mount Enterprise. There's a chance that might need a tornado warning, but these storms near Jacksonville, that's the cool front. Once it hits this storm, our tornado issue with that's going to end. Probably. Hopefully. Please. I'll be honest, the rotation with the storm down here southwest of Cushing, northeast of Alto is a bit more impressive than the rotation southwest of Beckville right now, so we might have to deal with that. We'll see. We're down to one tornado warning in the state of Texas. The time is 8:47 p.m. on the 4th of November, 2022. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer. We've been in continuous severe weather coverage for about 7 hours now, and we're going to be here until the last tornado warning expires. And maybe if we get lucky, that'll be 9 o'clock, but somehow I doubt that. So this will be the potential of a tornado in Beckville in the next few minutes. I will say this. This storm seemingly has not had the oomph other storms further north had earlier. So I'm optimistic that hopefully, when we do end up with a tornado, it would be on the brief, weak variety versus the kind of tornadoes we saw earlier. Though the cell southwest of Cushing still concerns me. It's showing a decent amount of rotation aloft. And we'll see what happens. It isn't over until the fat lady sings. And that's Mother Nature. Never challenge Mother Nature. All right, the National Weather Service, I believe, just canceled the tornado warning. The tornado warning for northeastern Panola and east central Rusk counties has been canceled. The storm, which prompted a warning, is weakened below severe limits and no longer seems capable of producing a tornado. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 8:50 p.m. We are down to no tornado warnings in the state of Texas. That being said, we're not going to stop yet because I don't like the way this storm southwest of Cushing looks. And I wouldn't be surprised if it tried to do spinning mischief just to spite me. Because there have been so many times I've stopped live videos and then only had to come back on like 5 minutes later, be like, haha, JK. And that's a pain in the behind. So we're not going to do it. So we'll go ahead, and now that we have a couple minutes, we'll go ahead and take a look at some of these storms further southwest. Squall line's gotten underway. We have a line of severe storms now from just north of Lavernia to east of Seguin, west of Luling, to Bastrop, to Lexington, and frankly, north of Lexington, this is just showers, maybe some lightning. But potential for high winds, maybe 55 miles an hour, heavy rain, a lot of cloud around lightning in Bastrop. And then this storm near Luling, notice that little pendant there on the leading edge of that. That's a pretty good indicator of damaging outflow winds. And that's what we do see there, the potential for winds over 40, 50, even 60 miles an hour there. So, and maybe some quarter-size hail. But again, these storms along with the cool front, these are linear. These are a squall line. The kind of storms, maybe some damaging winds, gusty outflow winds, maybe some pocket change size hail. Can't rule out a very low risk of a brief tornado with these, but again, as long as they stay behind this outflow, and the outflow keeps outrunning the storms, meh. But hey, you know what? We need the rain. Much cooler air will be coming on in behind said rain and behind the showers and storms. You know, I'm watching it. Well, it doesn't look as impressive on that scan, but nevertheless, those of you in Cushing up to Mount Enterprise should keep an eye on this thunderstorm southeast of Reclaw. And we'll keep an eye out on all these storms. So the plan of attack right now is if we don't end up with a tornado warning by 9 o'clock, we'll go ahead and switch back to doing the occasional updates. But we're going to stay here with you for now, just in case this storm decides to be mischievous. And it has the mischievous look to it. and do something. But otherwise, I guess we can start taking a look at some of the storm reports today and see what has happened. Now, looking back, I know we've had significant tornado damage. We've had possible loss of life and injuries and major damage northeast of Honey Grove, up towards Sumner, and then Powderly. I've seen pictures that show high-end tornado damage, structures leveled. You know, trees debarked. All likelihood a high-end tornado. So, unfortunately, as you may have been watching our live coverage, or, you know, you go back and watch our coverage here on YouTube after the fact, as I was talking about, the lowest radar beam we had up here was about 14 to 15,000 feet. And that's just not, you can't tell what's going on, the low levels of a storm, tornado-wise, at that altitude. We eventually did get a tornado debris signature that exceeded 15,000, 20,000 feet, and that's when we knew we had a violent tornado in progress. But, you know, that wasn't much of a warning per se. It was just a confirmation. Now, the Weather Service had tornado warnings in effect, mind you. There was tornado warnings in effect. They were good in that regard, but unfortunately we just didn't have good low-level radar coverage. We didn't know exactly what was going on. And then, well, obviously that, as we zoom back out, that storm went on into Oklahoma. Then we had a storm here in northeast Texas, northeast of Tier to Port, west of Clarksville. We had a major tornado cross north of Clarksville on Highway 37, go on into Idabel, and it sounds like produced major damage. We have injuries, major damage, possible loss of life. Search and rescue operations are underway in Idabel. And then a bit later, we had the violent tornado that essentially formed down here near Naples, maybe a bit southwest, all the way up to near New Boston. And then we had the tornado emergency. Some of our team who are trained in search and rescue are actually south and west of New Boston right now. The damage on west side of New Boston, fortunately, doesn't seem as bad as what is farther southwest. I think the tornado was weakening as it approached the Interstate 30 in New Boston, but there's still trees down everywhere. Some damage to structures, but the damage is probably much worse down here off Highway 67 around Naples up to Interstate 30 than it ends up being around New Boston, which is good. We've had some damage, and look, it's going to take days for the surveys to be done, and probably we're going to be looking at, I wouldn't be shocked if we had at least 10 tornadoes confirmed. Some of them are going to be on the high end of the scale. And unconfirmed reports, I was just talking about it, Powderly, right about here. It sounds like we may have 7 fatalities. That's not confirmed, but unfortunately, based on the damage photos I've seen, the radar signature, even at 15,000 feet, and then the debris getting aloft at 20,000 feet, in all likelihood, we had what was a large wedge tornado that was on the high end of the EF scale. So it's tragic, but we'll find out more tomorrow after first light. The Weather Service will be out there doing a survey to find out exactly what happened and all of that. So, you know, it's been a rough night across northeast Texas. We got lucky in the Metroplex. We didn't have to deal with tornadoes in the Metroplex. Most of the storms behaved themselves, even with tornado warnings across southeast North Texas, and then they started cranking out tornadoes once they got in northeast Texas. So, with that being said, we have no tornado warnings. We'll be here to keep an eye on things if necessary, but it looks like we might, for now at least, be able to take a break. The line of storms back west on Interstate 35, now east of Interstate 35. That's not what I wanted. Forget it. Line of storms extends from near Texarkana, now down towards Rusk. That was not a tornado warning. To Hearn, to Bastrop, to Seguin, to Lulling. This line could have some damaging winds, might have spotty hail. Can't rule out a brief tornado. And again, we're going to be keeping an eye out on some of these discrete storms tonight, just in case they try to wrap up and become tornadic. But the ingredients seem to be less favorable now than they were earlier. Not unfavorable, but, we're not talking about mile-wide tornadoes down for 60-plus miles. So, with that being said, it is now 9 p.m. on the 4th of November, 2022. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. We're going to go ahead and quit doing continuous live coverage for now, but we will be back if a new tornado warning is issued. You can keep an eye on the storms tonight with the interactive weather radar on our website, TexasStormChasers.com, and in our free mobile app. But I'll leave you with this: snow in the northeast Texas panhandle. Some folks out here got maybe half an inch or a dusting tonight. Nothing that's going to cause travel issues or anything like that. But that's on the cold side of our upper level storm system. And alas, there you go. We had snow today in the Texas Panhandle. Y'all have a great evening. God bless. We hope y'all came through this event unscathed. And we'll be praying for those who didn't, unfortunately. Have a good rest of your night.